Reborn in the House of Power, Part 2. Shockwaves of William's actions rippled through the entire Lord's estate. Defeating Geordie and Joshua in duels had only served to hint at his potential, proving that he had the makings of a true contender. But this? This was no longer a matter of potential. William had earned accomplishments, ones that could not be ignored. He had not merely displayed his talent within the confines of the family. He had secured a major achievement outside the house, staking his claim on something undeniable. His position in the race for succession had shifted. This is far beyond mere coincidence at this point. Perhaps the Grand Duke is deliberately pushing him forward. Don't be ridiculous. Have you learned nothing about His Highness? Face reality. The third prince is no longer just another contender. He is a true successor candidate now. The entire succession struggle has flipped on its head. This is going to get noisy. Until now, William had been at a clear disadvantage, to the point where some had doubted whether a competition even existed. But now, his standing had risen to match Joshua's. In terms of pure individual capability, excluding outside influences like their maternal families, William had surpassed him. Even compared to his other brothers, he was now a legitimate competitor. And as the estate erupted into discussion over this dramatic shift in the hierarchy, a single announcement stole all attention. Sir Eisen has chosen an heir. The storm that followed swept aside every other topic. The news sent shockwaves through the knights and every individual remotely associated with House Hearn. The Sword Saint, a man who had spent his entire life without taking a single disciple, had suddenly declared a successor. And he had done so at the twilight of his life. What the hell is going on? How should I know? If you're that curious, go ask Sir Eisen yourself. Are you insane? Who would dare be so disrespectful to the Sword Saint? But even as the knights reeled from the revelation, some were already thinking ahead. What does this mean for the competition for heir? Why the hell are you bringing up the succession right now? The knight who had spoken received a round of skeptical glares, but his face remained grim as he explained. Sir Eisen himself may have been neutral, but his heir does not have to be. Exactly. And considering how late in life he chose his successor. I hear he's even adopting them as his own child. He must be quite fond of them. If the Sword Saint remains neutral, it won't matter. But if his heir takes a side, then... Shut your damn mouth, someone hissed, alarmed. Do you even hear yourself? Do you know what kind of dangerous rumors you're starting? But it was too late. The words had already escaped, drifting into the air like seeds waiting to take root. Even those who trusted Eisen's neutrality could not ignore the possibility. A simple, what if, was all it took to plant doubt. And that doubt began to spread. Rumors crept beneath the surface, whispered in quiet corners, bubbling toward open speculation. And then, a foolish knight made the mistake of bringing it up directly to Eisen himself. The entire city heard the Sword Saint's response. The next head of House Hearn will be decided by His Highness, the Lord of this house. Not by me. Focus on your knightly duties instead of pointless politics. Or leave your knighthood behind and become a politician instead. His voice resounded through the inner fortress like a thunderclap. A single, brief outburst. But from that day forward, the rumors vanished. For all intents and purposes, it had been a declaration. Eisen would not involve himself in political affairs. The estate finally began to settle. Just as people were beginning to return to their daily routines. A new summons arrived. Gather at once. It has been too long since we last dined together as a family. Grand Duke Sigmund had called for all of his children to return. A meal, is it? William let out a quiet, dry chuckle as he read the Grand Duke's summons. A simple family meal. In most noble households, such an event would be just that, a routine gathering without much meaning. But in a house as powerful as Hearn, where the competition for succession was fierce, Bringing together all potential heirs in one place was never a simple affair. It meant there was an announcement to be made. Something important. William leaned back against his chair, exhaling slowly. A troublesome matter has surfaced, it seems. But at least it doesn't seem too severe. Hearing this, Hans blinked in confusion. But His Highness only said it was a meal. And yet, only my siblings and I were summoned, William pointed out. That alone is enough to tell me something's afoot. If it had been a matter too great for the heirs to handle, then the Grand Duke would have called for the entire family, including his wives. But he hadn't. That meant it wasn't urgent enough to demand the attention of the entire household. Instead, it was likely something directly related to the succession, a test. Most likely, he's about to assign us a task, William mused. A task? Hans asked. If I handle it well, it could be a chance to earn new achievements. Though, of course, that depends on whether it's a problem I can solve. At that, Hugo's eyes gleamed with determination. If you need to head out, please take me with you, he said without hesitation. I'll lend you my strength. Ever since meeting Grand Duke Sigmund, Hugo's resolve had only strengthened. Before, his dreams of knighthood had been distant, uncertain. A belief in his own future that lacked concrete assurance. But after the Grand Duke himself had acknowledged his potential, Hugo's determination had solidified. And seeing Felicia adopted as the Sword Saint's heir had only heightened his urgency. Fortunately, Hugo had no jealousy toward Felicia's talent, only a burning desire to improve himself. I was planning on bringing you anyway, William said, smirking. You're the only one available at the moment. If I left you behind, who else would I take? Wait, you're not bringing me? Hans asked, feigning offense. I thought I was part of your trusted aides too. You're staying here. I'm not about to leave the estate completely empty. Unless, of course, you're willing to learn swordsmanship and accompany me to the battlefield. The battlefield? Hans straightened immediately, his voice taking on a grave tone. As your loyal servant, I shall guard the estate in your absence, he declared with great solemnity. William chuckled. Unlike Hugo, Hans had zero interest in rushing into danger. A steady, peaceful life was clearly his priority. But what exactly is this about? Hugo murmured. William sifted through his past life's memories. Nothing. No recollection of an incident like this surfaced. It wasn't surprising, after all, in his previous life, he had been nothing more than a lowly guard in House Herne. The true affairs of nobility had never reached him. If I want to understand what's happening, I'll have to hear it directly from my father. Having reached his conclusion, William rose from his seat and made his way toward the family dining hall. There was still some time left before the gathering, but in such affairs, it was always better to arrive early. A heavy silence hung over the dining table. William tapped his fingers against the polished wood, the soft sound the only thing cutting through the stifling air. How amusing. He and his two brothers, Geordie and Joshua, had all arrived at the exact same time. Under normal circumstances, a silent battle of wills would have unfolded, each of them trying to assert dominance. But today, none of them dared to cause a scene. Their father would be here soon. And the Grand Duke's presence was enough to suppress even their usual clashes. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. You're all here, Sigmund Herne stated as he entered the room, his deep voice filling the space. You must be hungry. Eat first. He had arrived earlier than expected. William noted the fact with mild amusement. It seemed even their father had anticipated this tense atmosphere. With the Grand Duke present, the meal passed quickly. The moment the last dish was cleared away, the true reason for their gathering was revealed. A problem has arisen along the borderlands. Sigmund's voice was calm, but his words carried weight. More specifically, in the Bornholm region. Joshua stiffened. Isn't that where our eldest brother is stationed? He asked. Yes, Sigmund confirmed. That's where I sent Tristan a few months ago. Reports indicated that the Imperial Liberation Army was stirring. William narrowed his eyes. The Imperial Liberation Army. A group composed of former subjects of the Empire, rebels who sought to overthrow its rule. Though small in scale, they were known to incite local uprisings and assassinate high-ranking nobles, throwing entire provinces into chaos. While most of their attempts were swiftly crushed, they had achieved just enough successes to remain a persistent thorn in the Empire's side. But recently, Tristan's reports have taken a strange turn, Sigmund continued. It's not just the Imperial Liberation Army causing trouble, monsters have begun running rampant as well. William's fingers curled slightly. A possibility came to mind. A great migration, he asked, his voice grim. Sigmund regarded him carefully. It was a rare phenomenon, one that occurred when a monster population grew too large. As their numbers skyrocketed, they consumed all available resources, disrupting the ecosystem. Eventually, driven by starvation, they would abandon their old hunting grounds in search of new ones. If the new territory they set their sights on contained human settlements or fortresses, it could lead to catastrophe. The largest great migration recorded in history had wiped out an entire castle and 10 villages. Possibly, Sigmund admitted. At first glance, that's what it looks like. But we cannot be hasty in our assumptions. The last great migration in the Bornholm region was only 20 years ago. William frowned. The usual interval between great migrations was at least 50 years. 20 was far too soon. Even if it isn't a great migration, Sigmund said, the situation remains dire. We already have our hands full with the Imperial Liberation Army, and now the monsters are stirring as well. The weight of his words settled over the table. The current forces in Bornholm weren't enough. William, Geordie, and Joshua all knew what was coming next. Tristan requires reinforcements, Sigmund stated. One of you will be sent to assist him. Neither Geordie nor Joshua spoke. They understood the implications immediately. Whoever was sent would not be taking command. Tristan had already assessed the situation. The one sent to assist would serve under him, acting as his support. And in the worst case, even if they contributed significantly, all achievements might be attributed to Tristan instead. It was a political dead end. Must it be one of us? Geordie finally asked, carefully. Would it not be enough to send an elite knight division to support our brother? Sigmund's expression turned cold. No, he said, cutting him off immediately. Sending more troops could provoke the surrounding lords. If they perceive it as a military buildup, they may retaliate, demand explanations, or worse. Then, we could explain it to them, Geordie suggested. Most of those lords are only barons or viscounts. Father, do you really need to concern yourself with their opinions? Sigmund's eyes darkened. And if His Majesty himself questions it, he asked. If the Emperor demands to know why I am amassing forces along the borders, what answer will you give him? Geordie fell silent. Because if the Emperor took notice, that would be a far greater problem. Even as a staunch supporter of the Emperor, House Herne could not afford to move its forces lightly. The deployment of troops was always a delicate matter. Geordie had attempted to argue his way out, but his reasoning had collapsed beneath the weight of the Grand Duke's words. Joshua, seeing his brother falter, quickly stepped in. If we go without any soldiers, what difference will it make? He asked hastily. We won't be much help on our own. Sigmund's gaze remained impassive. There are plenty of mercenaries in the region, he stated. Bornholm is a volatile land, conflicts break out frequently, even beyond the issue of monsters. If one of you hires the mercenaries already stationed there, you'll have the numbers you need. Joshua hesitated. But earlier, you said that concentrating too many troops would. Do you believe mercenaries and my elite soldiers are the same? Sigmund's voice carried a sharp edge now, irritation seeping into his words. To think you lack even this basic understanding. Joshua flinched, visibly shrinking under his father's gaze. As he fell silent, it was William who finally spoke. The difference is clear, he said, his tone calm. Even if mercenaries gather under a new employer, the total number of fighters in the area remains the same. Unlike moving an army, it does not create the same level of disturbance. Exactly, Sigmund acknowledged. Furthermore, William continued, mercenaries fight for money, not for loyalty. That may make them unreliable at times, but it also makes them less threatening to those who fear military escalation. A lord who would be wary of an elite force marching into their land would not react the same way to a hired band of sellswords. Even His Majesty will likely turn a blind eye to temporary contracts. Sigmund's irritation cooled. His son had grasped the logic behind the plan instantly. William could feel the Grand Duke's gaze on him, measuring, evaluating, perhaps even approving. Then tell me, Sigmund said, do you understand why I am sending one of you instead of simply commanding Tristan to hire mercenaries himself? William gave a small nod. Mercenaries are difficult to handle, he explained. If pushed to their limits, they will betray their employers. It is a simple truth of their profession. At the end of the day, mercenaries do not fight to die, they fight to earn. If the risk outweighs the reward, they will cut and run. That much was common sense to any seasoned warrior. Even in his past life, William had encountered cases where mercenaries abandoned their posts rather than obey suicidal orders. Some commanders refused to acknowledge this reality. They demanded the impossible, only to be deserted in the thick of battle. The truth was simple, mercenaries did not gamble their lives blindly. Bornholm is already in bad shape, William continued. If the mercenaries sense that the situation is spiraling out of control, they will flee. The only ones left will be the knights of our house, who will, in turn, be forced to prevent them from running. And that's where the real disaster would begin. Herne knights, sworn to protect Bornholm at any cost. Mercenaries, willing to abandon the battlefield the moment the odds turned against them. A volatile mix. One misstep and it would turn into open bloodshed. If Tristan were to command the mercenaries directly, it wouldn't be an issue, William said. Even in the worst-case scenario, they wouldn't dare betray him. Because? Sigmund prompted. Because they know that if they harmed a member of House Herne. William trailed off meaningfully. Sigmund smirked coldly and finished the thought for him. I would hunt them to the ends of the earth. William nodded. It wasn't an empty threat. House Herne had the resources, the time, and most importantly, the will to pursue revenge to its absolute limits. Even if years passed, even if innocent villages had to burn along the way, House Herne would not stop until the last traitor was erased from existence. The mercenaries knew this. They would rather die fighting than provoke such wrath. Which means, William continued, they will follow Tristan's orders no matter what. Even at the cost of their lives. Sigmund hummed in agreement. But the problem, William added, is that Bornholm's territory is vast. There are two separate threats, the rebels and the monsters. Tristan's forces need to be spread out to monitor both fronts. Which meant that even if he hired mercenaries, he wouldn't be able to command them directly. Instead, that task would fall to a subordinate. A knight. A lieutenant. Someone capable, but not irreplaceable. And therein lay the issue. If mercenaries find themselves cornered under the command of an ordinary knight, William said, they will consider their options. A noble knight's life, no matter how skilled, does not hold the same weight as a direct heir of House Herne. If the situation turned grim, if survival meant betrayal, they would take their chances. But, William concluded, if one of us is there. The words lingered in the air. The answer was obvious. No mercenary band would dare cross a direct heir of Herne. Their fear of retaliation would outweigh their fear of death. And that, I assume, William finished, is why you are sending one of us. Bornholm needs a frontline commander capable of keeping the mercenaries in line, one they cannot afford to betray. A long silence stretched between them. Then, Sigmund chuckled. A rare, satisfied smile formed on his lips. William had answered perfectly. Impressive, Sigmund said, leaning back in his chair. You've covered nearly everything I intended to say. You flatter me, Your Highness, William responded with measured humility. Perhaps, the Grand Duke mused, but there are still a few points to address. Not for your sake, but for the others, since they seem to need a more detailed explanation. A cutting remark. Geordie and Joshua stiffened, their faces burning with shame. The meaning was clear, William grasped the situation immediately, but they needed it spelled out for them. This wasn't just about the mission anymore. Their standing as heirs had taken a hit. The bitter taste of humiliation settled in their throats, but they remained silent as Sigmund continued. Tristan has already hired mercenaries, he revealed. But the problem is that he cannot control them. Geordie frowned. Even with him leading the negotiations? Yes, Sigmund confirmed. It appears the mercenaries see an opportunity. They know we are in desperate need of manpower, so they intend to use that to their advantage. Extortion. Knowing that House Hearn had no choice but to rely on them, the mercenaries were squeezing for more money, testing how far they could push their demands. From their perspective, it was a simple transaction. But from House Hearn's, it was a negotiation that could not afford to fail. And unfortunately, Sigmund continued, Tristan is utterly hopeless at this sort of thing. That much was obvious. In his previous life, Tristan had been a rigid perfectionist, a man who detested anything resembling negotiation or bargaining. Unlike Geordie, who would manipulate and deceive, Tristan was honest to a fault. If a soldier fulfilled exactly what was promised, he would receive exactly what was agreed upon. No more, no less. It was why, when William had once been part of a patrol unit near Kelheim, he had seen firsthand how strictly Tristan enforced discipline. Even when conditions were calm, he had refused to grant additional rest periods, insisting that no soldier should be idle. So if he was the one handling negotiations with mercenaries, they were at a stalemate. Neither side would budge. Which meant, the situation remained unresolved. That is why one of you will be sent to handle the negotiations and command the mercenaries in the field. Silence. Sigmund's gaze swept over his sons, waiting. Geordie and Joshua, however, looked away. The reason was clear. Now that they fully understood the situation, it had only become less appealing. Dealing with unruly mercenaries was one thing, but leading them into battle was another. There was no guarantee they would follow orders. If things went wrong, the so-called allies at their back might be just as dangerous as the enemy in front of them. And on top of that, no matter how well they performed, they would still be under Tristan's command. Geordie clenched his fists. No matter what, Tristan would get the credit. No matter what, they would be nothing more than his assistant. No matter what, this was a thankless task. They refused to volunteer. The silence stretched, thick with tension. Sigmund's expression darkened, disappointment evident in his gaze. But just as he was about to speak, "I will go," William's words rang clear and confident. Geordie and Joshua's eyes widened, caught completely off guard. Even Sigmund himself raised a brow in mild surprise. "You?" the Grand Duke asked. "Are you certain?" William nodded. "I have never left Kelheim before, nor have I commanded soldiers," he admitted. "But this is an opportunity, one I will have to face eventually. Better to gain experience now than later." Sigmund studied him for a moment before responding. "And the funds for the mercenaries?" "That is my only concern," William said. "Negotiation means nothing if I lack the coin to make a deal." "You will be given sufficient funds," Sigmund assured him. "Not limitless, but enough." Then I have no complaints. It was more than enough. Because William had no intention of spending it all. Negotiating with mercenaries. That was the easiest part. A slow smirk curled at the corner of his lips. For the first time in a long while, he was returning to familiar territory. Preparation began immediately. The moment the meal concluded, William wasted no time arranging for his departure. A long journey lay ahead, days of travel, not hours. The sooner he moved, the better. Kelheim's land stretched vast and wide, and the border where Bornholm lay was at the very edge of the Grand Duchy's reach. Fortunately, there was a major river along the way. Traveling by water would have the time it would have taken by road alone. A small mercy. Before setting out, William turned to Hans. "You'll be in charge while I'm gone," he instructed. "Keep an eye on the estate. If Geordie or Joshua try anything, stop them." Hans scoffed, crossing his arms. "They won't dare touch your quarters anymore," he assured. "Not after what happened last time. Besides." His gaze flickered to the servants standing behind him, all former subordinates of Hugo. "If they even think about trying something, these guys will make sure it doesn't work." William chuckled. That much was true. Every single one of those men had been personally selected by Hugo, handpicked for their loyalty and skill. Not just ordinary attendants, but guards. Speaking of which, William added, turning to Hugo, "You're coming with me." "I'd be insulted if you left me behind," Hugo said, grinning. "Just know that this mission is about assisting my brother. You may not get a chance to earn any achievements." "That's fine," Hugo replied with a shrug. "I'd rather be in the field than sitting around wasting time." William smirked. "Besides," Hugo added, "who else is going to take care of you out there?" William let out a soft laugh. "Good point. Let's not waste any more time, then. Anything we need, Father will provide. We travel light." With that, they stepped through the castle gates. And waiting for them outside. A familiar sight. 5 men, clad in black armor, their presence commanding yet silent. William recognized them instantly. The Black Lions. They had accompanied him once before, back when he had ambushed the Marquis' son. One of them stepped forward, offering a crisp salute. "It has been some time, Third Prince," the man greeted. "I am relieved to see you in good health." William arched a brow. "Am I to assume you're my escort for this journey?" "Indeed," the knight confirmed. "Frankly, we are the only elite unit suited for the task." William paused, then let out a short chuckle. Hard to argue with that. At one point, the Black Lions had been a legendary secret force, a shadowy name whispered among the elite. But now, having encountered them so often, William couldn't help but feel they were losing their air of mystery. "Since we'll be accompanying you for the foreseeable future, we should have identifiable names," the leader of the Black Lions said. "You may call me Raymond." One by one, the other 4 followed suit, Martin, Vincent, Jude, and Widrow. William arched a brow. "Identifiable names? Is that your real name?" he asked, skeptical. Raymond offered a faint smirk. "One of 3 names I rotate between," he admitted. "I primarily use this one for escort missions." William clicked his tongue. So it was a fake name. None of them had given a surname either. Which meant, every single one of their names was an alias, swapped out whenever necessary. They really do handle assassinations and covert operations, then. It made sense. A group that operated in the shadows would never use their real names in the open. William decided not to pry further. Their pasts were not his concern. And whatever secrets they held, Sigmund was the only one privy to them. With introductions out of the way, Raymond shifted to logistics. "The situation is urgent, so we intend to move as swiftly as possible," he explained. Can you ride a horse at full speed for extended periods? William took the reins of the warhorse they provided, testing the grip. I'll learn as I go, he said nonchalantly. In truth, he was already proficient. During his time as a mercenary in his past life, he had ridden countless times, often under harsher conditions than this. Though not as refined as a knight's battlefield horsemanship, he was more than capable of maintaining speed over long distances. However, just as he was about to mount. Young master, Hugo called hesitantly. William turned. What? Hugo gave a sheepish grin. I've never ridden a horse before. What? William rubbed his temples. Of course. Owning and maintaining a horse was an expensive luxury. For someone who had spent his youth as a street thug, riding lessons were hardly a priority. But slowing their pace just for Hugo? Not an option. Even William, a high-ranking heir, was in a hurry. There was no excuse for a mere servant to hold them back. We have no choice, Raymond said. I'll teach him while we travel. Do we have time for that? William asked. Proper training takes days at minimum. Raymond shrugged. Practical learning is faster. Painful, but effective. Before Hugo could protest, Raymond hauled him onto the saddle. And thus began 3 days of absolute hell. Wait. My ass is killing me. Keep your legs tight against the horse. You're bouncing like a damn hammer. If I do that, the horse starts bucking. Not too tight. Just firm enough to stay steady. Back straight, balance your weight in your hips. Slow down a little, please. No time. If you fall behind, you'll be left behind. Arg. Hugo barely survived. Had it not been for the physical endurance he had gained from sword training, his body would have been in shambles. But through sheer stubbornness and Raymond's relentless drills, he managed to keep pace. By the time they reached the port, he was utterly exhausted. Raymond dismounted first, surveying their route. From here, we take a ship straight to Vilan, the harbor city just outside Bornholm, he explained. If the wind favors us, we'll arrive in 2 days. If not, it may take 4. William nodded. And from Vilan to Bornholm? Even at a relaxed pace, half a day on horseback. William glanced at Hugo, smirking. Good. That means your ass will hold out. Hugo was too exhausted to even retort. With his body aching from 3 days of horseback torture, he could only groan in response. William decided to let him rest while they traveled by sea. However, there was one final concern. You don't get seasick, do you? William asked. Hugo exhaled, shaking his head. Thankfully, no. I used to ride ships when I was younger, my father was a sailor. First I'm hearing of this, William remarked. It never seemed important, Hugo replied. And I didn't sail for long. My father died when his ship capsized. His tone was casual, far too indifferent for a man speaking of his own father's death. But then again, among sailors, such losses were common. Grief was a luxury they couldn't afford. Still, Hugo added, stretching his sore legs, at least I've got a basic idea of how to handle horses now. Might be useful later. There was a determined edge in his voice. He wasn't thinking of now. He was thinking of the future, when he became a knight. William smirked. Yes. It would be useful. A knight's equestrian skills were considered essential. And even if his training had been brutal, it was better to learn now than struggle later. 3 days later, their ship docked at Vilan. Perfect timing, Raymond noted. If we leave immediately after breakfast, we'll reach Bornholm before sundown. And indeed. As the sky turned red, the fortress of Bornholm came into view. They were close. William and his party relaxed slightly, knowing their journey was nearly at an end. But then, a group of riders appeared in the distance. "They're coming this way," Raymond observed. Some of them were the crest of House Hearn. William frowned. "Tristan. He wouldn't bother coming to greet me." "He's there, but he's not leading the charge," Raymond clarified. "It looks like they're chasing someone." William focused his enhanced vision. 6 figures, cloaked in black, fleeing on horseback. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods. No doubt about it, they were running from House Hearn's knights. "This isn't a misunderstanding," William noted. "They're fugitives." Raymond nodded. "We should assist," he said. "They're not being pursued for charity work, after all." "Agreed," William said. "But we won't be able to catch all of them. With only 5 black lions, one would escape." Hugo was too inexperienced, and William himself was technically the protected party. Raymond furrowed his brow in frustration. "We don't have the numbers." William smirked. "You're forgetting something," he said, drawing his sword. Raymond blinked. "Which is?" "I'm not just sitting back and watching," William said. He turned his gaze to one of the fleeing figures, the one furthest left. "I'll take that one," he declared. "You handle the rest." "Wait, what?" "Young master." Ignoring their protests, William spurred his horse forward. Raymond cursed. "Damn it. Intercept the others," he ordered. "But what about the third prince?" "It's too late. Just do as he says." William had already closed the distance. The hooded fugitive sneered, drawing his sword. "Out of my way, boy." William didn't flinch. He simply pushed his mana into his muscles, reinforcing his body. The fugitive's sneer faltered. "You little." The man swung his sword with full force, aiming to cut William down. But he never had the chance. Clang! The sound of metal shattering rang through the air. And in the next moment, the man was sent flying. "What in the—" "By the gods!" The knights of House Hearn came to an abrupt halt, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. A grown man had just been launched into the sky. The cloaked fugitive spun twice in midair before crashing to the ground. Thud. Ugh. By sheer luck, or misfortune, he had landed on his back rather than his head, sparing his life. But the impact had knocked him unconscious on the spot. William clicked his tongue as he glanced between the fallen enemy and his own damaged sword. Cracks ran along the blade. A shame. That was a good sword. Knocking the man away had been satisfying, but he hadn't expected his weapon to crack. It seemed his opponent's sword had been of high quality as well. William discarded the damaged blade without hesitation and turned toward the stunned Hearn knights. "Why are you standing there?" he snapped. "He's still alive. Restrain him." One of the knights, still wary, narrowed his eyes. "And you are?" William arched a brow. "William Hearn," he said coolly. "You serve my father, yet you don't recognize me?" The knight immediately paled. The third prince? Forgive my rudeness." He quickly bowed his head and barked orders to his subordinates, who rushed forward to bind the fugitive. William turned to survey the battlefield. It seemed the Black Lions had also finished subduing the remaining escapees. "Young master." A familiar voice rang out. Hugo arrived, breathless and visibly shaken. "What in the world were you thinking?" Hugo exclaimed. "That was reckless. You could have been seriously injured." William merely chuckled. "I knew exactly what I was doing." "How?" Hugo demanded. "You didn't even know your opponent's strength." William crossed his arms. In mounted combat, most warriors follow predictable patterns. Mounted combat was brutal and fast-paced. With no solid ground beneath their feet, fighters risked losing balance with every move. There were only a handful of viable attack methods when charging at full speed. A knight could either thrust forward, which was too risky without a lance/mid-charge, the safest, most reliable method. William had anticipated the latter and countered accordingly. Strength dictated the victor. He had used his superior mana control and training to maximize his strength at the moment of impact. Against someone unprepared for such overwhelming force, the outcome had been inevitable. William flexed his fingers, rolling his shoulders. Not even sore. Had he attempted something like this in his previous life, his body would have been aching for days. But now, this body is something else. Before he could dwell on it further, a familiar voice cut through the tension. It has been a while. A deep, weighty tone. William turned to face the newcomer, his eldest brother. The man atop the horse bore crimson hair, a trait from his mother's bloodline. Despite his sharp features, there was no warmth in his expression. Tristan Hearn. House Hearn's firstborn heir. William dipped his head in greeting. Yes, it has been some time, elder brother. Tristan studied him in silence for a moment before speaking. There is much to discuss, he said. But first, we return to the castle. We can talk on the way. The journey to Bornholm Fortress was uneventful. William, his party, and the Hearn Knights rode behind Tristan, passing through the city streets. At a glance, Bornholm was well maintained. The defenses were solid, the roads were orderly, but there was something off. The people. William scanned the villagers. Their eyes darted nervously toward the knights, their expressions uneasy. The atmosphere is unsettling, William murmured. Tristan responded without turning. There have been clashes between the soldiers and mercenaries. Minor incidents, but enough to make them uneasy. William nodded. To the people, it's impossible to tell if those minor incidents are just the beginning of something worse. Ridiculous, Tristan scoffed. There will be no large-scale bloodshed. If the mercenaries overstep, the knights and I will eradicate them. His voice carried thinly veiled contempt. Conflict only occurs between equal parties, he continued. Mercenaries forget their place. If they push too far, we will simply remove them. William glanced at him. There was no anger in Tristan's tone, just cold certainty. His brother had little patience for those he deemed beneath him. William moved his horse closer, lowering his voice. Are the mercenaries truly that disobedient? Tristan scoffed. Disobedient would be an understatement, he said. They refuse to listen. Do you know who the ones you captured were? William's brows furrowed. Who? Members of the Imperial Liberation Front. William's expression darkened. They had been captured so close to the castle. That meant the security had been compromised. House Hearn's soldiers were elite. There was only one way enemies had gotten this close. The mercenaries. Tristan confirmed his suspicions. My best knights are stationed at the borders, dealing with real threats, he said. The mercenaries were left to handle perimeter security. William sighed. And they refused to work unless they were paid more. Tristan's teeth clenched. Exactly. William could hear the frustration in his brother's voice. They had been hired to protect the fortress, yet they had neglected their duties, allowing rebels to roam freely. The arrogance of these filthy sellswords, Tristan muttered. They demand more coin for doing nothing. If I had my way, I would behead them all and line the walls with their corpses. William understood his frustration. But he also saw the bigger picture. Tristan had made a mistake. You let them see how desperate you were, William noted. Tristan shot him a sharp glare. William continued. They realized you were short on men. To the mercenaries, that meant they had leverage. And they used it. Tristan had also stationed them too carefully. Instead of spreading them out evenly, he had avoided placing them in dangerous zones. To a mercenary? That only meant one thing: there was something truly dangerous out there. Rather than feel protected, they felt used. They weren't soldiers. They weren't loyal. They were just hired hands, and they knew when to demand a better deal. Tristan sighed. "I won't ask much of you," he said. "I know Jordy and Joshua forced you into this." It was a statement, not an insult. "Just oversee the mercenaries. Make sure they don't run. If nothing else, having a Hearn overseeing them will force them to reconsider desertion." A glorified watchdog. William let out a quiet chuckle. Tristan hadn't even framed it as a command, it was a dismissive statement. As if he were insignificant. "How lowly does he think of me?" William exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. His brother was gravely mistaken. "You seem to be under a misunderstanding, elder brother." Tristan's gaze hardened. "A misunderstanding?" "First," William said, raising a finger, "I was not forced into this assignment. I volunteered. Second, unlike you, I have a way to solve this mess. Third," William smirked, "Father has already approved financial support for the negotiations." For the first time, Tristan's composed expression wavered. The first 2 points he could brush off. But the third? That was not something he could ignore. "Father entrusted you with the negotiations?" "Indeed," William replied. "And here," he pulled an envelope from inside his coat. "This is his letter to you." Tristan snatched the letter, inspecting the seal with sharp eyes before tearing it open. His expression shifted repeatedly as he read. It was genuine. William watched in amusement. Even after confirming the seal, Tristan had double-checked the handwriting. His brother had never doubted their father before. But now, he was questioning everything. "This really is father's handwriting," Tristan muttered. William smirked. "You still had to check." Tristan lowered the letter, studying William with new scrutiny. "What exactly happened while I was away?" William merely shrugged. "This and that." A vague, meaningless answer. He had no obligation to explain himself to Tristan. His brother stared at him, gauging his words. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Fine. If father has given you permission, I won't interfere." Then, his voice dropped. "But..." The temperature seemed to drop. William recognized it immediately: killing intent. The type that only a seasoned warrior could exude. Not posturing. Not intimidation. A warning. "If you let your arrogance endanger the family," Tristan said coldly, "I will not forgive you. Even if father does, I will ensure you pay the price." William did not flinch. If anything, he grinned. "Arrogance?" His eyes gleamed. "I'm no fool," he said smoothly. "I would never undermine what is already mine." Tristan froze. For a moment, his mind went blank. William hadn't denied it. He hadn't challenged Tristan's warning. Instead, he had claimed the heirship as his own. A silent declaration. For the first time, Tristan hesitated. Then, after a long pause, he exhaled. "The mercenaries are at the Kingfisher Inn, near the central fountain. If you intend to negotiate, that's where you'll find them." William gave a polite nod. "Appreciated, elder brother. I'll return with good news." Without another word, he turned his horse and rode toward the mercenaries' hideout. His escort, Hugo and the 5 black lions, followed swiftly. Tristan remained silent. His expression was unreadable as he watched his younger brother depart. How did he change so much? A year ago, this same boy would have cowered before me. Now, he had stared me down without blinking. That was not normal. His instincts screamed at him. This was no temporary burst of confidence. William had changed. And if he was telling the truth, if he truly solved this mess, I may have gained a new rival. As soon as they had gained distance from Tristan, Raymond stepped forward. His face was tense. "Third Prince," he said. "We need to talk." William sighed. "I'm busy," he said. "Later." "No. Now." Raymond's tone was unusually firm. William raised an eyebrow. "Fine. What's on your mind?" Raymond exhaled. "What was that stunt back there?" William tilted his head. "Stunt? You rushed into combat without warning." Raymond snapped. "What were you thinking?" William smirked. "That was a perfectly executed maneuver. We caught all 6 fugitives, didn't we?" Raymond's jaw tightened. "Results aren't everything," he growled. "If you were injured." "But I wasn't," William cut in. "So let's not ruin my good mood with what-ifs." "William." Raymond's voice was sharp. William ignored him, rubbing his ears. If a similar situation arose, he'd do the same thing again. It was better not to promise otherwise. Instead, he smirked and pointed ahead. "Let's drop it for now," he said. "We're nearly at the inn." Raymond gritted his teeth. "Third Prince." William leaned closer. "If the mercenaries see us arguing," he murmured, "they'll think we're disorganized." Raymond's expression darkened. He hated to admit it, but William was right. To the mercenaries, this would look like weak leadership. And that would make them even harder to negotiate with. Raymond let out a slow breath. "Fine," he relented. "We'll talk later." But before pulling back, he muttered. "If you pull something like that again, I will follow you everywhere." William blinked. "Everywhere?" "Even to the bathroom," Raymond said flatly. "I'll watch your back while you wipe." William visibly shuddered. "That's unsettling." "Then behave." With that, Raymond fell back into formation. William exhaled. Raymond wasn't bluffing. "I need to keep him from getting that serious." The thought made him grimace. For now, though, he had bigger concerns. He reached the Kingfisher Inn and pushed the doors open. And immediately, his expression darkened. The inside was a disaster. Spilled drinks, broken tables, men laughing over someone bleeding out in the corner. A complete mess. William narrowed his eyes. What a damn circus. Mercenaries, more often than not, squander their earnings without a second thought. The nature of their profession, one where death could come at any moment, bred an attitude of reckless indulgence. It was no surprise, then, that their way of life was naturally unstructured and debauched. William, having been a mercenary himself, was well aware of their habits. But even he found himself at a loss for words at the scene before him. Disgraceful. Empty bottles littered the floor, crunching underfoot with every step. Vomit stained the corners of the tavern, the stench of stale alcohol hanging thick in the air. Drunken mercenaries, barely able to sit upright, hurled their cups across the room, shattering them against the walls in fits of laughter. Perhaps such a sight would be excusable at dawn, after a night of revelry. But for this level of chaos to unfold in the early evening? It was beyond appalling. Ugh! Who the hell are you? We rented out this place. Some outsider. Damn it, you're ruining the mood. A brat, and he's got an escort. Must be rich. Laughter erupted among the mercenaries as they turned to William, their words slurred and crude. The filth and depravity of their jokes were enough to make Hugo and the Black Lions stiffen with barely restrained anger. Third Prince. Let it go, William commanded, halting Raymond with a simple gesture. Reaching down, he grabbed an empty bottle from the floor. Without a word, he hurled it toward the center of the tavern ceiling with all his strength. Glass shattered, raining shards upon the drunken crowd. The hell! Bastard! The mercenaries jolted from their stupor, cursing as they stumbled to their feet, their rage flaring. But before they could charge, William spoke again, his voice cold and unwavering. "I am William Hearn, third son of Duke Sigmund Hearn, and younger brother to your employer, Duke Tristan Hearn." A heavy silence settled over the room. Expressions of anger twisted into ones of apprehension. Striking a noble, especially one of Duke Hearn's lineage, was tantamount to a death sentence. Seizing the moment, William continued, "I wished to have a conversation, but you seemed incapable of coherent thought. A bit of shock therapy was necessary. It worked, thankfully. Or should I fetch some honey water to help you sober up?" The name alone was enough to keep the mercenaries from making a move. The weight of his lineage made them hesitate. Yet, even as they faltered, one man stepped forward. "No need for honey water, I'm plenty awake now. But I have to ask, what the hell does a Hearn noble want with us? You dare?" Raymond's hand instinctively went to his sword, ready to cut the man down for his insolence. But William stopped him, resting a firm hand on his shoulder as he turned his attention to the speaker. The man was rugged, his face adorned with scars and a thick, unkempt beard. His gaze was sharp, filled with the cunning of a seasoned warrior. "He's the one holding this group together." To the untrained eye, his words might seem like the drunken ramblings of a foolish mercenary. But William saw the careful calculation behind them. He stepped in just as I was about to take control, deliberately using harsh words to show they weren't at a disadvantage. The timing was impeccable. Before negotiations could even begin, he shifted the dynamic to prevent us from taking the upper hand. A dangerous opponent. Not just an experienced fighter, but one with political instincts and sharp wit. But still, too arrogant. No matter how skilled, there was always a margin for error. And this man seemed convinced of his own infallibility. "What's your name?" "The boys call me Red Blade Sven." "Sven, then. Tell me, why are you all still here? From what I've heard, your contract has already ended. If you were paid, you should be working." Sven smirked, tilting his head in amusement. "That's not quite right. Unfortunately, our contract with Lord Tristan was never finalized. We were hoping to get hired for a higher price, but he offered less than we were worth. What were we supposed to do? Work for scraps." "I see. And you took the money?" "Oh, of course. It wasn't much, not even close to what we asked for, but hey, it'd be rude to turn down free coin, wouldn't it? Right, lads?" "Damn right. Lord Tristan sure is generous. Drinks and food, all on him." Laughter echoed once more, a mockery of the Duke's failed negotiations. These mercenaries had no intention of honoring their deal, twisting the money they had received into nothing more than a gift. William rubbed his temple. This won't work. Tristan had already botched the negotiations, and Sven had no reason to compromise. Worse yet, the mercenaries had already deduced that they were desperately needed, and the trust in Sven among his men was absolute. With the current balance of power, any attempt at bargaining would be futile. "Don't take it personally," Sven added, clearly mistaking William's silence for resignation. "Give us the right price, and we'll work like dogs. We might drink and joke around, but we get the job done." Even as he spoke, there was no hiding the smug confidence in his voice. He thought he had already won. William exhaled slowly, then smiled faintly. "Is that so? If I pay enough, you'll do anything?" "Within reason, of course." "Then I suppose this should be sufficient." With a casual motion, William reached into his coat and tossed a heavy pouch onto the table. The string came loose upon impact, spilling its contents. A pile of platinum coins gleamed under the dim light of the tavern. Gasps rippled through the room. Platinum coins. Wilhelm the Great's commemorative coins. These are priceless. What in the... Even the Black Lions flinched at the sight. Wilhelm the Great's platinum commemorative coins, rarely minted, worth hundreds of standard gold coins apiece, and instantly exchangeable anywhere on the continent. And William had just casually thrown down a bag filled with them. Sven swallowed hard, the confidence in his voice wavering. Ahem. I see you're a man of reason. If this is your offer, then we. By the name of William Hearn, William interrupted, his voice carrying through the room, I hereby offer this entire sum to anyone who kills Red Blade Sven. A stunned silence followed. Sven's face drained of color. And the hands of the mercenaries twitched toward their weapons. Sven's grin froze in place, his hand halfway to the pouch of coins, as William's next words struck like a thunderclap. A heavy silence descended upon the tavern. The command itself wasn't unheard of, many employers had ordered mercenaries to turn on each other, staging fights for entertainment or cruel amusement. Usually, such demands were dismissed as foolish boasts, not worth a second thought. But this was different. No one could ignore a sum of this magnitude. The hell did he just say? That kind of money, all for one kill. That's not just some reward, even noble families would be shaken by that amount. Still, he swore on his name. And the Hearn family. That's not something you just take back. The murmurs among the mercenaries grew louder, their cohesion cracking under the weight of William's words. Sven's confidence faltered. He had spent years forging their unity through countless battles and hardships, only to see it unravel in moments. If he let this continue, some of them would break. The promise of wealth was a siren's call too strong to resist. Hold on. Sir, what in the hell are you? Shing. Before Sven could finish, William drew his sword. For a brief moment, it seemed as if he would strike down Sven himself. But then, in one swift motion, he turned the blade on himself, slicing his own palm open. My lord! Hugo's shout of alarm was ignored. William clenched his bleeding fist, raising it high for all to see, his voice ringing out through the tavern. O 8 gods of the heavens! Before you, I swear upon the name of William Hearn, to the one who slays this man, I shall grant every last coin within this pouch. If I fail to uphold this vow, I renounce my noble blood. Witness my words and judge me. A hushed gasp rippled through the crowd. Raymond buried his face in his hands. A temple oath. It was not a binding spell, not a magical contract. But the weight it carried was undeniable. No emperor in the history of the empire had ever broken a temple oath without consequences. For a noble, breaking such an oath meant more than disgrace, it meant exile from their own family. The Hearn name itself would cast William aside. It's done. There's no going back now. If someone killed Sven, the platinum coins had to be paid. The only way out would be to revoke the vow before anyone acted. But once blood was shed, there was no undoing it. Wait, that was a temple oath. I thought that was just some legend. It's just an oath. It's not like he'll be struck down by lightning if he breaks it. Idiot. A noble breaking a temple oath gets exiled from their own family. Then, he really has to pay that bounty. The mercenaries shifted uneasily, caught between greed and hesitation. No one wanted to be the first to strike. Killing a comrade for money meant becoming a pariah, a betrayer among mercenaries. And yet. Pathetic. William's voice cut through their doubt like a blade. I swore upon my honor and the gods. If you lack the courage to act, then you have no right to claim this gold. He reached down, scooping up half the pile of platinum coins and returning them to the pouch. The mercenaries' eyes widened. William smirked. He had seen it before, the greed flaring behind their eyes, the way they stiffened as the prize dwindled before them. Then, raising his voice once more, he spoke. O 8 gods of the heavens! Another oath, this time with the reward cut in half. The tension in the room escalated. Murmurs turned to hushed whispers, to nervous glances exchanged between mercenaries. Some gripped their weapons, others looked away. Still, no one moved. William cut the reward again. The third oath rang out, and this time, a few mercenaries shifted uneasily, standing half-risen from their seats. W8. My lord, please. Silence. I did not come here to negotiate. I seek only one who will honor my vow. But how can we trust? Trust? That is your decision. But if even a temple oath does not satisfy you, what more could I offer? William scoffed, sweeping nearly all the remaining platinum coins back into his pouch. The last remnants of restraint snapped. Oh, 8 gods of the heavens! Clatter. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor, of blades being drawn. A handful of mercenaries leaped to their feet, hands gripping their weapons. Sven took an instinctive step back, his composure unraveling. W8. You're being played. Can't you see? Bang! A single voice cut through the growing chaos. Enough. One of Sven's own men slammed his fist onto the table, rising from his seat. Are you all fools? Falling for such an obvious trick? Sven's eyes lit up with relief. Aiden. Aiden, the lieutenant of the Red Blades, glanced at Sven before turning to the rest of the mercenaries. Have you all forgotten? This man led us through hell. And you'd betray him for a noble's gold. Have some damn shame. Some of the mercenaries hesitated, nodding. Others scowled, fists clenching. Sven let out a breath, nodding in gratitude. That's right, Aiden. We. Schlick. Sven gasped. His eyes widened in shock as a dagger buried itself deep into his side. He staggered, looking down to see Aiden's hand wrapped around the hilt. Why you? Aiden sighed, shaking his head. Sorry, boss. But you'd do the same to me. Crunch. The dagger twisted. Sven's mouth opened, but no sound escaped, only a sharp exhale, as if the air had been stolen from his lungs. Aiden wrenched the blade free, and Sven collapsed in a heap. Silence returned. Aiden wiped the blood from his blade before stepping forward. He met William's gaze, his expression unreadable. My lord. Keep your word. William smiled. Gathering the remaining platinum coins, he placed them directly into Aiden's waiting hands. William kept his word without hesitation. The moment he placed the platinum coins into Aiden's hands, the entire tavern fell into a stunned silence. Jealousy, regret, greed, countless emotions rippled through the gathered mercenaries. Yet, despite the weight of their gazes, William simply smiled. The sum is quite substantial, so I imagine you might be feeling uneasy, he said casually. If you wish, I could arrange for an escort to ensure you reach your next destination safely. Aiden shook his head. No need. I prefer to travel alone. Is that so? William stepped aside. Then I won't stop you. The real deal. The soft jingle of coins came from the small bag. Hugo stared in disbelief before hastily untying the large pouch in his hands. His face twisted in shock. Silver coins. Raymond and the Black Lions, who had been watching the exchange, stiffened in realization. William chuckled. Think about it. Do you really believe my father would hand me that many platinum coins? Even if he agreed to support me, there are limits. Then, the pouch you threw earlier was mostly silver, William said nonchalantly. I placed a few platinum coins on top to make it convincing. The engravings on the coins are the only real difference between silver and platinum, cover those up, and no one would notice the switch. The only time I actually gave away pure platinum was in the final vow. A stunned silence followed his explanation. Even Hugo, who had fought alongside William for some time, was at a loss for words. So the whole thing was a bluff? William raised an eyebrow. Did I ever say I was giving them platinum? Raymond and the others exchanged glances. Vincent, the most sharp-eyed of the group, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, the exact words used in the vow were to hand over everything in the pouch, not that it was full of platinum. Hugo's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. So, you deliberately made a different statement in the vow? William smirked. Technically, I never lied. I held up the pouch when I made my initial offer, but I never explicitly said its contents were only platinum. It was a loophole. A brilliantly executed one. Contracts, after all, were often riddled with deception, and mercenaries were no strangers to exploiting technicalities themselves. More importantly, while the initial offer was deliberately misleading, the actual vow had been airtight. William had never specified what was inside, only that he would give up whatever was in the pouch. And what if someone had immediately taken the offer and killed Sven? Hugo pressed. What if they checked the pouch right there? William shrugged. They wouldn't have. Not in front of a room full of hungry eyes. Raymond narrowed his gaze. You assumed they'd take it and run? Not just assumed, counted on it, William corrected. Any sane person, knowing that kind of money would paint a target on their back, would tuck it away first. No one would be stupid enough to dump it all out and count it on the spot. Hugo clenched his jaw. Even so, once they found out it was mostly silver. They'd already be too late, William interrupted smoothly. By the time they realized the truth, they'd have more pressing concerns, like surviving. Raymond inhaled sharply. He hadn't considered that. Even the mercenary who had actually taken a few platinum coins would be in trouble. Will that man even make it to his hometown alive? Raymond thought grimly. William's warning had kept most of the mercenaries in check, but desperation and greed were unpredictable forces. In his past life, Raymond had seen people hunt each other down for far less than a handful of platinum coins. If he's lucky, he'll shake off any pursuers and live the rest of his life in hiding. If not, then his fate had already been sealed. William, meanwhile, remained completely unfazed. And if the rightful owner of the pouch dies, he added, stretching slightly, then I see no reason to waste the effort retrieving it. Knights take down bandits and thieves all the time. If a few more opportunists happen to meet their end, who's going to question it? The cold finality of his words made the black lions shudder. Raymond exhaled, rubbing his temples. I take it back. William tilted his head. Take what back? I was going to warn you about overconfidence, Raymond admitted, shaking his head. But I see now, it wasn't confidence. You knew exactly what you were doing from the start. William simply smiled. Hugo exhaled deeply. Damn it, my lord. You really planned this down to the last coin. William's smirk widened. Of course. Raymond stared at William, his mind struggling to process what he had just witnessed. A dry laugh escaped his lips. He had planned to reprimand the young noble if he ever let overconfidence cloud his judgment. What a ridiculous thought. William hadn't been blinded by arrogance. On the contrary, he had accounted for every possible variable, preparing countermeasures even for the worst-case scenario. And all of this, every intricate calculation, had been devised in mere seconds after Sven revealed himself. Raymond felt like a fool. He had assumed himself capable of advising William, yet the gap between them was beyond comprehension. He's already operating at a level I can't even reach. His lips twitched as he suppressed a chuckle. During his time with the Black Lions, he had seen countless promising young warriors. Some flourished as expected, while others met unfortunate ends before reaching their full potential. But this? He had never encountered someone whose future was impossible to predict. I need to petition His Grace. I want to serve as the third prince's personal guard. A 16-year-old with this level of foresight? There was no telling what William would become as he matured. And if Raymond could witness that journey firsthand, it would be a sight worth dedicating his life to. Impressive. That was all Tristan said when William presented his results. It wasn't a lack of praise, it was the only thing he could say. To speak further would have been redundant. The results spoke for themselves. To pretend otherwise would be foolish, and to offer excessive praise would be unbecoming of a rival. So instead, he simply acknowledged the accomplishment for what it was. Even so, the weight of that single word was enough for those around them to grasp the magnitude of William's success. A man as stingy with praise as Tristan. If even he speaks of it, then the results must be undeniable. I'll leave the mercenaries under your command from now on, Tristan continued. I'll be leading the knights to investigate suspicious areas near the border. His expression was more at ease than before. Even though the victory belonged to William, it was clear that Tristan was relieved just to have the problem resolved. Of course, the knights alone won't be enough to cover the entire region, he added. Some areas will still require mercenaries. I'll provide a map, allocate them as you see fit. Understood. William nodded, taking the map from a nearby knight. I've heard rumors that the Imperial Liberation Front and monsters have been appearing in the same areas. I've marked them separately, Tristan replied. Red for the rebels, blue for the monsters. William's eyes scanned the military map carefully. As expected, the border region was vast, far too extensive for the knights to patrol on their own. Now that the mercenary issue was resolved, things would finally return to normal. But something caught his attention. His brow furrowed. The locations of the rebels and monsters, they overlap. It wasn't just a minor coincidence. In several key areas, the two groups appeared almost side by side. Even in a region as large as this, that shouldn't be possible. Humans and monsters had a natural predator-prey relationship. Unless these groups were deliberately separated by terrain, close proximity should have led to immediate conflict. Brother, William said, voice sharp. Is this map accurate? How are the rebels managing to operate within monster territory? Tristan barely spared the issue a glance. They probably bought a minor artifact or spread some kind of repellent. The creatures we're dealing with are mostly kobolds and gnolls, after all. Kobolds and gnolls. Together. Kobolds were small, bipedal monsters with canine features. Gnolls, on the other hand, were significantly larger, resembling humanoid hyenas. Both species had an exceptional sense of smell, making them adept trackers, but that same sensitivity also made them vulnerable to strong odors, making it easy to repel them. It's not unusual for monsters of a similar kind to cooperate, Tristan said, still unconcerned. Just as goblins and orcs are classified together as greenskins, perhaps kobolds and gnolls have a shared kinship. No, William said immediately. This is very unusual. Tristan raised a brow at William's serious tone. At first glance, kobolds and gnolls did seem like they could coexist. But they didn't. They never did. If they were truly of the same kind, it wouldn't be an issue, William explained. But gnolls prey on kobolds. They don't cooperate, they hunt them. What? Tristan's expression stiffened. They're natural enemies, William continued. To suggest they'd work together is absurd. The only way such a thing would be possible is if something, or someone, was forcing them to. A heavy silence fell over the office. Tristan didn't speak, but William saw the tension in his eyes. After a long pause, William decided to voice what everyone was thinking. Magic. Watch your words, Tristan snapped. His earlier indifference was gone. His voice was sharp, almost dangerous. Magic is not something to be spoken of lightly, he said. The only sanctioned mages remain in the capital. Why would they have any reason to come here? William met his gaze steadily. Look at the facts. Humans are moving freely within monster territory. Creatures that should be killing each other are cooperating. There is only one thing that can explain this. Enough. Tristan's voice cut through the air, his tone final. This matter is not to be escalated. The Empire is already in turmoil, do not spread unnecessary rumors. William didn't reply. His Grace has entrusted this issue to me, Tristan continued. You've done well, but don't overstep your bounds. Your role is to manage the mercenaries and ensure they don't cause trouble. That is all. Tristan didn't wait for a response. He rose from his chair and strode toward the door. The conversation was over. William exhaled through his nose, frustration simmering beneath his composed exterior. Before Tristan left, William spoke one last time. What about the 6 prisoners we captured today? They have not been interrogated yet. Make sure they talk, William said. They may have the answers we're missing. Tristan didn't respond. The door shut behind him. William let out a slow breath. At this rate, Tristan wouldn't investigate properly. He'd either rush the interrogation or dispose of the prisoners before the truth could be uncovered. Looks like I'll have to move on my own. A bitter smile touched William's lips. This situation wasn't going to resolve itself anytime soon. Magic. Raymond and the Black Lions exchanged grim looks. The revelation had changed everything. Up until now, they had assumed the Imperial Liberation Front and the monster threat were separate issues. Annoying, yes. Dangerous, certainly. But just problems, not mysteries. Now, however, there was a new factor in play. Magic. Which meant this wasn't just a crisis. This was a plot. And William was about to walk right into the middle of it. As silence settled over the group, Hugo's voice broke the tension, his expression clouded with unease. Isn't this a disaster waiting to happen? The Empire has labeled all unregistered mages as heretics ever since the Mage Rebellion 300 years ago. If word gets out that magic is involved, the Imperial Court will act immediately, Raymond cut in. His voice was grim. Even if the mage in question escapes, the Emperor's guards will tear through Bornholm searching for any traces. If things spiral out of control, the entire region could be caught in a witch hunt. The Empire rarely interfered in a noble's internal affairs, as long as there was no outright rebellion. But the moment magic entered the equation, all such rules became meaningless. To the Imperial Court, the existence of an unregistered mage was no different from a traitor plotting an insurrection. His Grace may be aligned with the Emperor, Raymond continued, but even he can't override 3 centuries of deep-seated hatred. If magic is truly at play, they won't show us any mercy. What about the first prince? Vincent asked. What was his stance? He wants to bury the issue, William replied flatly. I understand his reasoning, but if a mage is involved, ignoring it could lead to catastrophic consequences. The Empire's paranoia over magic was extreme. But at the same time, they were the most experienced force when it came to dealing with rogue mages. If this turned into a real battle, ordinary knights, who had never faced a proper mage, would be wiped out in an instant. But informing the Emperor is just as risky, Hugo countered. A single wrong move, and they might burn all of Bornholm to the ground. Exactly. William ran a hand along his jaw, his mind racing. We don't have enough information to make a decision yet. There was another problem. William had no memory of anything major happening in Bornholm from his past life. If the Imperial Court had intervened, it would have left some trace in the history books. That meant Tristan had successfully covered everything up. Which means whatever happened was small enough to be contained, but not a victory they could publicly claim. If they had been able to frame the battle as a successful suppression of rebels, they would have done so. But they hadn't. Which meant the outcome had been too close to a defeat to be useful. Even if they had technically won, it had likely been a costly, hollow victory. If William allowed things to play out the same way, Tristan might succeed in covering it up again. But the consequences wouldn't change. William exhaled slowly. I have to intervene before that happens. There was no other option. He rose from his seat, his decision made. First, we gather more information, he said. Right now, we're blind. You plan to interrogate the captured rebels? Raymond asked. The first prince won't allow it. William smirked. Who said anything about them? Raymond frowned. Then, rather than interrogating some half-dead prisoners who've been rotting in a cell for days. William's smile sharpened. Wouldn't it be better to get fresh information? Hugo blinked. You're waiting for the mercenaries. Exactly. The bounty I set is more than enough to motivate them. It's only a matter of time before they bring someone in. The rebels had been moving freely, unaware that the mercenaries had been reactivated. With the increased patrols, at least one of them would be caught within the next 2 days. William simply had to sit back and wait. The forest surrounding Bornholm's outer walls was known as the Yellowwood. It earned its name due to the dense canopy of massive trees, whose thick branches blocked sunlight from reaching the undergrowth. Smaller saplings, unable to receive proper nourishment, withered and died, leaving the forest floor covered in a perpetual layer of brittle yellow leaves. At night, the Yellowwood took on an eerie, foreboding atmosphere. It was a place most people avoided, not only because of its unsettling appearance but also because monsters frequently used the paths that wound through its depths. Yet tonight, 2 shadowy figures moved cautiously among the trees. Stop. If the sky's thunder strikes, then the sinner upon the throne shall be judged. It's me, comrade. After exchanging the secret code, the 2 men pulled back their hoods, stepping closer to one another. Both were dressed in dark cloaks, their faces lined with the wear of age. Though they had only recently entered their 40s, a lifetime spent in the Imperial Liberation Front had aged them prematurely. They recognized each other instantly. They had fought side by side for decades. What's the urgency? The man on the right asked. We agreed just days ago to focus on our assigned tasks and move forward with the plan. That is why I called you, the left one replied grimly. Something's changed. The mercenaries and the Hearn family have come to an agreement. The other man's expression twisted. What? The Liberation Front had relied on the mercenaries' inaction to maintain their foothold. The negotiations had been completely stalled. This wasn't something that could have been resolved in just a day or 2. Did they give in to the mercenaries' demands? He asked suspiciously. No. That's what's strange. The mercenaries weren't paid what they asked for. Someone from the main house came and settled the issue in a single day. The man on the right let out a bitter chuckle. Unbelievable. And here I thought the Hearn family would remain a den of incompetent aristocrats. The most concerning part is that this person wasn't sent by the first prince. If it had been his usual advisors, we would have accounted for them. Then who? The first man's expression darkened. We don't know his name yet, but one thing is certain. His voice dropped to a whisper. Whoever he is, he's dangerous. This is no time for hesitation. We need to recall our scattered comrades immediately, the man on the left said, his voice edged with urgency. If we wait any longer, they'll be hunted down one by one. The other man exhaled sharply, rubbing his forehead. I'll send the recall order, but no matter how fast we act, at least a few of them are bound to get caught. It was inevitable. They had been too careless, too confident that the mercenaries would remain neutral. Some of their people had traveled far, believing they had all the time in the world. Now, it was too late to retrieve them all. A heavy silence followed. Not long ago, everything had been going according to plan. Now, their situation had flipped on its head. What about the mages we hired? The second man asked. If we recall our people too suddenly, the installations will be delayed. They claim it depends on how many points have already been set up, the first man replied. But I suspect that's just an excuse. If things go south, they'll find a way to blame it on us. Humph, black sorcerers. The second man's face twisted in disgust. He spat onto the ground. I told you to stop using that word. The first man blinked. What? I mean it, he hissed. Even if no one's around to hear, do you want to invite trouble? If word leaks, even within our own ranks, it'll be a disaster. The first man waved him off. What does it matter? The moment our safe houses were exposed, we were dead men anyway. It's not just about the enemy. You forget that even our allies despise the term. Do you really want to anger the mages who are working with us? Black sorcerers, it was a label given to those who delved into magic that involved human lives, blood rituals, or the manipulation of souls. In the Empire, the practice had been outlawed for centuries. Merely researching such arts was not a crime. But magic required practical application. And the moment a single human sacrifice was made in the name of progress, it was over. Such acts had condemned an entire school of mages, branding them as criminals regardless of their individual practices. The result? Even legitimate magic practitioners took offense to the title. To call a mage a black sorcerer was no different than spitting in their face. These people have already been falsely labeled by the Empire, the second man continued. If one of them overhears you tossing around insults, they'll do nothing, the first man scoffed. They should be grateful we're giving them a place to use their talents. The second man sighed inwardly. He knew why his comrade hated magic. The Mage Rebellion had not been a revolt against the Empire itself. It had been a war against the nobility. The mages had fought to strip the aristocracy of its influence, seeking to claim power for themselves. To someone like his comrade, a man raised to believe in noble supremacy, such an act was unforgivable. But this isn't the time for his arrogance. They needed the mages. If the sorcerers turned on them, the consequences would be catastrophic. He exhaled slowly. For now, don't provoke them. We need them to finish their work. His companion frowned, but after a moment, he nodded. Fine. I'll hold my tongue. It wasn't much, but it was the best compromise he could hope for. With their immediate plans settled, the two men parted ways, both keenly aware of how quickly their situation was spiraling out of control. William had assigned mercenaries to their designated locations, lying in wait for any stray members of the Imperial Liberation Front to fall into the trap. If even one rebel was caught, he would personally step in, before Tristan could intervene. At the same time, he had subtly checked in on the prisoners they had already captured. 6 men. A significant number. Even if they tried to hide the presence of a mage, there had to be some information worth extracting. But Tristan's report was disappointing. They haven't spoken a single word since their capture, the first prince admitted. No matter what methods we use, they refuse to break. William's eyes narrowed. Surely you didn't rely on words alone. Of course not, Tristan replied. We tortured them. But they're either completely numb to pain or highly trained to resist it. They show no reaction. William let out a quiet breath. I see. There were drugs that could suppress pain entirely. They worked by deadening the nerves, rendering a person incapable of feeling even the most brutal of wounds. The downside? They also dulled other senses, taste, smell, even touch. It was said that once the drug was taken, there was no way to reverse its effects. Only the most extreme fanatics or professional assassins would willingly use such a thing. And yet, all 6 of them took it. That meant physical torture was useless. The only option left was psychological warfare, shaking them mentally until they cracked. William's mind was already moving to formulate a strategy when he asked, "Would you permit me to interrogate them?" Tristan's expression hardened. No. William had expected resistance, but Tristan's response was immediate. He opened his mouth to argue, but Tristan cut him off. I know what you're thinking. You're weighing the pros and cons of informing the imperial court. And as long as that possibility exists, I won't let you near them. I'd rather keep you in the dark than risk you making a decision that tips the scales. This could turn into a massacre, William warned. Tristan's tone remained firm. You're overreacting. He shook his head. If a mage is involved, they're nothing more than a disgraced remnant of the old expelled orders. A band of outcasts, hunted for 3 centuries. Do you truly think they have the power to threaten us? William hesitated. The logic was sound. For over 300 years, the Empire had waged relentless war against rogue mages. Most of the outlawed schools had been wiped out. Those that remained were forced into hiding, struggling to find students to continue their lineages. The majority of them weren't powerful spellcasters. They were survivors. Desperate individuals barely scraping by. Tristan knew this. That was why he didn't take William's concern seriously. Stop worrying about nonsense and return to your duties, Tristan said. I'll handle the interrogations. If I find anything worth sharing, I'll send word. With that, he turned and walked away. William remained still, watching his brother's retreating figure. His lips curled into a dry, humorless smile. He's not entirely wrong. Most rogue mages were pathetic remnants of the past. A scattered, crumbling force with no future. But there were always exceptions. And the exceptions? They were the ones who changed history. If a mage's expertise lay in large-scale destruction and chaos, the situation changed entirely. And if that mage was working alone, it might have been manageable. But with an entire faction like the Imperial Liberation Front backing them? William sighed. This has disaster written all over it. But no matter how many times he explained it, Tristan wouldn't listen. Not until he saw the danger for himself. William would have to abandon the idea of extracting information from his brother. That left him with only one alternative, waiting for the trap he had set to catch something. Third Prince, Raymond's voice pulled him from his thoughts. William turned, pushing aside his concerns for now. What is it? We've got a bite. His eyes sharpened. That was the agreed-upon signal. They had caught a live member of the Imperial Liberation Front. William's lips curled into a slow smile. Let's go. The location was deep in the northern outskirts, where the path merged into the Yellowwood. As William arrived, a band of mercenaries greeted him with smug satisfaction. Ha! Look at this, young master. We caught ourselves a member of the imp. Shoo! William strode forward and clamped a hand over the mercenary captain's mouth before he could finish. His voice dropped to a whisper. Keep quiet. Or are you trying to advertise to every other mercenary that you just struck gold? Take your payment and leave. Silently. The captain blinked, caught off guard. For a moment, he seemed about to argue. But when William reached into his coat and pressed a platinum coin into his palm, his entire demeanor changed. Understood. With a sly grin, he motioned to his men, and they slipped away into the shadows. William watched them leave, satisfied. He hadn't hushed them out of kindness, he simply didn't want Tristan catching wind of this. Now, only he and Raymond remained. William turned his attention to the prisoner. The man was young. Likely in his early 20s. He was restrained but not beaten. His eyes burned with defiance, lips pressed tightly shut. William studied him for a long moment. Then, he spoke. Imperial Liberation Front. Silence. You let yourself get caught by mercenaries. That's disappointing. Or did you overestimate yourself? No reaction. William tilted his head. I suppose I should commend your courage. Walking freely through monster-infested forests, as if they weren't a threat at all. Still, the young man didn't respond. William's expression remained calm. Tell me. What's your secret? Nothing. His patience didn't waver. Instead, he changed tactics. You hired a mage, didn't you? A flicker of hesitation. William smiled slightly. Got you. Gnolls and kobolds, he continued. Two species that should never be able to coexist. And yet, here they are, moving together. That only happens with magic. The prisoner remained silent, but his jaw tightened. William leaned in. Beast magic, perhaps. Controlling animals and monsters. The young man's fingers twitched. Just a little. William let out a quiet chuckle. No. That's not it. His voice dropped, steady and cold. That's black magic. The prisoner's entire body tensed. William had him. It took him a second to realize his mistake, but by then, it was already too late. William's gaze bore into him. Black sorcerers often disguise themselves under different schools. Especially when it comes to controlling monsters. It's a lie. They don't tame creatures. They corrupt them. The prisoner's breathing grew uneven. You think you hired a mage? William asked, his voice edged with quiet amusement. It's the opposite. They infiltrated you. The words hit like a hammer. A flicker of doubt crossed the young man's face, just for an instant. William pressed on. Do you even realize what you've done? He said softly. Do you know what kind of ritual you're helping complete? The prisoner swallowed hard but still refused to answer. William exhaled. Then, with perfect conviction, he delivered the final blow. This entire region is nothing but fuel for their sacrifice. Raymond sucked in a sharp breath. The prisoner flinched. If you had at least limited your target to just the Empire, I could almost understand, William continued. After all, you see them as your enemy. You likely think the citizens under their rule are no different. He took a step back, shaking his head. But to throw your own people into the flames as well? His voice was like steel. That's not rebellion. That's pure stupidity. The prisoner's hands clenched into fists. His lips trembled. William had seen that look before. Doubt. The young man wanted to call him a liar. But William's voice had been too steady. His words too deliberate. If even a fraction of what he said was true, it meant the Liberation Front had never been in control. No, the prisoner whispered, his voice shaking. You're lying. You're just trying to break me. William scoffed. You want me to be lying? The young man's eyes darted away. William let out a short laugh. Did you ever even question why they needed you? The prisoner's breath hitched. William turned away, exhaling dramatically, like a teacher disappointed in a foolish student. Pathetic. Raymond looked between the two, a growing realization dawning in his eyes. William had just ripped apart everything this man believed in. Without even laying a hand on him. The prisoner's voice was barely above a whisper when he finally spoke again. Is the ritual truly for mass sacrifice? William didn't even look at him as he responded. He simply sighed. As if he had already accepted the answer. As if it wasn't even worth confirming. Of course it is. He walked away, leaving his words to sink deep into the young man's mind. And in his head, he smirked. Because that was a complete lie. Magic was an intricate and profound discipline. So much so that even among mages, different schools often led to complete ignorance of one another's spells. For someone like William, who had never wielded magic himself, understanding it was an impossibility. Still, he had prodded and spoken in a way that sounded convincing. The key was to make the other side talk. After all, an interrogation couldn't begin without loosening their tongue first. What magic? Which spell? Were these bastards really about to conduct some kind of ritual? He had merely rustled the underbrush, but something had certainly slithered out. Whether it was a mere worm or a venomous serpent, he could not yet tell. Deciding to dig a little deeper, William opened his mouth again. "Of course, this is just my speculation," he said, feigning nonchalance. "I'm no mage, so I can't say for certain what kind of ritual it was." He left himself an escape route, ensuring he wouldn't overcommit to an act he couldn't maintain. If his words strayed too far from the truth, the ruse would crumble instantly. "You were just trying to deceive me, weren't you?" The young man's distrust deepened, but that was a minor issue. Compared to William, this man knew even less about magic. That ignorance was William's advantage. Lowering his voice, William created an ominous atmosphere as he continued, "However, there's only one way to make monsters that should be enemies move together in such large numbers: black magic. Didn't that mage order you to place something at various locations?" The man's reaction was immediate. His lips parted in shock, but no words came out. If such orders were truly given, then it confirms the mage is a black sorcerer. Unlike regular mages, black sorcerers must first taint the natural flow of mana before they can cast their spells. No, it can't be. The young man's eyes darted wildly as if struggling to grasp the implications. The installations ordered by the mage had been a tightly held secret, known only to a select few within the Imperial Liberation Alliance. And yet, here was an outsider, someone who had never even approached the Yellow Forest, somehow privy to that knowledge. If what you say is true, what happens then? What happens?" William's voice was grave. "I told you already. It's a large-scale sacrificial ritual. The only thing I don't know is what exactly it's meant to achieve." Silence fell between them. William's piercing gaze bore into the young man, whose head lowered in contemplation. Suspicion still clouded his expression, but doubt now gnawed at the edges of his certainty. If we've all been deceived by a black sorcerer? If even the commanders had unknowingly fallen for a lie? This has to be stopped. If it had been a sacrifice for the liberation of his homeland, he would not have hesitated to give his life. But dying simply to fuel a black mage's selfish ambitions? That would be nothing but a meaningless death. Teeth clenched, the young man lifted his head. "If I tell you everything I know, can you stop this wicked ritual?" William met his gaze, his expression unwaveringly firm. "I will make sure of it." A deep sigh escaped the young man's lips, his shoulders sagging slightly as if he had finally made up his mind. And then, at last, the truth began to spill forth. "I don't know much about magic," the young man admitted. "But one day, our superiors brought in 2 mages. They called them reinforcements. One was a man in his early 30s, while the other appeared somewhere between middle-aged and elderly. The younger one introduced himself as a mage of the Celestial School, while the older one claimed to belong to the Beast School. We had no idea what those meant," the young man continued. "Magic itself is rare enough as it is, how could we possibly understand the different schools?" William nodded in agreement, encouraging him to continue. Seemingly reassured, the young man's tone grew steadier. "The Celestial Mage hardly did anything. He claimed he had to accumulate mana for the future, so he focused on gathering power. In contrast, the Beast Mage was highly active. It had been the Beast Mage who controlled the monsters, carved the totems, and decided where they should be placed. While the Celestial Mage remained passive and uninvolved, the Beast Mage took an overly enthusiastic role in the preparations. At some point, he even began demanding freshly captured animals, claiming they were necessary to strengthen the spell. Naturally, people weren't happy about some stranger giving us orders, the young man said bitterly. But we were instructed to comply with his requests as much as possible. "And so, you did everything he asked?" William pressed. "If we didn't provide the sacrifices, he said the magic wouldn't work properly. And he insisted they had to be animals, not monsters, not humans, only beasts touched by nature." Despite their growing frustration, the soldiers had obeyed, begrudgingly hunting the creatures he demanded. Fortunately, once he had received a few sacrifices, the beast mage had seemed satisfied and made no further requests. For days, he left the totems inside the bellies of those beasts, the young man recalled. When they had turned completely red, he retrieved them and distributed them among us. Then, he gave us our final orders, to place them at specific locations. And today was the day of the setup, William concluded. You were caught while returning from your assignment. The young man shut his mouth. Though he wanted to prevent the black sorcerer's ritual, he was still reluctant to reveal more than necessary. William frowned and crouched down in front of him. I understand the need for caution between enemies. But even in a situation like this, you're still withholding information. The young man remained silent. You don't know much about magic, and neither do I. Even if we lay out everything we know, there might still be gaps. And yet, you're choosing what information to reveal. Do you really want to stop this catastrophe? The young man bit his lip so hard it nearly bled. It was clear he still clung to the hope of their plan succeeding, while also fearing that his actions might be considered betrayal. William said nothing, simply waiting for him to reach his own conclusion. If he pressed too hard now, the man might shut his mouth completely. After several tense seconds, the young man finally spoke, his voice strained. In 3 days, the mages will lead the monsters to attack Grieve City, behind Bornholm Castle. Grieve? That's just a regular city. Its population is dense, but it holds no real strategic value. Exactly. The attack is just a feint. Since it's the largest city in the area, if monsters attack, Bornholm Castle will be forced to send reinforcements. The real target is the castle itself, once its defenses are weakened. William remained silent, but Raymond stiffened beside him. He had expected trouble, but an actual siege on Bornholm Castle? That was a fortress considered nearly impregnable. And now, an army without proper siege weapons thought they could take it down. Even with proper siege engines, breaching those walls would be a nightmare. How do they expect to succeed with just monsters and 2 mages? The walls, the young man continued, will be destroyed by the celestial mage. That's why he's been conserving his mana. He's preparing a spell that will be used only on that day. Raymond's doubts evaporated instantly. If magic could shatter the castle walls and the monsters surged in, chaos would be inevitable. Even the best defenses couldn't prevent the initial pandemonium. If the castle's security collapsed, the Liberation Alliance would have free rein to achieve their goal. That's all I know. The young man's lips pressed shut after that. He had revealed everything regarding the mage's involvement, but clearly saw no need to disclose further details. William, however, found the information more than sufficient. Thank you, he said, nodding in satisfaction. Because of you, innocent lives will be saved. The prisoner remained silent, his expression unreadable. He had made up his mind not to say another word. William stepped away, signaling for soldiers to take the captive to the castle. As he did, Raymond, who had been listening quietly, let out an incredulous sigh. Incredible, young master. Since when did you start studying magic? What magic? William asked blankly. You mentioned earlier that setting up anchor points would corrupt the surrounding mana. I had never heard of black mages using such a method. William smirked. That's because it's not exclusive to black magic. What? Mages of all kinds use totems and markers to amplify spells. It's a common practice, not something unique to black mages. Raymond's face twisted in confusion. Just earlier, William had spoken as though it was a forbidden practice limited to dark magic. Hadn't he implied that only black mages used such methods? Seeing the doubt in Raymond's expression, William chuckled. That was a bluff. I needed him to believe that he and his people might be victims. That made him talk. So, all of that was a lie. Half of it was, William admitted. But it turns out the other half was actually true. Raymond frowned. What does that mean? William's expression turned serious. Well, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first? A hint of unease crept into Raymond's face. He had thought they had just uncovered the enemy's entire plan. Shouldn't that mean only good news remained? I suppose the good news first, he said hesitantly. The good news is that I've figured out their plan. I already heard that. No, not just the Liberation Alliance's plan. The Mage's plan. Raymond narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Are you saying the Mages have a different agenda? William sighed. We'll get to that later. Now for the bad news. Raymond braced himself as William continued. The bad news is that I wasn't bluffing. There really is a black mage among them. And the Liberation Alliance doesn't even realize they've been deceived. Raymond stiffened. William wasted no time. The prisoner was immediately sent to Bornholm Castle, and an emergency meeting was called with Tristan. Before you arrived, I interrogated one of the prisoners, William informed him. Tristan's face darkened. I told you to stop getting involved in these matters. Yet here you are, escalating things once again. His displeasure was obvious. William, however, simply shrugged. If you're already upset, you'll be even more furious when you hear this. There's a black mage within the Liberation Alliance. Tristan's eyes widened. What? They infiltrated the group by posing as an unregistered mage. Even the Alliance is unaware of their true identity. You know what that means, don't you? Tristan fell silent, his expression hardening. Unregistered mages typically hid due to necessity, seeking to avoid royal scrutiny. They longed for legitimacy and recognition. But black mages were different. They didn't care for social status. They only cared for blood and sacrifice. Their entire philosophy revolved around disrupting the natural order. If one had embedded themselves within the Liberation Alliance, it wasn't for political power, it was for something far more sinister. The Alliance wants to destroy Bornholm Castle using magic, William continued. But the Black Mage? They have their own goals. Tristan's eyes narrowed. They plan to use the people of Grieve as sacrifices? William shook his head. No. Their true objective lies elsewhere. Tristan frowned, trying to piece together the puzzle. Bornholm Castle is strategically important, but not exactly a comfortable place to live. In times of war, it becomes the front line. Most of the region's population lives in Grieve instead. But the Liberation Alliance wouldn't target Grieve, Tristan mused. It's just a densely populated city with no tactical significance. If Bornholm falls, Grieve would be taken easily anyway. William nodded. Exactly. The Alliance plans to pretend to attack Grieve, forcing Bornholm to send reinforcements. Once the castle's defenses are weakened, they'll strike. Tristan held up a hand. Wait. Let me sort this out. The Liberation Alliance's original goal had been to feign an attack on Grieve while launching a real offensive on Bornholm Castle. Since Bornholm was a major military asset, its fall would severely damage the Empire. But for the Black Mage, the true prize wasn't Bornholm. It was Grieve, the city teeming with people. And, by pure coincidence, the mages had arranged for the monster horde to be stationed at Grieve before converging on Bornholm. The Black Mage is using the Liberation Alliance as a tool, William concluded. They're letting them focus on the castle while they gather sacrifices from Grieve before slipping away. Tristan's expression turned grim. Tristan was left speechless by William's deduction. Attacking Grieve City for real, not as a diversion, to secure the sacrificial offerings. Keeping the Imperial Liberation Army stationed near Bornholm Castle the entire time. Is that even possible? It is, William replied. What do you think the goal of most mages is? I'm not talking about dark mages, just unlicensed ones. To reclaim the glory they lost 300 years ago, I suppose. Yes, normally that's the case. That's why the Imperial Liberation Army wouldn't suspect them. The mages believe their desired status exists within the new society the Imperial Liberation Army seeks to establish. If the collaborating mages were ordinary ones, they would naturally support the Liberation Army to secure their place in the new order. After all, if the empire dominating the continent refused to accept them, then they had no choice but to help create a new hierarchy. But for dark mages, who had no interest in rank or status, it was a different story entirely. Whoever held power made no difference to them. They would take what they needed and disappear. The Imperial Liberation Army is convinced there will be no betrayal, William continued. And the Dark Mages plan to exploit that perception. By the time the army realizes it's been deceived, it will already be too late. Most crucially, in his previous life, this incident had been completely covered up. In other words, it had never escalated to a scale too large to conceal. If Bornholm Castle, an impregnable fortress and strategic stronghold, had been destroyed, it would have been impossible to keep it a secret. The events must have been written off as little more than a monster raid on Grieve City. Well, at least we won't have to request aid from the Imperial family, Tristan mused. If this is their plan, then our current forces should be sufficient to handle it. That's true, he conceded after a pause. A faint smile played on his lips, the weight of his greatest concern lifting from his shoulders. Since the Dark Mage's objective is clear, we need to reinforce Grieve City's defenses, William suggested. We should keep this quiet to avoid tipping off the enemy, but... No, we won't move any troops, Tristan interrupted. No one else needs to know about this. We will maintain our current vigilance toward the Imperial Liberation Army, nothing more. What? William couldn't help but ask again. What was he saying? Even after discovering the enemy's intentions, he planned to do nothing and simply maintain the status quo. Did you hear anything I just explained? Of course, Tristan replied calmly. Including the part where they might be capable of magic strong enough to destroy the city walls. And what does that matter? Their target is Grieve City, isn't it? If the Dark Mages find Grieve too well fortified, do you really think they'll persist in attacking it? If I were them, I'd go for Bornholm Castle instead. After all, they'd only need to break the walls there, and its garrison is smaller. William let out a dry laugh. Finally, he understood what Tristan was getting at. You're planning to offer up Grieve City as a sacrifice. There are only 2 Dark Mages, Tristan countered. Even with their magic, there's a limit to how many people they can capture. At best, they might abduct a few dozen people in the chaos of a monster raid. A few dozen, at the very least, William retorted. And if you count those who will be killed in the attack, the number will be even higher. But it's also the option with the least casualties overall, Tristan argued. More importantly, monster raids aren't uncommon. The Imperial family won't find it suspicious. For Tristan, the worst-case scenario was the Empire launching a witch hunt around Bornholm. It would be a blatant act of interference in his domain, disgrace the Hearn name, and lead to massive losses in both wealth and lives. Compared to that, a controlled sacrificial raid by Dark Mages was a manageable crisis. If he had to choose, he would rather let the latter happen and cover it up afterward. Even if Grieve City is attacked, it won't be destroyed, he continued. It will be a disaster for the citizens, but at most, we'll be looking at 300 to 400 casualties. And they'll handle the aftermath on their own, even without our support. Are you even aware that those 300 to 400 people are Hearn citizens? William's voice was cold. You claim to be aiming for the position of the next head of the house, yet you're willing to hand over our people as sacrifices. If the Imperial family learns about the Dark Mages, those same citizens could be burned alive by the Imperial guards, Tristan replied, unfazed. Would you rather see them die at the hands of their own ruler, or at least meet a more dignified end at the hands of monsters? A pointless death at the Empire's hands, or an unfortunate but inevitable loss, Tristan clearly saw a distinction. William clenched his teeth, his rage barely contained. In that case, I'll take my mercenaries and stop them myself. You will not. Not even a small group of mercenaries. Are you that afraid of the imperial family? No, Tristan said firmly. I won't let you go because it's you. I won't send you into danger. For a moment, William wondered if he had misheard. Did his past self and Tristan share some kind of brotherly bond? You are a Hearn, Tristan continued. As a member of the ducal family, how could you recklessly put yourself in harm's way? Never forget the blood that flows through your veins. You must tread carefully and choose your path wisely. The illusion shattered in an instant. William exhaled sharply and rubbed his temple, irritation building. So he's a noble supremacist to the core. He had seen men like this in his past life. Those who believed noble blood alone commanded respect, who insisted even mortal enemies deserved courtesy if they were of high birth. The same people who would execute a commoner for the slightest offense but spare a noble even after they had burned entire territories to the ground. The Hearn bloodline carries a weight of its own, Tristan pressed on. Those who rule must always make difficult decisions. They must weigh lives on a scale and make the necessary sacrifices. Do not let trivial sentimentality lead you to throw your own life away. Though the words were spoken with concern, William could feel a boiling rage rising in his chest. Tristan was saying that William's single life was worth more than those 300 to 400 innocent people. But in his past life, William had always been one of those disposable lives. Suppressing his anger, William met Tristan's gaze directly and spoke in a firm, unwavering voice. Apologies, but I can't accept that. I'm going. Are you going to invoke the duty of a noble? Tristan sneered. No. I don't care about noble duties. William took a deep breath and, for the first time since his rebirth, spoke the words he had long held in his heart. Words formed not from a noble's perspective, but from that of an ordinary man. If you can't protect those who serve you, then you have no right to rule them. Tristan's face twisted in shock. William's words had struck at the very foundation of aristocratic ideology. Tristan clenched his teeth and glared at William, his voice rising with barely contained fury. You've read too many hero stories. You're so lost in self-righteous delusions that you've completely abandoned reality. Are you seriously suggesting we gamble with the fate of the family based on your ridiculous sense of morality? Yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting, William replied without hesitation. What? Tristan's breath caught in his throat. Brother, you're pathetic. The single, cutting remark left Tristan momentarily speechless. There would be no legal repercussions for his decision. It wouldn't tarnish his standing as a successor candidate. It wouldn't even cause any real damage to his authority. And yet, it was nothing more than a subjective distinction of dignity and disgrace imposed by his foolish younger brother. That was all it was. And yet, that single remark, so meaningless, so inconsequential, burned his pride to cinders. You dare! Before he even realized it, his hand had reached for the sword at his waist. But before the blade could leave its sheath, a figure stepped between them. Compose yourself, first young master, Raymond said, standing firm. Step aside. This has nothing to do with you. Tristan barked. I serve under the Grand Duke's command as third young master's personal guard. If you lay a hand on him, you go against not only my duty but also the will of the Grand Duke himself, Raymond warned. Tristan ground his teeth in frustration. He knew better than anyone that fighting Raymond was a lost cause. Not only was the Black Lion a warrior beyond his reach, but the knight's warning was no empty threat. Tristan's grip on his sword trembled for a moment, then loosened. Fine, he spat. Take your mercenaries. Do whatever you want with them. But you will bear full responsibility for your decision. I intended to from the start, William replied flatly, not even sparing a glance back as he strode out of the office. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the room, William glanced at Raymond. "Why did you stop him?" he asked. "I could have handled it myself. My duty is to protect you, regardless of whether you could handle it or not. Failing to prevent a potential threat would be a dereliction of that duty," Raymond stated matter-of-factly. Then, after a brief pause, he lowered his voice and added, "And besides." He glanced around to ensure no one was listening before continuing. "I also found the first young master's logic to be rather disgraceful." Pfft! William couldn't hold back his laughter. Until now, he had assumed Raymond was just a stiff, duty-bound knight. But it seemed there was a bit of wit hidden beneath that disciplined exterior. "So, what's your plan now, third young master?" Raymond asked. William, still grinning, answered without hesitation. "Didn't I already say? Gather Hugo and the remaining Black Lions. We're heading to Grieve City." His smile turned razor-sharp. "And unlike my dear brother, we're going in style." At the edge of the Yellow Forest, near Grieve City, two figures loomed in the dim light filtering through the trees. One was a middle-aged man clad in a tattered black robe. The other, a younger figure, had a faded hood drawn over his head. The robed man, Jude, spoke first, his voice laced with unsettling amusement. "Ah, this is nice. It's been a while since I felt so saturated with mana. The fools in the Imperial Liberation Army are more useful than I expected." "Imperial Liberation Army," the younger mage, Colin, corrected. "Not Imperial Army. There's a big difference. Who cares what the sponsors call themselves?" Jude chuckled. "You young mages always fuss over meaningless details. Or is that an astromancy school thing? Always peering at the stars and fretting over every little point of light." Colin suppressed a shiver. Jude's laughter alone made his skin crawl, as if the sound itself were seeping into his flesh. "So this is what a dark mage feels like in person." Colin had heard plenty of stories, but none of them had prepared him for the sheer wrongness emanating from the man beside him. He had first met Jude through an introduction from the Imperial Liberation Army. At the time, he had been given no choice in the matter. The Liberation Army had been protecting him from the Empire's pursuit, he wasn't in a position to refuse them. At first, he had thought it was just a temporary arrangement. A few weeks at most. But then Jude had begun demanding live sacrifices. Colin had no deep knowledge of the Beasthood school of magic, but even he knew that any magic requiring blood payment was unmistakably black magic. At that point, he had confronted Jude directly. You're a dark mage, aren't you?" "Yes. And you're just admitting it?" "Of course. Does my honesty surprise you?" Jude hadn't even attempted to deny it. He had laughed and admitted it outright, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Now that you know, what will you do? Tell them about me?" "Of course I will. Even if the Empire is after me, working with a dark mage. That would be troublesome," Jude had mused, his voice utterly calm. "That means I'd have to kill you before you could tell anyone." What? "It's only practical. If the others found out, they'd turn on me first. And considering your combat skills, well." The moment Jude had raised his hand, crimson mana pooling in his palm, Colin had known he was one word away from death. The force gathering at Jude's fingertips wasn't a reinforcement spell like a knight's, it was an external projection, a proper mage's technique. Had he fired it, Colin's stomach would have been left with nothing but a gaping hole. "But there's no need for that," Jude had said, smiling coldly. "As long as you keep quiet, I see no reason to kill you." "Then, what do you want from me?" "Nothing much. Just a simple mana oath." "A mana oath. A magical contract that permanently halved one's magic power the moment its terms were broken." Colin had had no choice but to accept. Fortunately, the terms had been simple. Just cast a spell for me when I ask. At the time, it had seemed like a trivial price to pay. But now. Jude turned to him, his eyes glinting with dark amusement. Well then, shall we begin the attack? I've gathered every controllable beast I could find. Securing the sacrifices won't be difficult. What? Colin blanched. Wait, the Grieve attack was only supposed to be a diversion. That's their plan, not mine, Jude said, waving him off. I'm just here to collect my share and leave. What happens after that is their problem. Colin stared at him in horror. Had Jude been planning this all along? His gaze darted to the dark mage's hand, where crimson mana was already swirling to life. And suddenly, he remembered the mana oath. Wait. The spell you want me to cast? Exactly, Jude said, grinning. I need you to fire off one big blast. Just enough to clear the way for my adorable pets. You lunatic. Colin's vision swam. He wasn't just being forced to help, he was about to actively assist in an attack on a city. If he did this, he wouldn't just be an enemy of the Empire. He'd be an enemy of everyone. And there would be no escape. What, exactly was he looking at? Raymond found himself recalling the events from 3 days ago, still struggling to process them. After a heated argument with Tristan, William had led the mercenaries toward Grieve City. There's intelligence suggesting the enemy might stage a feint attack on Grieve. Everyone, gather up. We're moving out. The mercenaries, many of whom had never even glimpsed a platinum coin in their lives, grumbled but obeyed nonetheless. They had already witnessed William's capabilities firsthand, and more importantly, they knew that if things got messy, he would compensate them generously. Raymond had been impressed by how effortlessly William commanded them. But what followed had left him utterly dumbfounded. If the enemy really does attack, I'll tell you where to fall back. Otherwise, just take turns standing guard and don't slack off. A strategy that was so relaxed it bordered on recklessness. Raymond had assumed they would be preparing for an assault. Instead, William was treating the whole thing like a minor inconvenience. What was even the point of bringing mercenaries if he wasn't going to use them properly? Third Prince, even if we're not fortifying defenses, shouldn't we at least increase security? We already did. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about proper military positioning. The attack is supposed to happen in 3 days. William had simply chuckled at Raymond's exasperation. We're dealing with scattered bands of mercenaries. Even if we forced them into formations, they wouldn't coordinate properly. It'd just lead to confusion. Rather than forcing them into a rigid structure they can't handle, it's better to establish only the bare minimum rules to prevent chaos. Mercenaries are used to that kind of setup anyway. That only works if you can maintain control over them in the heat of battle. As far as I know, Your Highness has never actually commanded troops before. There's a first time for everything. For me, that time just happens to be now. Raymond had let out a deep sigh. William always had a plan. And not only that, he had the confidence and decisiveness to execute it. But commanding soldiers on a battlefield, where blood and flesh were torn apart in an instant, was a different matter entirely. Soldiers are not chess pieces. Even elite warriors, trained to the brink of exhaustion, sometimes fail to follow orders under the horrors of war. Expecting mercenaries, who lacked discipline, to act differently was wishful thinking at best. Morale was built on 3 pillars: training, trust in one's comrades, and confidence in victory. William's forces had none of these. They've never trained together. They'll split over the slightest dispute about payment. And they have no clue about the enemy they're about to face. If panic set in, the entire formation could collapse under its own weight. The only silver lining was that the mercenaries wouldn't dare flee. They all knew that if William died, Duke Sigmund would hunt down every last one of them and tear them to pieces. That alone would keep them from running. If things fall apart, I'll take command and salvage what I can. The third prince will learn an expensive lesson from this. At the very least, the dark sorcerer had no idea the mercenaries had moved into Grieve. The enemy would likely assume the city was unguarded and send monsters for a quick raid. If the mercenaries didn't scatter like headless chickens, they could hold the line. That had been Raymond's plan. He had waited. And waited. Only to realize that all his worries had been for nothing. You idiots. What the hell are you standing around for? Move unless you want to die. Keep your distance from the guy next to you. Or do you want a hole in your gut? Do I have to kick you in the ass to make you move? If a line starts to break, reinforce it. William was everywhere at once, barking orders as he weaved through the chaos. The mercenaries were undisciplined, a ragtag band of individuals with no cohesion as a unit. And yet, William handled them as if they were an extension of his own limbs. Commands flew rapidly, and though the mercenaries looked bewildered, they followed without hesitation. Hugo, fighting among them, found himself marveling at his master's ability. He's not even giving them time to think. He's completely overwhelming them with orders while making sure he's right there in the fray, overseeing everything. With William so directly involved, refusing his commands was simply not an option. And it didn't end there. KRGH. It's climbing. Slash. The moment a gnoll's claws reached over the low wall, William's sword flashed. Blood sprayed as the creature tumbled back, its chest split open. Without missing a beat, William turned and smacked the mercenary beside him hard across the face. Smack. You idiot. I told you to stay focused. Do you want to die? Sorry, sir. Shut up and hold the line. You won't get a second chance. The mercenary, barely recovering from the slap, was shoved back into position. William had done this more than once already, rushing to weak points, stepping in at the last possible moment to reinforce failing defenses. He moved so efficiently that even the Black Lions, who had been positioned to plug breaches, found themselves standing idle. Hugo's grip tightened on his sword as he watched. He's seeing everything at once. In this chaos, he knows exactly where the cracks are forming and what kind of support is needed. A sudden guttural screech snapped him out of his thoughts. Croc. Hugo barely had time to react before a kobold lunged from below. He swung reflexively, cutting a deep gash into its chest. The creature crumpled, thrashing weakly before going still. Hugo exhaled sharply. If he had hesitated for even a second, he would have been the one bleeding out on the ground. I lost focus for just a moment, and this is what happens. His heart pounded. He had seen his fair share of violence in the underworld. Killing and being hunted were nothing new to him. But this was different. This was a storm of chaos, where killing was not personal, just a means of survival. If he lost his grip on reality, even for an instant, he would be swallowed whole. Hugo. You still breathing? Or did you piss yourself already? William's voice cut through the din of battle. Hugo couldn't help but laugh. Yes. Still alive. I can fight for hours yet. Good. If you're going to be a knight, you better get used to this. Hearing you say that, I think I already have. Don't get cocky. Stay alive first, then brag later. That's a strange way of putting it. Laughter erupted from the surrounding mercenaries. Hugo blinked in surprise, realizing only now that the battle was practically over. The bodies of fallen monsters lay scattered across the battlefield, and the few remaining enemies were desperately clawing their way forward in blind fury. But the tide had turned. Victory was already sealed. Duke Sigmund sat in his office, meticulously reviewing the report in front of him. Standing before him, William and Tristan waited in silence, their expressions unreadable as they awaited his judgment. After a long moment, the Duke set the report down with a soft thud and turned his gaze toward Tristan. Tristan. Yes, father, Tristan answered, his voice composed but wary. "You've always been quick in making decisions," the Duke said, his tone even. "When something needed to be severed, you never hesitated. You always cut without delay. But sometimes, decisiveness turns into recklessness." Tristan remained silent. "I have always been concerned about that tendency of yours," the Duke continued. "There were times when you didn't choose the best option, you merely settled for the lesser evil. But the lesser evil is not always the right choice." A shadow fell over Tristan's face as he dipped his head slightly. The message was clear. His handling of recent events had been less than ideal. The Duke studied his eldest son for a moment before speaking again. "Sacrificing the few for the sake of the many, I won't say that is inherently wrong. But sacrifice is not always the answer. Sometimes, you must set aside the scales and think with your heart. Not everything can be measured and weighed." "I will take your words to heart," Tristan said, his voice low. The Duke nodded before shifting his gaze to William. "William," he said, his tone notably softer. A rare sight, his usually severe expression relaxed, even if only slightly. "You did well," he said simply. "You protected the territory, safeguarded the people, and in the process, ensured that the noble house suffered no losses. There is nothing more I could ask for." "You flatter me," William replied lightly. "After spending so much of the family's wealth, I had to deliver some results." The Duke scoffed. "Gold is of little consequence. What matters is that the return on your investment far exceeded the cost. As the one who funded your actions, I have no complaints. However." The pride in his expression faded slightly, a hint of something more troubled creeping in. "One thing does concern me," he admitted. "You knew about the mage's existence, and yet, you made no effort to conceal it." William stiffened. So it wasn't just Tristan overreacting. If even the Duke found fault with this, then just how much does the imperial family despise mages? William had always known that the imperial court viewed magic with hostility. Ever since the chaos of past wars, mages had begun reappearing in the world, and the imperial family had reacted violently to their presence. And yet, for all their hatred, they had been forced to tolerate magic. The usefulness of spellcasters was undeniable, and the empire's hold on power had weakened over the years. In William's eyes, it had seemed like nothing more than begrudging discontent. But now, hearing both Tristan and the Duke voice the same concerns, it had to be something more. Had he underestimated just how deep that hatred ran? He would have to factor that in moving forward. Still, the Duke continued, shaking his head, "There's no use dwelling on what didn't happen. The outcome was favorable, and there's no point reprimanding you for something that never came to pass. Just, in the future, even if you don't go to the lengths your brother would, it would be wise to exercise some discretion when it comes to mages." "I understand," William replied. "Good." The Duke leaned back. "You must both be exhausted. Go and rest. I will handle the remaining matters." "Yes, father," both brothers said in unison, bowing slightly before stepping out of the office. The moment the door shut behind them, they turned to face each other. One wore a victorious smirk. The other, the look of bitter defeat. No words were exchanged. There was no need for them. Anyone who saw them at that moment would know, who had won, and who had lost. Moments later, they turned their backs on each other and walked away in opposite directions. Edwin let out a slow sigh as he read over the sealed letter in his hands. He had expected good news. Instead, the contents of the report were the opposite. How will His Grace take this? Duke Sigmund had been dealing with one problem after another lately. If this report only added to his frustrations, then. Edwin exhaled again before knocking on the Duke's office door. "Your Grace, it's Edwin. Enter." The response came far too cheerfully. That was odd. Edwin hesitated for a brief moment before stepping inside. His instincts were correct. The Duke, usually a man of measured composure, was smiling, and rather deeply at that. Something happened. Did something good occur, Your Grace? Edwin asked carefully. The Duke's response was to hand him another document. Read this, he said. Edwin scanned the contents quickly, his eyes widening in shock. Third young master, accomplished all of this. Impressive, isn't it? The Duke mused. I always knew he had a way with words, but I never imagined he could handle negotiations so flawlessly. The negotiations were indeed remarkable, Edwin agreed. But what stands out even more is the battle at Grieve City. Even if it was a small-scale engagement, his battlefield leadership was flawless. The Duke chuckled. I never knew he had such talent for military command. It seems it's something he was born with. Of course, he's still an unpolished gem, he'll need experience, but the potential is undeniable. Edwin nodded. This was no mere father's bias. For someone's first military engagement to go this smoothly, it wasn't just talent. It was something more. Of course, Edwin noted, this will be quite a blow to the first young master. According to this report, it seems he narrowly avoided making a critical mistake. That's for the best, the Duke said, unconcerned. Frankly, Tristan had been growing overconfident lately. His previous achievements, combined with the lack of real competition, had shielded him from criticism for too long. While William had been untested and the second son lacked influence, Tristan had risen largely unchallenged. And the result? A slow but dangerous shift into arrogance. So in a way, this was a blessing in disguise. It's a chance for him to reflect, the Duke continued. Now that he's faced his own misjudgment, he can either learn from it, or ignore it entirely. That choice is his. If it's the first young master, Edwin mused, he will surely confront his mistakes. He may have drifted recently, but he is an intelligent man. The Duke smiled. We'll see. I certainly hope so. Now then, what is it? Edwin hesitated. The news he was about to deliver could very well shatter the Duke's rare good mood. A sealed letter from His Majesty, the Emperor, Edwin finally said. The Emperor? It isn't good news. You should see for yourself. Edwin handed over the already unsealed letter without hesitation. Ordinarily, no retainer would ever dare to open an imperial letter before their lord. Such an act would be unthinkable, borderline treasonous. But Edwin was different. For him alone, Duke Sigmund made an exception. Unconcerned, the Duke unfolded the letter and began to read. And then. That bastard. His face twisted into a deep scowl, and he crushed the letter in his grip. Bernhard, that damnable snake. Always lands on his feet, doesn't he? So long as he finances the suppression effort, his past transgressions will be forgiven. He's buying his way out of treason. What a cheap price to pay. It won't come without consequences, Edwin pointed out. Krefeld is one of the most powerful vassal states under the Empire. The cost of putting down their rebellion will be astronomical, enough to cripple his finances and weaken his external influence. But not his political authority, Sigmund said, his voice cold. He'll still walk around the imperial court with his head held high. No matter how much money he loses, his power in court remains untouched. The Duke exhaled sharply, pressing his fingers against his temple before sinking into his chair. He understood why the Emperor needed the support. The rebellion was urgent, and the situation demanded resources. But some things, some people, were worth eliminating, even at great cost. The Emperor he had once sworn loyalty to would have known that. Yet here he was, making deals with traitors. Is this about money, or is this about the succession crisis? Sigmund muttered. He's still clinging to the first prince. He has always insisted that maintaining the principle of primogeniture is crucial to imperial authority, Edwin said. It's likely he wants Bernhardt's political backing for that cause. Primogeniture, primogeniture. Sigmund scoffed, shaking his head. At this point, he no longer knew if the emperor even believed in the argument he was making. The entire court had seen it, incident after incident had proven that the first prince was not fit to rule. And yet, the emperor refused to accept it. His lips curled into a bitter smirk. "Does he still mourn the late empress?" he murmured. Edwin remained silent. "Perhaps he once had clarity," Sigmund continued, his voice growing quieter. "But now? I wonder if even he remembers why he clings so desperately to the first prince." The emperor had once been a wise man. He had seen the bigger picture, had understood how to preserve the empire's stability. His one flaw had been his hatred of bloodshed. Because of that, the empire had let opportunities slip through its fingers. Over and over again. And now, perhaps, this was the last opportunity. And he had let it slip away. The duke let out a slow, weary sigh. Silence filled the room. Then, after some hesitation, Edwin spoke again, his voice cautious. "Your Grace. There is one more thing." Sigmund glanced up, frowning. "What now?" "It wasn't included in the letter itself," Edwin explained. "But the messenger who delivered it carried an additional request." "Go on," Sigmund said, bracing himself. "The first prince will be joining the suppression campaign in person," Edwin revealed. Sigmund's expression darkened. "And," Edwin continued, his voice tightening, "His Majesty wishes for one of your sons to accompany him." Upon returning home, William found that his status had shifted dramatically. His position had already been rising at an astonishing pace. But now, it was unshakable. No one, not even Tristan, could deny it. The once wary servants now bowed even deeper as he passed. The knights, once indifferent, now actively sought his favor. Even Hans and Hugo, his closest subordinates, had risen in standing as a result. "It's hilarious," Hans said with a grin. "All these people who used to look down on me now can't even meet my eyes. Feels like all those years of frustration just washed away." "Not everything about this change is pleasant," William pointed out. "I assume the favors and requests have started flooding in." "Of course. But I've turned every single one of them down," Hans said proudly. "Taking handouts from people like that? That's how you get yourself killed." William nodded approvingly. Hans had handled his newfound influence well. Unlike most, he wasn't blinded by ambition. Perhaps it was because he had seen too much of the filth that lurked behind political power. For William, that was a relief. If Hans continued growing at this pace, he could become a reliable aide in the future. Not at the level of Duke Sigmund or Chamberlain Edwin, of course. But even a lesser confidant was valuable. A ruler didn't just need knights and administrators, he needed people who could handle the small, unseen matters. And Hans had that potential. Unlike Hans, however, Hugo's focus was elsewhere. Rather than dwelling on his newfound status, he was wholly dedicated to training. One day, Hugo said, "I'll be fighting at your side, young master. I have to keep my skills sharp. The only thing that bothers me is that my swordsmanship is lacking." "It can't be helped," William said. "You can only learn the lion's sword after officially becoming a knight. For now, you'll have to make do with what you know." Unlike the Lionheart sword, which was reserved for direct bloodline descendants, the lion's sword was open to all knights of the house. But even so, no matter how loyal one was, a man could not learn it unless he was a knight. That was the only condition. William himself found it a bit regrettable. But soon, Hugo's time would come. He would rise. He would earn his knighthood. And for now, the best thing he could do was prepare. William needed to do the same. After making a round through the estate, he set off toward one destination. His goal? To find Swordmaster Eisen. Because soon, he would march onto the battlefield once again. I apologize for the inconvenience. There's no need. Felicia has etiquette lessons today, so I had little else to do. Though Swordmaster Eisen had recently taken on a disciple, that did not mean he was unwilling to instruct others. No matter how talented a student was, a human body could not train 24 hours a day. And in Felicia's case, her time was further divided. She wasn't just learning swordsmanship, but also noble etiquette. If anything, I welcome the distraction, Eisen said with a chuckle. To think I'd have the opportunity to assist the third young master in my spare time. If you ever truly need me, I'd gladly carve time out of my schedule to be here. There was no sarcasm in his tone, only sincerity. Ever since William had introduced him to Felicia, Eisen had felt a deep sense of gratitude toward him. At times, it seemed the swordmaster regarded him with even greater appreciation than he would a savior. I appreciate your words, Sir Eisen, William said. How is Felicia doing these days? Her passion for etiquette matches her passion for the sword, Eisen replied, though there was a slight hint of sadness in his voice. Though I fear her motivation is different. William nodded, understanding at once. She pursues swordsmanship out of pure enjoyment, he said. But etiquette? That stems from the wounds of her past. Eisen let out a sigh, his expression darkening. Indeed. It's as if she's desperate to prove herself, to erase the treatment she once endured. It pains me to see it. It's unavoidable, William said quietly. The fact that she once served as my brother's attendant tells you everything about how she was treated in that house. Her unseen scars run deep. Eisen's lips curled into a cold smile. Then I will ensure that those fools regret ever casting her aside. When the time comes, I will make them weep tears of blood. If they witness her true potential firsthand, perhaps she will find some peace, William said. I look forward to it. For all their talk of noble duty and legacy, the Marquis had discarded one of the greatest sword prodigies in history. Not only as a father or a mentor, but as a swordsman, Eisen had every reason to deliver retribution upon those fools. Still, he shook his head and let out a low chuckle. We've wandered off topic, he mused. Now then, show me what you've learned. Let me see the Lionheart sword. Understood. William took a step forward and executed the full sequence of the Lionheart sword's forms. He was still in the early stages of training, and Eisen would have ordinarily spent more time refining his fundamentals. But there was no need. William's foundations were already solid. Even if Eisen did not correct him, William would have trained himself regardless. And given that half of a sword's effectiveness came from mastering its basics, William had already won half the battle. Now, there was only one issue left to address. I'm finished, William said as he lowered his blade. Eisen remained silent for a long moment, watching with critical eyes. Then, with a deep sigh, he spoke. You, third young master, are blessed. Your mana is pure, your strength is extraordinary, and your awareness in battle is exceptional. Thank you. William said, caught off guard by the sudden praise. The Lionheart sword suits you well, Eisen continued. It is a technique focused on power. While it possesses its share of finesse, its true strength lies in raw destruction. Enhance. William tilted his head slightly. Where was this going? Eisen clasped his hands behind his back, his expression growing serious. So my advice to you is this, do not waste time on excessive technique. Instead, hone your ability to deliver overwhelming, explosive force. William blinked. Sir Eisen, he said carefully. Are you telling me that my technique is so lacking that I should just rely on brute force? Ha ha ha. That wasn't a joke. Ha 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 ha. The swordmaster only laughed harder. But after a moment, he sobered, his expression softening. Do not misunderstand, Eisen said. I mean every word I said. With your physique and strength, most knights will fall before you like autumn leaves. And at the end of the day, there is no single path to swordsmanship's peak. His eyes gleamed with certainty. Some reach it through finesse and technique, he continued. Others, through pure destructive power. William crossed his arms, unimpressed. A swordmaster with no finesse doesn't sound very impressive, he muttered. Eisen simply smiled. You say that now, he mused. But imagine this, if you reach the pinnacle of your strength. He paused. William arched a brow. If I reach it, then what? Eisen met his gaze. Then even the dragons of legend may fall before a single strike of your blade. William blinked. He had expected mocking laughter, a dismissive remark, or even a joke at his expense. But Eisen's gaze was steady. His words, absolute. He was not teasing or exaggerating. He was speaking his truth. William took Eisen's advice to heart. Setting aside the mention of dragons, the core of his mentor's guidance made sense. Mastering finesse and technique took a lifetime, it required natural talent beyond mere effort. But honing raw power? That was something he could control. And the reality was, raw power had its own merits. If his attack speed surpassed his opponent's ability to react. If his strikes carried enough force that blocking became impossible. Then what did it matter if his attacks were simple? There were plenty of times in my past life where I nearly died to attacks like that. Attacks so blatantly telegraphed, and yet so unstoppable that countering them was impossible. Now, it would be his turn to wield such an advantage. With this body, with the power he had now, it was entirely within reach. William exhaled slowly, finishing another cycle of his training routine. Around him, empty potion vials and the scattered remains of alchemical ingredients lay strewn across the floor. He had been consuming elixir of emberlight to accelerate his training, but now, there was a problem. The most critical ingredient, moonlight grass, had been completely depleted. TCH. No choice but to hold off until I can find more. He had pressured multiple merchants for supplies, but they all gave the same answer. It was impossible. The herb was already rare, and demand for it was low, meaning that most traders only kept small stockpiles. And now, every available source in the surrounding territories had been exhausted. William sighed. If only I had access to the complete formula for the elixir. Then I wouldn't need to rely on sheer quantity to compensate. But without it, this was his limit. For now, at least. William felt a deep sense of regret. The elixir he had been consuming was effective, but compared to the original formula, it was nothing more than a diluted substitute. Every drop had been dedicated to strengthening his body, leaving no excess to be shared. He sighed. If he had enough, he would have gladly provided it to his people, but at this rate, there was barely enough for himself. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Young master. William turned to see Han standing at the doorway. With a final glance at the empty vials and scattered remnants of alchemical ingredients, he pushed them aside and rose from his seat. What is it? The Duke has summoned you, Han said, his tone unusually serious. He is calling for a family meeting. It concerns an important matter. A family meeting? William's expression sharpened. Are all the wives attending as well? It seems so. His frown deepened. The last time they had gathered, it had been under the pretense of a casual breakfast. But now, the Duke had called it what it truly was, a family council. It was a declaration that the issue at hand was not just of personal concern to the Duke but a matter that involved the entirety of House Hearn. The implications were clear. William's thoughts raced. There was only one event that fit the timeline, one that he had been preparing for. It was the next major turning point, the first ripple in a tide of history that would reshape the empire. It was too early for the rebellion itself, but if the high-ranking nobles were beginning their preparations, then the timing aligned perfectly. Prepare my attire, William said without hesitation. We leave immediately. His heartbeat quickened, the first time since mastering the Lionheart sword. If his instincts were right, this was a defining moment. By the time he arrived at the ducal estate, nearly all had gathered. 3 brothers. 3 wives. And William, the only one without a living mother. Their gazes met, tension thickening the air between them. Now that everyone is here, take your seats, Sigmund's deep voice cut through the silence, bringing the air of authority only a ruler could wield. Without a word, the gathered family members obeyed. There was no point in delaying the inevitable. Krefeld has rebelled, Sigmund announced. Murmurs of disbelief filled the room. Krefeld? The strongest faction in the East? The very same, the Duke confirmed. They hold the most powerful military among the vassal states. William's hands clenched into fists. Krefeld's rebellion. It wasn't the full collapse of the empire, not yet, but it was the first spark, the beginning of the end. The event that would cripple the imperial family had finally begun. The war has not started yet, Sigmund continued, but it will soon. Krefeld has refused imperial taxation and has issued a military draft. A heavy silence followed. In other words, this is a declaration of war in all but name, someone muttered. Geordie leaned forward, his expression sharp. Krefeld is too powerful for the imperial family to handle alone. Father, I assume you will be leading the suppression force. It was a logical assumption. A rebellion of this scale would require a noble coalition, and the one who commanded it had to be a figure of great trust, or experience, and undeniable authority. If the emperor himself was not leading, the only rightful candidate was Duke Sigmund. No, Sigmund said. It will not be me. Geordie's eyes narrowed. Then who? The first prince will lead the army. The room fell into stunned silence before erupting into exclamations of disbelief. Even the wives turned toward the Duke in shock. The first prince? He has authority, but he has no battlefield experience. If you are not advising him, then surely you will send one of your top generals. No, Sigmund said. The emperor has requested that one of my sons serve under him instead. The realization struck all at once. This was not a military decision. This was a political maneuver. The emperor wanted to force House Herne into an alliance with the first prince, tying them together in the eyes of the nobility. It was a move meant to cement their loyalty, whether they wished it or not. No one in the room wanted this. The first prince's incompetence was no secret. If any of them were sent to fight under him, it would be seen as an endorsement. It would bind them to a sinking ship. Sigmund exhaled. I'll ask only once. Do any of you volunteer? The silence was deafening. Then, a voice broke through. Is there even a need to ask for volunteers? Veronica, with her fiery red hair, an unmistakable mark of her southern heritage, spoke without hesitation. What do you mean? Sigmund asked, turning toward her. Her eyes flickered to William. Isn't it obvious, she said smoothly. Send the third son. Sigmund narrowed his eyes at Veronica's sudden interference. Madam, I asked for a volunteer, not a recommendation. What do you think you're doing? This isn't a recommendation, Veronica replied smoothly, unfazed by the Duke's sharp tone. It's a process of elimination. There's only one reasonable choice left. Just think about it. Despite the rebuke, she remained composed, standing gracefully and fanning herself as if merely stating the obvious. This rebellion isn't some battlefield where the boys can be sent to gain experience. Anyone going must have fought at least once before. That alone eliminates the second and fourth sons. Sigmund frowned as if he wanted to argue, but after a moment, he gave a slight nod. It was true. A rebellion wasn't a simple skirmish. There would be no guaranteed safety, and even if his sons weren't meant to be on the front lines, unpredictable circumstances always arose. Whoever was sent needed at least some experience handling live combat. But if that's the case, then the first son should be a candidate as well. Tristan has just returned from Bornholm on your orders, Veronica countered. It's too soon to send him away again. Not to mention, he's already far ahead of the others in accumulating merit. Accumulated merit alone is hardly a sufficient reason. Oh, but it is, she said, eyes glinting. Think carefully. Do you really want the Emperor's favored heir to associate too closely with the leading candidate for the next Duke of Herne? Sigmund's expression darkened. Even if Tristan and the first prince become close, it won't impact his claim to the duchy. That's not the issue, Veronica said, shaking her head. The problem is perception. What if His Majesty gets the wrong idea? That would cause far more trouble than it's worth. Sigmund's scowl deepened. She had struck a nerve. Was the Emperor already considering Tristan as the next duke? The thought was aggravating. The Emperor was the ruler of the empire, yes, but the Herne family was his to govern, not the Emperor's. I make the decisions in this house, he said firmly. The Emperor may rule the empire, but I rule Herne. That will not change. Of course, dear, Veronica said, her voice laced with sweetness. No one here doubts that. But the Emperor, well, you've seen how he's been lately. We both know he's been overstepping. A heavy silence fell over the room. No one could argue against that. Even this very meeting existed because of an unreasonable demand from the Emperor. There was no guarantee this would be the last. If His Majesty is trying to secure a future for the first prince, he'll want to tie him to Herne, Veronica continued. Most of the sons won't matter, but Tristan. If Tristan goes, it could convince the court that he is aligning himself with the first prince. And if that happened, it wouldn't just be a misunderstanding. The Emperor could try to influence Herne's succession, throwing external support behind Tristan's claim. Sigmund clenched his jaw. He could push back, of course. He could correct the misunderstanding. But doing so might strain his relationship with the Emperor beyond repair. It does make sense, Veronica pressed. Send the third son instead. I also think William would be the best choice, one of the other wives hesitantly agreed. I concur, the last added quickly. Sigmund's expression twisted in barely restrained frustration. It was true that William was the most practical choice, but this had nothing to do with logic. It was obvious what was really happening. They weren't just choosing William, they were trying to sabotage him. This wasn't about safeguarding Tristan's position or avoiding imperial entanglements. It was about sending William away from the family, away from Herne, and into a dangerous battlefield. Sigmund's temper flared. You! Before he could unleash his fury, another voice interrupted. You're absolutely right. Who else but me could take on this task? Please send me, Father. The room fell silent. Every head turned toward William, eyes wide in disbelief. Sigmund recovered first, staring at his son as if he had lost his mind. William, do you understand what you're saying? Of course, William replied calmly. You need someone to lead our forces and support the first prince in suppressing the rebellion. I volunteer for that role. That's, well, yes, but... Sigmund faltered. There were plenty of reasons why sending William was a bad idea, but he was the one who had presented this dilemma in the first place. How could he now turn around and say no? And beyond that, one of his sons had to go. William smiled. There's no need to worry. I understand the situation completely. I won't make the mistake of getting too close to the first prince. You can rest assured. The reactions around the room grew even more bewildered. He knew. He understood the political risks, the hidden motives, the dangers, and yet, he was still volunteering. Veronica eyed him warily. What are you planning? Planning? William gave a bemused look. Now that's odd. Weren't you the one who suggested I go? You're suspicious of your own choice. Her jaw clenched, but she had no rebuttal. She had wanted him gone, but now that he was agreeing too easily, she was second-guessing herself. William turned back to his father. As you can see, I am the most qualified choice. Sending Tristan could create complications with the Emperor. Geordie and Joshua have no battlefield experience. That only leaves me. Is that all? Sigmund's voice had cooled slightly, but his eyes were sharp. There is one more thing, William admitted. If I am to go, I request full authority over my forces. Sigmund frowned. You'll already be acting as my representative. That alone gives you full authority. What more could you want? William met his gaze without hesitation. No hidden supervisors. No advisors given to me under the pretense of guidance. If I am to lead, I will lead. Sigmund went silent. Because William had struck right at the heart of the matter. Sigmund had indeed considered assigning an advisor to accompany William. It was only natural. How could he entrust full military authority to a boy who had yet to see 20? War was unforgiving. A single misjudgment could cost lives, territory, or even his son's own head. A responsible overseer was necessary, someone who could provide counsel and, in the worst-case scenario, take control if things went awry. They would only intervene in a critical situation, Sigmund finally said. Unless you make a severe mistake, command will remain in your hands. So, if deemed necessary, my command can still be revoked, William observed. Only in an emergency. And the one who determines that emergency, would be the advisor. Sigmund's frown deepened. Whoever is assigned will have far more experience than you. Are you saying you wouldn't trust their judgment? Though the Duke's tone was heavy with disapproval, William remained unshaken. This isn't a matter of trust. It's a matter of authority. As the commander, I must have the right to override any advisor's orders. It cannot be the other way around. Sigmund let out a dry chuckle. The request was bold, reckless even. Young men, especially those seeking to prove themselves, were known for their impulsiveness. They chased glory, overestimated their abilities, and too often made the kind of foolish decisions that got them and their men killed. If William truly held full authority, there was no telling what might happen. But rejecting the request outright wasn't so simple. William had volunteered despite knowing his brothers and their mothers were trying to set him up for failure. If Sigmund denied him this as well, it would appear as if he, too, was throwing his son to the wolves. Sending another son instead wasn't an option either. None of them would willingly go, and forcing them would only create further conflict. With no better alternative, Sigmund sighed and gave a slow nod. Fine. You will have full authority. Thank you, father. But, Sigmund added firmly, given your lack of experience, you will still be assigned an advisor. Whether you heed his counsel or not is up to you, but do not dismiss it carelessly. William smiled. Of course. The other family members also seemed satisfied. They had assumed William's insistence on full authority came from a reckless desire for glory, that he was simply another young fool blinded by ambition. They're not entirely wrong, William mused. He did seek recognition, and he did intend to do something bold. The only difference was that unlike a fool, he had no intention of failing. They would come to realize that soon enough. The campaign begins in 2 months, Sigmund had said. Once you leave, you will not return until the rebellion is quelled. Use this time wisely. William smirked at the thought. 2 months was an exceedingly generous timeline. Back in his past life, when the age of chaos had fully taken hold, wars didn't afford such luxuries. Armies weren't built up carefully over months, soldiers were conscripted overnight, supplies were stolen rather than secured, and battle began before one could even consider the logistics. This is the last war that will follow the old ways, William thought. The Krefeld Rebellion was more than just a crisis for the empire. It was the beginning of the collapse of order itself. After this, betrayals would become commonplace, dishonor would be expected, and war would be waged with no regard for tradition or strategy, only desperation. William had no delusions about preventing that future. The fall of the empire was inevitable. What he could do, however, was buy time. I need more preparation before the chaos truly begins. The era of lawless warfare was coming, and when it did, William would not face it as a powerless noble caught in the storm. He would face it as a ruler, standing above the storm. He was about to leave for another meeting with Hugo and Hans when an unexpected voice stopped him. Deep in thought, I see. What kind of scheme are you cooking up this time? William turned to see Geordie approaching, his gaze sharp. Brother? You look far too pleased with yourself for someone who just got saddled with supporting the first prince in a rebellion. William tilted his head with a sly smile. Well, some people see crisis as an opportunity. Others can only see it as a crisis. Geordie didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he studied William for a long moment before saying coldly. Do you know what the term cadet branch means? William blinked. A noble house splitting off to form its own family line, correct? Surely, you don't think I'm an idiot? Geordie didn't laugh. You understand the term. But do you understand what it truly means? His gaze was unwavering, filled with something deeper than mere curiosity, something closer to suspicion. Cadet branches are nothing but parasites, he continued. They abandon their claim to the main family, yet still leech off its name, its wealth, its influence. William raised an eyebrow. They claim legitimacy by blood, take with entitlement, and steal away loyal retainers under the pretense of personal connections. They pretend to be self-made, but everything they achieve is stolen from the lineage that birthed them. His voice grew bitter, seething with something that sounded almost personal. They claim what is not theirs. They use their noble blood to justify why they should be crowned, and they demand inheritance that was never meant for them. If that's not thievery, what is? William listened quietly as Geordie hurled one insult after another at those who sought to branch off from their family. Geordie hated cadet branches. William could guess why. You certainly sound passionate about this, William remarked dryly. But I fail to see why you're bringing it up to me. Geordie's expression didn't change. The first prince is a dangerous connection. If things go south, you'll be the first to be discarded. You must realize that. I do. Then why aren't you worried? Geordie's hand suddenly shot out, gripping William's shoulder. It wasn't painful, but there was an undeniable weight behind it. He leaned in and whispered, Listen to me, William. You are a Hearn. I am a Hearn. Our brothers are Hearns. We live and die with Hearn. If you fail, you fall with us. That is the only fate allowed. Do not dream of plucking feathers from this house to build wings of your own. Geordie released him, pushing him back slightly as he turned to walk away. Before disappearing around the corner, he left one final remark. You either take everything, or you lose everything. There is no in-between. William watched him go, a small smirk playing on his lips. Damn, he muttered to himself, shaking his head. His instincts are terrifyingly sharp. The greatest power of nobility came from their blood itself. The purer the lineage, the stronger the claim to authority. And when it came to the House of Hearn, whose bloodline was entwined with the imperial family itself, such a truth was undeniable. William was well aware of this. He even had a claim to the imperial throne, though it would only matter if the royal bloodline were ever to be extinguished. Unlikely, of course. But in times of chaos, even remote possibilities could become reality. The privileges granted by his lineage were overwhelming. His nobility, inherited by birthright, was perhaps the most valuable asset in his possession. And on top of that, while he lacked direct power, even his maternal family traced its roots back to the northern royal bloodline. If I had enough personal strength and a compelling justification, I could claim rulership at any time. William recalled his earlier conversation with Geordie and let out a dry chuckle. Take nothing with you. If I can't become the head of the house, let's fall together. What a ridiculous notion. That won't do, brother. With such a golden road laid out before me, why would I refuse to walk it? He understood Geordie's unease. Unlike William, Geordie's maternal family had only risen to nobility 3 generations ago from a merchant background. If he lost in the competition for succession, he would never have another chance to stand on the same stage again. Perhaps it was natural that he was nervous upon realizing that William, whom he had considered an equal, was showing signs of complete independence. But from William's perspective, there was no reason to abide by Geordie's rules. I will use what I have, and you will use what you have. That's how the world works, isn't it? A place that is maddeningly unfair and irrational. In his past life, William had been crushed beneath that unfairness. Geordie, on the other hand, had thrived above it, competing with his siblings from a position of privilege. Now, their circumstances had reversed. William felt no sympathy. Over the next 2 months, William focused solely on training his body. If he was to enter the battlefield, no amount of preparation could be considered excessive. Fortunately, his training was centered around raw destructive power rather than intricate technique, making the process simpler. And the results were satisfying. Boom! The air cracked apart with each strike, and William smiled with satisfaction. He still had a long way to go compared to what Eisen had demonstrated, but in terms of sheer destructive force, he was second to none. If he were to fight his past self now, he could end the battle in a single clash. Unless I face a renowned knight, the moment my sword meets theirs, the fight will be over. That is, as long as his weapon could endure the force. William's gaze darkened as he recalled his recently shattered sword. It had been a fine blade, one he had been reluctant to part with. Since he had justified it as necessary supplies for his mission, he could request a replacement. But whether he would receive one of equal quality was another matter entirely. Wait a moment. I'm heading to war, aren't I? If he played this right, he might even get something better. A battlefield assignment was far more significant than his previous mission. Surely, that meant he could justify requesting superior equipment. There's nothing to lose. Might as well ask. Young master. The Grand Duke has arrived. William, lost in thought, snapped his head up at Hans's urgent call. What? Father? He barely had time to collect himself before Grand Duke Sigmund stepped into the training ground. Father, There's no need for formalities in private. It's good to see you training. Sigmund's eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he took in William's sweat-drenched form. Then, with a firm clap of his hands, servants entered, carrying something in their arms. A gift has arrived for you, and I came to deliver it personally. A gift. William's eyes widened as he took in the sight before him, armor and a sword. Do they meet your expectations? William instinctively nodded. It was unmistakable. That sword was exceptional. As he stood mesmerized, Sigmund chuckled and handed the blade to him. Draw it. Are you sure? A warrior must personally confirm the sharpness of his own weapon. Bowing his head slightly at his father's words, William grasped the hilt and drew the sword. The blade slid free with an almost imperceptible sound. William ran his fingers along its edge. The weight was perfectly balanced, and the sharpness was undeniable. This is an incredible blade. It's not ordinary steel, is it? I had adamantium mixed into it. Not a large amount, but enough to ensure it won't break easily, no matter how rough the handling. William's eyes widened. Adamantium. The king of all metals, the strongest material known to man. Even the tiniest trace of it drastically increased a weapon's durability. Because of its rarity and astronomical cost, William had never even dreamed of possessing such an item in his past life. "Your eyes are as wide as a rabbit's," Sigmund mused, amused. Anyone would react the same upon hearing adamantium was used. "Are you certain I can accept this?" "Of course. You're heading into battle in my stead. If your weapon were subpar and put you in danger, it would be disgraceful. Besides..." Sigmund trailed off and signaled to the servants. With practiced movements, they set down the armor and its display stand. A suit of armor, masterfully crafted, lay before William, white and blue blending seamlessly in a design that was both elegant and imposing. "In battle, armor is more important than a weapon," Sigmund said, his voice steady. "Take this along with your sword." William's fingers ran across the polished surface, tracing the subtle engravings that hinted at the craftsmanship behind it. The more he examined it, the more impressed he became. But something was off. "It looks exceptional," William admitted, "but it's just the breastplate. Where's the rest?" Sigmund didn't answer right away. Instead, he stepped forward and personally helped William into the armor. The metal felt unnaturally light against his frame, but there was an undeniable strength to it. William had barely finished fastening the straps when Sigmund spoke again. "Now, circulate your mana." William blinked. "Here. Now." "You don't need to go through a full circulation," Sigmund clarified. "Just channel some energy to the center of your chest." William hesitated. Why was his father asking him to do this? It was just a breastplate. What would mana circulation do? Still, he complied. The moment his mana gathered at the core of the armor, the metal shifted. SHHRK. William's breath caught as the breastplate expanded. The transformation was instant. Segments of armor unfolded like liquid steel, flowing across his body. Metal wrapped around his arms, legs, fingers, even his head. Yet despite its rapid expansion, it moved seamlessly. Not once did it catch on his skin or hair. In less than 10 seconds, the simple breastplate had become a full suit of armor. A mage armor. William muttered the words under his breath, stunned. This wasn't just any enchanted armor. A mage armor, one of the rarest, most advanced creations of the imperial court. A masterpiece that required both the emperor's approval and the expertise of the palace's greatest mages. In his past life, he had seen it only once, worn by the captain of the imperial guard in the heart of the capital. Never had he imagined owning one. "This belonged to the second head of House Hearn," Sigmund said, watching William's expression closely. "It was a personal gift from the emperor of that time. A rare treasure, though an early model. Its performance isn't as refined as the later versions, but it's still a fine piece. We have newer armors now, so this one has remained unused. You might as well take it." William exhaled sharply. Even if it's an older version, it's still a mage armor. Even among the finest suits of armor, it would rank at the top. Sigmund shrugged, acting as if it were nothing. William wasn't fooled. This wasn't an ordinary piece of equipment. A mage armor wasn't the kind of thing a noble handed over casually, no matter how many treasures the Hearn family had accumulated over the years. Normally, something of this value would only be given during a formal succession ceremony. Sigmund was downplaying its worth on purpose. William narrowed his eyes. "You look overwhelmed," Sigmund noted. "Why? Aren't you pleased?" "I am," William admitted, still running a gloved hand over the enchanted metal. "But, isn't this too much? This is just a rebellion. And yet, I'm being given an adamantium sword and a mage armor." Sigmund's expression shifted. For the first time since the conversation began, he looked serious. "You're right." William hadn't expected him to agree so easily. Something was wrong. Sigmund's fingers tapped absently against his wrist, his thoughts elsewhere. No matter how strong Krefeld may be among the vassal states, it's still insignificant compared to the empire, he said slowly. A rebellion from them should be nothing more than a minor disturbance. And yet. William waited. Sigmund exhaled. I can't shake this unease. William's mind sharpened. His father was not the type of man to voice concerns without reason. If he was feeling this way, then something was truly amiss. Do you suspect something? William asked. Sigmund shook his head. No. It's just a feeling. A pause. Some might call it nonsense, but every time something catastrophic was about to happen, I felt the same way. William remained silent. His father's intuition was rarely wrong. And yet, something else weighed on Sigmund's mind. His gaze locked onto William's, sharp and unreadable. Your request for full command over your forces, it's been bothering me as well. William tensed. Sigmund's stare didn't waver. You weren't asking because you wanted glory. His voice was calm, yet piercing. You looked like a man who had already accepted the risks, and was merely seeking permission to walk into them. William kept his expression neutral. I'm not a seer, father. I can't predict the future. Sigmund studied him for a moment longer. Then, finally, he sighed and nodded. Of course. Regardless, it's never a bad thing to be well prepared before heading into battle. Keep the armor and use it wisely. And remember, this isn't a loan. It's a gift. You don't need to return it. William exhaled slowly. Thank you, father. I will never forget this. Forget it, Sigmund snorted. We are father and son. Just come back alive. That's all I ask. His gaze darkened slightly. And don't take unnecessary risks. Glory is meaningless if there's no one left to enjoy it. William chuckled. I'll keep that in mind. Sigmund gave a final nod before turning and walking away, his entourage following behind him. Yet even as he left, his gaze flickered back toward William several times, as if still uneasy. As soon as his father disappeared from sight, Hans, who had been standing nearby in stunned silence, burst forward. Young master. Just when did you become His Grace's favorite? His eyes gleamed with excitement. An adamantium sword and a mage armor. Even Lord Tristan hasn't received anything like this. William merely smirked. Who knows? Maybe it's favoritism. Or maybe he just has good instincts. Hans blinked. What do you mean? William shook his head. There are simply people in this world who are extraordinary. My father is one of them. Hans looked confused, but William ignored him. Instead, he focused his mana once more, watching as the mage armor reacted instantly, flowing back into its original form as a simple breastplate. He ran a gloved hand over the metal, lost in thought. He had to apologize. His father had given him priceless treasures, hoping they would keep him safe. And yet, William knew he was about to do something reckless. But there was one thing he could promise. No matter what happened, he would return. Even if he sought glory. Even if he took risks. Glory meant nothing if there was no one left to claim it. A wry smile tugged at his lips. I wonder how my brothers are going to react when they hear about this. An adamantium sword and a mage armor, there was no doubt they were treasures. Yet, they weren't the kind of treasures worth risking a political dispute over. Depending on how things played out, such a gift could shape the future, or ruin it. Sigmund clicked his tongue as he regarded his eldest sons, unimpressed. The way you all are reacting explains perfectly why William is the one worthy of this reward. His voice was sharp, cutting through their silent resentment. No one wants to carry a burden. And a burden that no one is willing to bear is 100 times heavier than one that already has a willing carrier. None of the three brothers could refute that. One by one, they fell silent. And just like that, any further discussions about William's rewards ended. 2 days later, a royal envoy formally arrived to request reinforcements from the Hearn family. To suppress the unruly forces of Krefeld, the imperial house requests military aid from Duke Sigmund Hearn. We will carry out His Majesty's will. The exchange was purely ceremonial. The real preparations had been completed long before, this was simply a formality. William had already assembled the troops outside the outer fortress gates. 1,000 soldiers. It wasn't a massive force, but every single one of them was a standing army elite. A well-trained, hardened force. More than enough. And more troops didn't always mean better. Sending too many soldiers to a coalition force was a political move, not a strategic one. The House of Hearn already commanded enough authority. If they also contributed the largest army, their influence in the coalition would become undeniable. To the Empire, such a situation wasn't reassuring, it was uncomfortable. Too many soldiers, and the coalition's balance would tilt toward Hearn. Too few, and it would be disrespectful. Finding the perfect middle ground, that was politics. William let out a quiet chuckle. So this is what my father meant. If I ever want to rule, I need to learn how to navigate this battlefield too. Sigmund's lessons were taking root. As William finished the final preparations, a middle-aged knight stepped forward, bowing respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Third Prince. My name is Gerard Leden. I have been assigned as your strategist for this campaign. If you have any questions regarding the army, please do not hesitate to ask. William studied him for a moment before nodding. I'll be relying on you, Sir Gerard. His tone was polite. But Gerard's expression was stiff. William smirked. He must be uncomfortable. After all, William had absolute authority. Gerard may have been assigned as a strategist, but if William decided to ignore his advice and act on his own, there was nothing Gerard could do about it. If anything, being ignored was the best outcome for him. William could just as easily remove him from his position entirely. It was a difficult position. Rather than guiding a young commander, he had to focus on not getting on William's bad side. Not my problem. If Sigmund had intended for William to be truly guided, he would have chosen a more prominent strategist, someone William wouldn't be able to ignore. Instead, he had assigned Gerard. A man with experience, but no great reputation. It was a clear message from Sigmund. Advice is there if you want it. But ultimately, this is your command. Gerard, however, didn't seem to realize that. William decided to leave him in the dark. There was no reason to explain. He officially acknowledged Gerard's position, keeping him at his side as an advisor. As long as their views didn't clash, there was no need to make an enemy out of him. For now. A familiar voice called out from behind him. Well now, what did I do to deserve such a cold welcome? William turned, already sighing. I have no idea why you're here, Raymond. The blonde knight grinned. Is that any way to greet an old comrade? We fought together, after all. William narrowed his eyes. Stop squinting like that. It's disgusting. Raymond chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I'm 35, you know. William waved a hand dismissively. Not interested. Just tell me why you're here. The answer should be obvious. Raymond grinned. I'm here as your personal bodyguard. William snorted. With this many soldiers? Even so, it's always good to have one dedicated protector. Originally, I wanted to bring some of my men along, but that was too much, apparently. So I came alone. His grin widened. Aren't you glad to see me? William couldn't hold it in, he laughed. So it's not surveillance after all. Raymond hadn't been ordered to come. He had volunteered. It was genuine. William shook his head. Well, I suppose having a competent knight nearby isn't a bad thing. His eyes flickered with amusement. Are you going by Raymond here as well? As long as I'm not hiding from anything, I'm always Raymond. Good. Would have been annoying to get used to another name. A trusted knight and a loyal soldier were two entirely different things. William didn't completely trust Raymond just yet, but compared to the others, he was far more reliable. William's final task was to check in with Hugo, the knight he had personally appointed as a squad leader. How's the position treating you? William asked. Hugo sighed. The men finally accept me as their commander, but damn, it wasn't easy. I thought securing a leadership role would be simple, but these bastards are ruthless. William chuckled. Well, they're hardened veterans. They've survived multiple subjugation campaigns. To them, you probably looked like a rookie. That's exactly how they treated me. Hugo scowled. Even after beating them in duels, they still didn't fully accept me. It wasn't until I told them about my battle at Bornholm that they finally stopped giving me hell. He shuddered at the memory. If I didn't have that experience, I probably would have been kicked out. William smirked. Well, at least you have them under control now. All that's left is proving yourself in battle. Hugo nodded. Yeah. But I doubt they'll fully accept me right away. He hesitated. Should I ask for your support? If you speak up, they'll fall in line immediately. William raised a brow. You sure about that? Hugo immediately shook his head. His eyes burned with determination. No. His voice was firm. If I can't handle 10 men on my own, then I don't deserve to call myself a knight. I'll earn their respect my way. William smirked. Good answer. It was a test, one Hugo had passed. Everything was ready. William mounted his horse, 1,000 soldiers standing at attention before him. The farewells had been said. His father's speech had been delivered. The only thing left was his command. William inhaled deeply. Then, he raised his voice. All troops, march. And with that, the Herne army moved forward. At William's command, 1,000 soldiers marched forward. The route had already been mapped out, the estimated travel time calculated. For now, all they needed to do was keep moving. Or so he thought. Not long into their journey, Gerard, his assigned strategist, spoke up. I recommend maintaining our route but doubling our pace. William raised a brow. That's a forced march, he pointed out. The soldiers will burn out fast. They would if they were conscripts, Gerard admitted. But these men are standing army veterans. They can handle it. William didn't reject the suggestion outright. Instead, he asked. Then explain why we need to move faster. Gerard's answer came immediately. Politics. William tilted his head slightly. We haven't even arrived yet, and you're already talking about politics? Gerard remained calm. In coalitions like this, conflict is inevitable. No matter how much authority the supreme commander has, disagreements always arise. William nodded slowly. That's expected. The issue is that those disagreements can escalate. If left unchecked, they can even split the coalition into factions. That, William knew, was a disaster waiting to happen. Factionalism wasn't just about petty rivalries. When military alliances fractured, everything became compromised: resource distribution, reinforcements, strategic coordination. Sometimes, infighting was more dangerous than the actual enemy. If we arrive too late, Gerard continued, then the fractures may already be too deep to mend. We won't have the option of preventing the split, we'll be forced to pick a side. William's expression darkened. So we get there early to steer the situation before it gets out of hand. Gerard nodded. Exactly. The sooner we arrive, the more control we have. Even if we can't stop the conflicts, at least we'll understand who stands where. William exhaled slowly. It made sense. In his past life, he had seen this happen before, especially in large-scale mercenary campaigns. Whenever multiple groups were hired for the same war, power struggles inevitably broke out. If the Herne army arrived after things had spiraled out of control, they'd be at a disadvantage. A preventative measure, then. William nodded. Fine. We'll increase our pace, but if the soldiers collapse from exhaustion, this will have been pointless. Gerard saluted sharply. Understood, sir. His expression noticeably brightened as he left to relay the orders. The increased pace proved to be no issue at all. The soldiers marched in perfect discipline, their formations unbroken. Not one of them slowed. Not one of them complained. William watched them closely. Not a single sign of fatigue. Even he, who had seen countless armies, found himself mildly impressed. So this is what it means to command an elite force. It wasn't about sheer numbers. It was about quality. 1,000 men like this could easily defeat an army several times their size. This was something he'd have to remember when he built his own forces in the future. Thanks to the increased speed, they arrived far ahead of schedule. William scanned his soldiers as they neared the coalition's rendezvous point. Not even a hint of exhaustion, he muttered. I expected them to at least look fatigued. Gerard smirked. Herne soldiers wouldn't allow themselves to show weakness. This is expected. William nodded. At least they wouldn't embarrass themselves in front of the other noble houses. But when he turned to survey the coalition camp, he paused. It looks like we weren't the only ones who moved quickly. Near the Horsen River, banners filled the landscape. Each crest marked a different noble house. Despite arriving early, more than half the coalition was already here. William chuckled. You were right, Gerard. If we had moved at our original pace, we really would have been late. Gerard nodded. The others likely had the same concerns I did. They must have hurried as well. But I doubt they've been here long, 3 or 4 days at most. William hummed in agreement. That makes sense, considering the distances between the territories. His gaze lifted. A single banner stood taller than the rest. A red dragon emblem. So even the first prince is already here. A crest reserved only for the imperial family. Raised higher than every other banner, the message was clear. The supreme commander is present. William clicked his tongue. I thought it was an unspoken rule that the supreme commander arrives last. That way, everyone else would be forced to wait, rather than making the supreme commander appear late. It depends, Gerard said. Sometimes, they arrive first to preemptively settle disputes. William smirked. Settling disputes, huh? He wasn't convinced. He had never met the first prince personally, but none of the rumors about him had been positive. Well, whatever. Either way, I have to meet him. As William's troops neared the Horsen River camp, the atmosphere shifted. The moment they identified themselves as Herne, the area stirred. Before they could even finish the registration process, a group of knights wearing the red dragon emblem came rushing forward. At the head of the group, a young knight stepped forward and bowed. We express our gratitude for the unwavering loyalty of House Herne. I am Jürgen Wald, commander of the Black Scale Knights. I welcome the Duke's representative. We are simply repaying the trust of the Imperial House. His tone was even. William Herne, here as Duke Sigmund's representative. Ah, so it is Lord William. Jürgen's expression brightened. I have heard much about you. Even His Majesty himself was deeply impressed by your performance in Bornholm. William's brow lifted slightly. Quite the compliment. The Emperor said you would one day be a pillar of the Empire. William smiled politely. That's quite the exaggeration. I simply did my duty. Jürgen grinned. But even after the formal greetings ended, he kept talking. And kept talking. And kept talking. Endless praise. William endured it for a while. But at some point, he had enough. I appreciate the compliments, he cut in, but I believe it's time I met the first prince. Jürgen visibly stiffened. William's gaze sharpened. There were many noble houses here, all waiting for orders. By protocol, the first thing he should do was report to the supreme commander. Yet here he was, standing outside the camp, being stalled with meaningless conversation. William's expression darkened. I don't mind being kept here, he said smoothly. But delaying my report to the first prince would be a grave discourtesy. Jürgen swallowed hard. Ah, why yes, of course. It's just that. William's eyes narrowed. Jürgen was hesitating. He was nervous. William's instincts flared. Something was wrong. Don't tell me, the first prince isn't here. No, no. That's not it, but... At William's sharp inquiry, Jürgen let out a deep sigh, one that carried the weight of someone wishing the answer had been yes. Then, after a brief moment of hesitation, he reached into his coat and pulled something out. Please take this. William frowned as he accepted the object. A mask? At first, he thought it might be some kind of artifact. But upon closer inspection, it was nothing of the sort. Just a simple masquerade mask. Thin, fragile, something that would break apart with the slightest force. William raised a brow. And why, exactly, are you handing me this? Jürgen's expression stiffened. Until all the nobles have gathered, you are required to wear it. Also, you must avoid revealing your identity. William's patience thinned. And what exactly does that mean? Jürgen exhaled before answering. This is a social game that has recently become popular among the aristocracy. Participants wear masks and conceal their identities while mingling. Eventually, they reveal themselves. A game? William's tone flattened. That word didn't sit well with him. Did you just say game? Yes, apparently it is an excellent method for building camaraderie. Nobles can interact without concern for status, allowing for. That's not what I'm asking. William's voice dropped to a dangerous level. We are here to suppress a rebellion, not to attend a party. Jürgen winced but nodded. You are absolutely right. But, unfortunately, this was a direct order from the first prince. William's expression turned blank. The first prince himself ordered this. Yes. Jürgen swallowed hard. So please. I know it's frustrating, but I must ask you to comply. There is a reason behind this, even if it is difficult to see. William let out a short, breathless chuckle. A reason, huh? That was bullshit. No matter how he looked at it, this was nothing more than the first prince amusing himself. He wanted to watch the nobles stumble around, clueless about each other's identities, colliding into awkward social blunders. Does that man have no sense of responsibility? If this were a gathering of court nobles, fine. Court nobles were the emperor's hounds, they wouldn't dare rebel against the imperial family, no matter what childish nonsense was thrown at them. But territorial lords? They were not bound to the imperial court the same way. They had armies. They had power. And while many were loyal to the throne, not all of them were. Even if he wanted to play these ridiculous games, he should have had the sense to avoid pulling them on the wrong crowd. If this nonsense had been limited to the lesser lords, William might have been able to ignore it. But the Hearn family? The single most powerful ducal house outside the imperial family? This was an insult. It could even be interpreted as a direct slight against Hearn. William could let it slide. Or he could treat it as an offense worthy of retaliation. The only reason Jürgen was this nervous was because he knew exactly how dangerous this situation was. William clicked his tongue. Then, with an exaggerated sigh, he took the mask. Well. I suppose there's nothing wrong with unwinding a little before battle. I have no idea how much team building this will actually accomplish, but if His Highness wishes it, then as his vassal, I will obey. Jürgen's face lit up with relief. Thank you. Truly, thank you, Lord William. He bowed repeatedly, looking as though he had just barely avoided an execution. William had just excused the first prince's idiocy as nothing more than a harmless game. If he had treated it as a deliberate insult, the Hearn family could have made this a scandal. A truly wise decision, Lord William. House Hearn is the pillar of the empire. And with a future leader as brilliant as yourself, I am certain it will continue to. I am not the heir. Jürgen didn't even blink. Not yet, perhaps. But from what I've seen today, there is no doubt in my mind that House Hearn's future belongs to you. More flattery. William ignored it. Instead, he turned to leave. But before he could take a step, Jürgen rushed forward and blocked his path. Please wait. There is one more thing I must tell you. William's patience was wearing thin. What now? Are you going to personally check if I put the mask on? Jürgen didn't deny it. That would be preferable. Additionally, we also have a cloak for you. While moving around the camp, please keep your identity concealed. Only one guard is permitted at any time. What followed was an excruciatingly long list of rules. Jürgen rattled them off one by one, sweating profusely the entire time. By the end of it, William had to rub his temples. This coalition was a disaster waiting to happen. Inside the tent, Gerard looked furious. The first prince has no idea what he's doing. This is nothing short of an insult to House Hearn. His expression was dark with barely restrained frustration. Unlike William, Gerard could not see this as just a game. He saw it for what it was, a mockery. Third Prince, there is no need to accept this nonsense. If you refuse to participate, neither the Grand Duke nor the Emperor would blame you. William remained calm. And what happens after that? Gerard faltered. Pardon? William leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. You really think the first prince will just let it go if I refuse? Gerard hesitated. That is. William smirked. This is a man who thought it was a good idea to pull a masquerade game on feudal lords. If I reject it outright, do you honestly believe he'll handle the situation rationally? Gerard's mouth snapped shut. William was right. The first prince had already proven he lacked the ability to navigate politics with any degree of skill. If William humiliated him, he wouldn't apologize. He would retaliate. I don't believe he has malice against Hearn, William said. He's just an idiot. And honestly, this game has its uses. Uses? Gerard asked, incredulous. William smirked. This actually makes it easier to read the other nobles. If we were all meeting formally, they'd be guarded. Careful. Restrained. That was always the case. Hearn was the highest-ranking noble house beneath the imperial family. That meant that, unless they were direct enemies, no lord would ever show their true thoughts in front of them. But with masks? For a little while, identity didn't matter. It wouldn't last long, sooner or later, people would figure each other out. But until then? The nobles might let their true selves slip. If we have to entertain this nonsense anyway, William said, we might as well use it. Gerard still looked bothered. I still think this will only cause unnecessary conflict. William chuckled. It probably will. But that wasn't his problem. Not unless it directly affected him. For most nobles, revealing their true thoughts in front of the Duke of Hearn was out of the question. But William was different. Unlike his father, who commanded absolute influence, he had the option of moving independently. Which meant, this so-called masquerade game could actually serve a purpose. You never know when this kind of information might come in handy. The more I learn about these nobles, the better. Gerard, unaware of William's thoughts, gave a stiff nod. If that is your decision, then I will not stop you. William had full authority over this campaign. If he had made up his mind, there was nothing Gerard could do about it. That said, under the First Prince's rules, you are only allowed one personal guard when moving around the camp. William sighed. Right. Unfortunately, that means you'll have to stay here. I understand. And who will you take as your escort? William smirked. Raymond, of course. Hugo was competent, but he lacked the presence of a knight. It wouldn't do for only William to walk around with a common-born guard while the rest of the nobility surrounded themselves with knights. And if he could only take one person? Then it had to be Raymond. A former Black Lion knight. A war veteran. The most fitting choice for the situation. All right, William said, stretching. Let's see how these nobles are reacting to this absurd game. With that, he donned the mask and made his way toward the First Prince's outdoor banquet. The moment he arrived, William sighed. Far fewer people than expected. He had masked his identity perfectly, hiding beneath both the masquerade mask and the cloak. Even so, the number of nobles in attendance did not match the number of banners at the camp. At best, only about half had shown up. Raymond, who had been scanning the area, let out a dry chuckle. Not surprising. No one has any reason to entertain the First Prince's antics. So instead of outright refusing, they just stayed locked inside their tents. That's right. Why cause trouble when you can simply ignore the nonsense? William smirked. Honestly, it's impressive that even half the nobles showed up. Raymond nodded. The more experienced nobles wouldn't waste time indulging the First Prince. They'd see this game for what it was, a pointless distraction. And even if skipping the event mildly irritated the First Prince, it wasn't worth worrying about. William's gaze swept across the masked nobles. So that means the ones who showed up are either weak houses that can't afford to offend the imperial family, or people too clueless to understand the political risk. Or, a voice interrupted, they're here because they need connections. William and Raymond immediately turned toward the speaker. Standing nearby was another masked noble, accompanied by his own guard. William's eyes narrowed. The man's voice and the way he carried himself. He was young. Likely around the same age as William. But what caught William's attention was the scar peeking out from beneath the mask, a faint mark just below the lips. Nigel Cressy. The other noble flinched. You know who I am. Of course he did. How could he not recognize Nigel Cressy? A mere baron who, despite having one of the weakest titles in the empire, managed to maintain his independence until the day William died in his past life. A man who mastered diplomacy in a way that allowed him to survive against all odds. William had even worked under him, briefly. He had a gift for pushing just hard enough to intimidate but never provoke. An expert at weaving false alliances, baiting powerful forces into indecision. Nigel had no military power. No strong backing. And yet, with sheer diplomatic prowess, he had never been devoured by larger forces. A born survivor. Of course, I can't just expose that I know all of this about him. William quickly adjusted his expression. I recognize the scar, he said smoothly. I wasn't sure at first, but I guessed. Ah, this? Nigel let out a dry chuckle, reaching up to trace the faint scar. A pointless little wound. It seems to have become far more famous than I'd like. William chuckled. It was a well-known story. Nigel's older brother had once accidentally thrown a hawk's prey at his face during a hunt, leaving him with that permanent mark. At least, that was the official story. The real version involved whispered rumors of intentional malice. Regardless, it had turned into a minor legend in the social circles. Nigel suddenly straightened, eyes gleaming with interest. Now that you've guessed my identity, it's only fair I guess yours. William smirked beneath his mask. Oh. Let's see. Nigel studied him carefully. Dampierre family? No. Then Kleist? Wrong again. Nigel paused, then continued rattling off different noble houses. Yet not once did he name a house above a count. It seemed he never even considered that William might be from a ducal family. Eventually, Nigel sighed and raised both hands in defeat. I give up. I suppose I'm not as sharp as I thought. William chuckled. On the contrary, I find it impressive that you recognized that many noble families on sight. You weren't just guessing randomly, were you? Nigel smirked. Ah, you caught that, did you? For a moment, he looked genuinely pleased. Despite William's slip in recognizing him outright, their conversation had started on good terms. And since he was already talking, William decided to take advantage of it. Earlier, William said, you mentioned something. That nobles are gathering here because of the Empire's instability. I understand the need for networking, but, what did you mean by that? Nigel's expression darkened slightly. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Exactly what I said. The Empire is on shaky ground. William and Nigel began to walk, conversing in hushed tones. The succession crisis surrounding the first prince. The Empire Liberation Front stirring unrest. The vassal states grow restless. And now, even the hidden mages scattered across the land are beginning to move. Nigel exhaled sharply. Nothing has happened yet. But something will. And when it does, alliances will matter. William considered this. So nobles are here, not just to form alliances, but to replace them. Nigel nodded. It's not about who you know. It's about who survives. William's fingers tightened around his cloak. The young nobles sensed what the older ones pretended not to. A storm was coming. And Nigel had just confirmed it. Of course, Nigel added, the real sign of instability isn't the rumors. William arched his brow. Oh. Nigel's smirk turned sharp. It's the Hearn family. William froze. Why? You haven't heard? Nigel's voice was casual. The third prince of Hearn, long thought to be unimportant, has suddenly begun rising in power. Nigel's gaze darkened. If Hearn itself is shifting, then something big is about to happen. William's breath caught. Is that so? Nigel leaned in. So, be careful. His voice was low. No one knows what kind of man the third prince really is. William nodded, though his expression was less than enthusiastic. Word had it that people saw him as a schemer, someone who had hidden his claws until the perfect moment, only to reveal them when it suited him best. Not surprising. I spent my life locked away, only to step out and shake up the family the moment I appeared. Of course, they'd think I had been planning something all along. In truth, the only thing that had changed was the soul inside his body. Feeling somewhat awkward under the weight of scrutiny, William glanced around the room and swiftly changed the subject. Now that I look around, I see quite a few people around our age. I didn't expect so many young heads of noble houses in the Empire. Nigel chuckled, shaking his head. That's not quite right. Most of them aren't the actual heads of their houses. They're either heirs sent as representatives or sons still competing for succession. William frowned. What? You mean all of them are just proxies? Well, for the same reason as you. William blinked at the cryptic remark. Was he implying that he knew? Had Nigel been aware of his true circumstances this entire time and simply chosen to play along? Noticing William's reaction, Nigel smiled knowingly, as if confirming his suspicions. With the Crown Prince acting as supreme commander, any noble house leader who showed up personally would risk being seen as his supporter. Sending an heir or another family member instead gives them plausible deniability. Ah, I see. Even if someone tries to accuse them of backing the first prince, they can easily deny it later by claiming they weren't present themselves. People tend to think alike. You and I aren't so different, are we? Nigel shot him a knowing look, but William found himself unable to respond. Because, in truth, his own situation was the complete opposite. They sent their heirs to create excuses, while my father sent me to entangle me in alliances. The irony of it made William chuckle bitterly. Still, even if his situation was different, there was no reason to break the flow of conversation and draw unnecessary attention. He was just about to nod along when. What a disgraceful display. To receive an imperial decree and still try to weasel out of it, looking for loopholes. How shameful. And these people call themselves heads of noble houses? A deep, authoritative voice cut through the air from behind them. Nigel stiffened, his temper flaring at the insult. After all, as a proxy himself, this was a direct slight against his house. However, the moment he turned around and saw the speaker, his face drained of all color. Lord. Oh, calm yourself. Aren't we all here incognito? You shouldn't be greeting me so openly. The middle-aged noble waved a hand dismissively, his tone indulgent. But despite the seemingly benevolent gesture, his eyes carried nothing but condescension. William studied the man carefully. Navy blue hair, a beard, and an eagle insignia on his belt. That alone was enough for him to identify the man. After all, there was only one great noble house in the empire with such distinctive navy blue hair. And their crest? An eagle. The Marquis of Logran. With that knowledge, it was easy to deduce who stood before him. Bernhard Logran, the current head of House Logran. A staunch adversary of Duke Siegmund and one of the leading figures of the aristocratic faction. And who might this young man be? One of the empire's most powerful nobles stroked his beard thoughtfully, turning his gaze toward William. Bernhardt's gaze carried an almost playful glint, but William saw it for what it was, an attempt to exert dominance. Who is this young man? William resisted the urge to scoff. As if you don't already know. William might not have recognized Bernhard immediately, but there was no way the reverse was true. The Logran Marquisate was one of the most powerful noble houses in the empire. Their intelligence network was among the best. More than that, William was the one who had crushed his carefully laid schemes. Even if it weren't a matter of information gathering, his sheer indignation alone would have been enough motivation to investigate William thoroughly. So why the pretense? William quickly figured it out. Bernhard wasn't trying to learn anything, he was waiting for William to lower his head first. A power play. William had deduced his identity. But if he bowed first, acknowledging the Marquis, it would be as if he were admitting inferiority. That was the game Bernhard was playing. A noble house head stands on different ground than a mere prince. Even if our families are of equal status, I am not a house leader. So he expects me to yield first. A meaningless display of authority, but one that Bernhard clearly enjoyed. William had no intention of playing along. His voice remained smooth as he met Bernhardt's gaze head-on. How rude. And who might you be, to so freely interrupt conversations and insult other noble families? Bernhard stiffened. Nigel's face turned the color of chalk. The air between them turned glacial, an almost tangible tension forming in the silence that followed. Nigel, finally snapping out of his shock, grabbed William's shoulder and whispered urgently. Prince, this is. William cut him off with a raised hand. His voice remained light, even amused. Oh dear. Has someone forgotten that the Crown Prince ordered us to remain anonymous? It would be rather inappropriate for me to acknowledge someone who just made that mistake. Bernhardt's face twisted. That damned brat. Moments ago, he had openly mocked those who sent proxies instead of attending themselves, insinuating cowardice and scheming. If he now ignored the first prince's orders and revealed himself, it would be directly contradicting his own words. Even if he gave subtle hints, if William refused to acknowledge them, there was no way for him to force the matter. William smiled pleasantly. "What's wrong? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. Surely you had more to say?" Bernhard gritted his teeth. This little bastard. The plan had been simple: make William bow his head, acknowledge him first, reinforce the power dynamic. Instead, the little upstart was playing dumb, forcing Bernhard into a position where he couldn't even correct him without losing face. The worst part? He had no choice but to concede. A mere prince, still not even a direct heir, had turned the tables on him in a matter of minutes. "I seem to have been mistaken," Bernhard said finally, his voice carefully measured. "But I would expect at least some respect for my age." His speech pattern subtly shifted, moving from high speech to formal but lower speech. A clear attempt at leveling the playing field. William smiled and inclined his head slightly. "You're absolutely right. I was being thoughtless. My apologies." "Ha. Well, I understand. Sudden interruptions can be quite annoying." Bernhard smiled, but his expression didn't quite reach his eyes. William chuckled inwardly. "You wanted me to bow first? Enjoy your consolation prize." Bernhard Lohgren's voice carried a casual air, but the weight behind his words was unmistakable. "It's nothing complicated," he said smoothly. "The eagle once owned a sword, but the lion took it and adorned it with jewels. Now, the lion claims that the sword has changed in value and insists that it belongs to him. Tell me, then, who does the sword rightfully belong to?" A strange analogy, but William immediately understood its meaning. The eagle and the lion, those were the emblems of House Lohgren and House Herne, respectively. The sword? That was Felicia. And the jewels? They symbolized her newly bestowed title as the swordmaster's disciple. So he's saying that Felicia was originally House Lohgren's? That I simply took her and now I should return her? What a laughable notion. Most people, upon hearing such an analogy, would instinctively agree that no matter how many jewels were added, the sword still belonged to its original owner. Bernhard was demanding, though in veiled words, "Hand over Felicia now that she's become the swordmaster's disciple." William nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of it. Considering how House Lohgren had treated Felicia all these years, the claim was nothing short of delusional. "Well," William said, his voice measured, "if the eagle had truly cherished the sword, then of course, the lion would be nothing more than a thief. But if the sword was treated like trash, abandoned and left to rust, and the lion took it, polished it, and adorned it with jewels, then wouldn't the situation be quite different?" Bernhard's lips curled into a smirk. "I disagree. Whether it was cherished or not, the sword was always the eagle's property. The moment the lion took it without permission, it ceased to have any rightful claim." William tilted his head slightly, as if in thought. "I wonder, does the sword still favor its original owner? If it were truly such a fine blade, wouldn't it choose its own master? A mere tool selecting its wielder? That would be arrogance beyond reason," the Marquis scoffed. "Regardless of what the sword believes, the rightful owner decides how to wield it." William let out a sharp laugh. "Is that so?" Bernhard chuckled along with him, though the amusement never reached his eyes. Between them, the air crackled with tension. Trapped between their exchange, Nigel was sweating profusely, caught in the suffocating weight of the conversation. The laughter between them was little more than a brittle pretense. Then, with a light-hearted tone, William spoke again. "Actually, there's a very simple solution to all of this." Bernhard raised a brow. "A solution, you say? And what might that be?" William's grin sharpened. "Well, considering the eagle never even realized it had a sword to begin with, here's my proposal: just grab any old stick, wrap it in cloth, and decide that it's the sword you lost. That should solve the issue, shouldn't it?" After all, you never used the sword before, so it shouldn't matter. Bernhardt's expression hardened. William's words had been playful, but the mockery was undeniable. You didn't even know its worth. What right do you have to demand it back now? For a moment, the Marquis merely studied him in silence before finally speaking. And what if the eagle refuses? What if it insists on reclaiming its sword, no matter the cost? Even if it means clashing with the lion, drenched in blood? William met his glare with a cold smile. Then the eagle will have to enter the lion's den, he said smoothly. Had it kept the sword close to its chest, the lion might have had to trespass into the eagle's nest. But the situation has changed. Now, I wonder, how well would an eagle fare in the lion's territory? The moment the words left his mouth, both men came to an abrupt halt. Neither of them even bothered to mask the hostility between them anymore. Bernhardt's gaze darkened, his expression twisted with barely concealed rage. Finally, after a long silence, the Marquis turned on his heel, muttering under his breath. You'll find out soon enough. It was unclear whether he was talking to himself or issuing a warning. William merely scoffed as he watched the Marquis walk away. Soon enough? Oh, so he means I'll soon witness the eagle being torn to pieces. How amusing. The man didn't even recognize the value of his own treasure, and now he has the audacity to demand it back. Prince. A trembling voice called out hesitantly. Nigel was still standing there, drenched in cold sweat, his complexion ghostly pale. Having overheard the entire conversation, he had likely pieced together William's true identity. William let out a small chuckle and waved dismissively. Calm yourself. I'm not angry. But I have spoken out of turn. I was disrespectful. I told you, didn't I? I'm not angry. These kinds of diversions happen all the time. By tomorrow morning, everyone will have forgotten about it. Nigel swallowed hard before bowing his head repeatedly. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Nothing to thank me for. I had fun. William patted him lightly on the shoulder before turning away, making his way toward his tent. Now that his identity was exposed, there was no point in engaging in casual conversation as before. By the time he reached his quarters and pulled off his mask, a familiar voice spoke from the shadows. Prince, are you sure you should have provoked the Marquis like that? You know he won't take this lying down. William turned to see Raymond step forward, his expression unreadable. With a shrug, William replied, let me ask you something. Between a man who spends his life cowering before his enemies, praying they won't notice him, and a man who strikes first, ready for battle, who would you rather serve? Raymond blinked, caught off guard by the question. Then, after a brief pause, a slow, satisfied smile spread across his face. Finally, with a theatrical bow, he answered with a chuckle. It is an honor to serve a master truly worth following. The day after his clash with the Marquis, William emerged from his tent, mask once again in place, and clicked his tongue in annoyance. The camp, which had been bustling with nobles just a day ago, was now eerily empty. Those who remained took one look at him and immediately turned the other way. Word sure travels fast, he muttered. Do you think that Nigel fellow spread the rumors? Raymond asked, his tone contemplative. William considered it for a moment before shaking his head. Unlikely. Nigel was known in his past life as a master at walking the fine line of political neutrality. Would someone like that go out of his way to do something so reckless, something that could anger William? He doubted it. William had seen firsthand how careful Nigel had been, trying to avoid exposing his own identity the entire time they were together. That wasn't the behavior of a man looking to stir trouble. If I had to guess, it was probably the Marquis himself, William mused. He didn't exactly try to keep his identity a secret. He wanted recognition. Anyone watching from a distance would have figured out who he was, and once they saw him arguing with me, it wouldn't take much to put the pieces together. Raymond nodded. That makes sense. But with this, I suppose we won't be able to hear the noble's true thoughts anymore. Nothing we can do about it. Besides. William's lips curled into a smirk. This situation works in our favor in other ways. Raymond raised a brow. Other ways? William turned his gaze across the deserted camp. There's no one left to enjoy this performance anymore. Do you really think the first prince will continue his little masquerade if all the players have left the stage? Raymond blinked before letting out a small chuckle. Ah, I see. This entire event, the masked gathering of nobles, was nothing more than entertainment for the first prince. A game designed to pit the nobles against one another while he watched from the shadows. But a stage was useless without actors. And now, thanks to William and Bernhardt's little skirmish, the audience had vanished. The first prince, left with nothing to amuse himself with, would soon grow bored. And once that happened, he'll finally step into the open. That's one less game I have to play along with. If the masquerade had dragged on, tensions among the nobles would have festered further, leading to deeper divisions in the alliance. Even putting aside his own objectives, this outcome was far better for the morale of the coalition army. And just as expected, the very next day, a royal messenger arrived at William's tent. His Highness, the Supreme Commander, the First Prince, has issued a summons. William sighed. Couldn't even last 2 days, huh? Still, he wasted no time in making his preparations before heading toward the First Prince's command tent. It was significantly larger than the other tents in the camp, easily several times the size of the others. By the time William arrived, a large number of lords and their representatives had already gathered inside. His gaze swept over the room before settling on the figure seated at the highest position. Bernhard Lohgren. Their eyes met. A long, heavy silence stretched between them. The nobles closest to them, sensing the tension, swallowed nervously, their bodies rigid with unease. But neither man spoke. After a few seconds, Bernhard was the first to avert his gaze. William followed suit, turning away just as easily. Without another word, William moved toward his designated seat, directly to the right of the Supreme Commander's throne. At that moment, murmurs spread across the tent. Is that boy really the Grand Duke's representative? But he's barely 16. Shoo. Keep your voice down. He might hear you. The hushed whispers died down quickly, but the weight of the nobles' stares remained. Among them, Bernhard Lohgren's scowl deepened, his displeasure clear. Though technically just a representative, William's seat was positioned at equal rank to the Marquis, a fact that clearly didn't sit well with the older man. A battle-hardened veteran, a noble patriarch, now forced to sit on the same level as a 16-year-old boy. It was insulting. But before the atmosphere could become more unbearable, the Supreme Commander, His Highness the First Prince, has arrived. The herald's voice rang out through the tent. The entrance flaps were pulled open, and a young man with platinum blonde hair and emerald green eyes stepped inside. His looks alone were flawless, the kind of beauty fit for a hero in a legend. And yet, the scowl on his face and the unmistakable irritation in his gaze completely undermined his noble image. Claude Finbay Estrella. The first prince of the empire and the supreme commander of the coalition army. William's eyes, however, bypassed the first prince entirely. Instead, his gaze locked onto the man following behind him. Though taller than Claude, the man kept his back slightly hunched, as if trying to minimize his presence. Like the first prince, his hair was platinum blonde, but unlike his older brother's emerald eyes, his were a piercing glacial blue, cold, distant, and yet somehow exuding a more regal aura than Claude himself. William's lips curled slightly. Cedric Finbay Estrella. The second prince of the empire. A man once known as the imperial family's last hope. William, along with the other nobles, bowed slightly. We are grateful for your highness's generosity. The first prince merely waved a hand dismissively. Enough of that. What I truly wish to hear is your opinions on the rebellion. What should we do with Crefeld? Straight to the point. His question was broad, encompassing both how the rebellion should be subdued and what should be done with Crefeld afterward. The first to step forward was none other than Bernhard Lohgren. The best course of action, the Marquis said smoothly, is to resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. End the conflict quickly, and once victory is secured, show them mercy. Claude's expression darkened. Mercy? You're suggesting we forgive traitors who dared to rise against the Empire? His displeasure was evident in his narrowed eyes and the sharpness of his tone. But Bernhard remained calm, nodding firmly. Yes. Once the rebellion is crushed, Crefeld will claim that it was not their intent, that they were merely pawns of radical elements. They will offer scapegoats, those they will brand as the true traitors. We should take those scapegoats, execute them, and then withdraw. And why, exactly, should we spare the rest? Claude's voice grew colder. Why forgive those who rebelled against the Empire? Because the Empire's mercy is just as powerful as its might. A ridiculous notion. Claude scowled but tapped his fingers against the table, gesturing for Bernhard to continue. The Marquis did so without hesitation, as if he had anticipated the reaction. Your Highness, the Empire has suffered both external invasions and internal instability in recent years. However, we are still far from weak enough that a mere province like Crefeld could ever hope to succeed in open rebellion. The rebels themselves are aware of this fact. And yet, here they are, rebelling. Claude scoffed. Are you suggesting they started this uprising despite knowing they would fail? Most likely, they see this not as a real rebellion, but as a test. Claude's eyes narrowed. A test? Bernhard nodded. A test to gauge the Empire's military response. To see whether we still have the strength to subdue them. To measure how long it takes us to mobilize. To compare our current forces with those of our golden era. By watching the Empire's response, the rebels would learn exactly what to expect in the future. That was the true purpose of this uprising. A direct assault would crush them easily, but it would also force Crefeld's leaders to justify their actions, Bernhard continued. They will claim their king was imprisoned, that the royal family was being controlled by outside influences, that they had no choice but to rebel. Claude's frown deepened. So you suggest we play along with their excuses? Yes. Even if their reasoning is transparent, we must allow it to stand. That is the only way to display true strength. The first prince's expression showed clear skepticism, but Bernhard pressed on. If we retaliate too severely, if we wipe out the rebels completely, then we admit that the rebellion was a true threat. That will only encourage others to follow in Crefeld's footsteps. However, if we accept their excuse and let them walk free, it shows that we consider them nothing more than a minor nuisance, not even worth punishing. The message will be clear. Rebel if you want. It won't change anything. The Empire remains unshaken. Claude leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin in thought. It was an interesting argument, one that appealed to his pride. A strategy that allowed the Empire to boast its strength, to flex its dominance without ever raising a sword more than necessary. He was just about to agree when. That is far too optimistic. William's cold voice cut through the rising heat of the discussion, dousing it instantly. A heavy silence filled the tent. Everyone turned to stare at William. A 16-year-old, the third prince of a grand duchy, not even the heir, daring to contradict Bernhard Lohgren. It wasn't just a disagreement. It was an insult, a suggestion that the Marquis's judgment was naive, even foolish. Bernhard's eyes gleamed dangerously. His voice was cold. Too optimistic. He spoke slowly, deliberately. Are you saying that I lack realism? That I'm blinded by wishful thinking? His words were calm, but the threat behind them was clear. If William were still wearing his mask, there might have been some room for maneuvering. But now that identities had been revealed, there was no need for formalities. William didn't hesitate. "If that's how it sounded, then I apologize," he said smoothly. "However, I cannot ignore the possible consequences of your plan." Bernhardt's eyes narrowed. "Possible consequences?" William's expression remained composed. "You suggest that we crush the enemy quickly, then show them mercy to demonstrate our superiority. It's a fine plan, if it works. But where, I wonder, is the guarantee that it will?" Bernhardt scoffed. "Are you suggesting that the Imperial Army could fail? That our forces, gathered from all across the Empire, might be defeated by a mere provincial rebellion? I am not here to argue morale, Lord Logran." William's voice remained sharp. "I am asking for practical proof. You have made claims, now back them with evidence." Bernhardt's expression hardened. The audacity of this boy. A child, barely past his teenage years, questioning his grasp of military reality. Bernhardt's fingers curled against the table. "Fine," he said coldly. "If you want evidence, then allow me to provide it." He raised 3 fingers. "First, we outnumber the rebels overwhelmingly. Krefeld is the largest province in the east, yes, but even their full army cannot compare to the combined might of the Imperial coalition." He lowered a finger. "Second, our forces are composed entirely of trained professional soldiers, many of them knights. In contrast, Krefeld's forces are made up of a mix of conscripts and local militias." Another finger went down. "And third, there is no terrain advantage for the rebels. The Empire has spent years mapping out every strategic position in Krefeld. We know their roads, their fortresses, their supply lines. There are no surprises waiting for us." He lowered his final finger. "There," he said, his tone sharp. "Do you require any more proof?" William shook his head. "No, Lord Logran," he said calmly. "Your points are all valid." Bernhardt's smirk returned. But William wasn't finished. "However," he continued, his voice quiet but firm, "you seem to have made an assumption before making those points." Bernhardt's smirk faded slightly. "What assumption?" William's next words shattered the tension in the tent. "The Grand Concordat." Silence. Expressions shifted. The Grand Concordat, the unspoken law of war, upheld for centuries. The agreement that prevented wars from spiraling into true disasters. William met Bernhardt's gaze directly. "What," he said softly, "will you do, if the enemy decides not to follow it?" If William were still wearing his mask, there might have been some room for maneuvering. But now that identities had been revealed, there was no need for formalities. William didn't hesitate. "If that's how it sounded, then I apologize," he said smoothly. "However, I cannot ignore the possible consequences of your plan." Bernhardt's eyes narrowed. "Possible consequences?" William's expression remained composed. "You suggest that we crush the enemy quickly, then show them mercy to demonstrate our superiority. It's a fine plan, if it works. But where, I wonder, is the guarantee that it will?" Bernhardt scoffed. "Are you suggesting that the Imperial Army could fail? That our forces, gathered from all across the Empire, might be defeated by a mere provincial rebellion? I am not here to argue morale, Lord Logran." William's voice remained sharp. "I am asking for practical proof. You have made claims, now back them with evidence." Bernhardt's expression hardened. The audacity of this boy. A child, barely past his teenage years, questioning his grasp of military reality. Bernhardt's fingers curled against the table. "Fine," he said coldly. "If you want evidence, then allow me to provide it." He raised 3 fingers. "First, we outnumber the rebels overwhelmingly. Krefeld is the largest province in the east, yes, but even their full army cannot compare to the combined might of the Imperial coalition. He lowered a finger. Second. Our forces are composed entirely of trained professional soldiers, many of them knights. In contrast, Krefeld's forces are made up of a mix of conscripts and local militias. Another finger went down. And third. There is no terrain advantage for the rebels. The Empire has spent years mapping out every strategic position in Krefeld. We know their roads, their fortresses, their supply lines. There are no surprises waiting for us. He lowered his final finger. There, he said, his tone sharp. Do you require any more proof? William shook his head. No, Lord Logran, he said calmly. Your points are all valid. Bernhardt's smirk returned. But William wasn't finished. However, he continued, his voice quiet but firm, you seem to have made an assumption before making those points. Bernhardt's smirk faded slightly. What assumption? William's next words shattered the tension in the tent. The Grand Concordat. Silence. Expressions shifted. The Grand Concordat, the unspoken law of war, upheld for centuries. The agreement that prevented wars from spiraling into true disasters. William met Bernhardt's gaze directly. What, he said softly, will you do, if the enemy decides not to follow it? The Grand Accord outlined the rules of engagement on the battlefield, though it was neither an official treaty nor a codified law. It was, at its core, a set of recommendations issued by the Empire's founder and first emperor. Yet, despite its unofficial status, the weight it carried was immense. The reason was simple, the emperor himself had upheld the Grand Accord to the very end. In essence, the contents of the accord were straightforward. No use of poison, no assassinations. No feigned surrenders followed by betrayals. Any treaties made must be honored in full. The list went on, but ultimately, it was about preserving the bare minimum of trust in warfare. Without such an agreement, war would devolve into an endless, nightmarish cycle of atrocities. The problem, of course, was that these were merely recommendations. No rule, no matter how sacred, could bind those who were determined to break it. This was precisely why the Grand Accord had never been written into law, because laws held no power over those who refused to abide by them. After all, what use was a legal text and the opposing side had already thrown it aside? Even if we hold the advantage in both numbers and quality, and even if we have superior knowledge of their terrain, our destination is the heart of Krefeld. The moment they decide to break the Grand Accord and use every weapon at their disposal, what should have been a swift campaign will spiral into a brutal, chaotic slaughter. Krefeld breaking the Grand Accord? Ridiculous. Marquis Bernhardt scoffed, casting a disdainful look at William. His expression was one of pure skepticism, as if he were questioning whether the man before him even understood the significance of the accord. Do you have any idea why the Grand Accord has remained intact for centuries? Bernhard asked, his voice calm yet cutting. The moment one side violates it, they open the gates of hell. And that hell will always burn the weak far more than the strong. In theory, if one discarded all restrictions, even the weak could challenge the strong. But in reality, such defiance could only ever be short-lived. Because when both sides resorted to any means necessary, the advantage always tilted toward the stronger force. The powerful had access to a far greater arsenal, and their reach extended across every battlefield. How could the weaker side hope to withstand such a storm? And that's not all, Bernhard continued. The Grand Accord also serves as a restraint on victors, preventing them from indiscriminately brutalizing the defeated. If the losing side upholds the accord, then even the victors must show restraint in their punishment. By adhering to the Grand Accord, a defeated force demonstrated that, despite having the means to resort to dishonorable tactics, they had chosen not to. As a result, even a conquering army was bound by custom to show leniency. Crimes deserving of execution were instead punished by confiscation of wealth. Acts that might warrant extermination were reduced to executing only those directly responsible. To ignore these unwritten laws and impose unrestrained punishments was to invite the disdain of the entire empire. To break the Grand Accord is to cast away even the smallest protections it offers. Do you really think Krefeld, as the weaker side, would risk everything for the sake of a single victory? Absurd. William, however, was not so easily swayed. You believe the empire will have the strength to march on Krefeld again, even if this campaign fails? You doubt it? Bernhard smirked. Do you think the empire will waver just because a single rebellion was not immediately crushed? A single act of defiance might allow Krefeld to repel the imperial forces, once. But without the protection of the Grand Accord, they would soon find themselves overwhelmed by the second and third waves of imperial troops. And by then, no rules would shield them from the empire's wrath. That, at least, was Bernhardt's reasoning. Even the first prince gave a small nod of agreement. It seems this discussion has reached its conclusion. Unless you have more to say, William. A second prince, standing behind the first, interjected. Brother, it's Lord William. Ah, right. Lord William. If you have no further objections, I'd like to end this council here. The first prince nodded absent-mindedly at his younger brother's correction. Denying Bernhardt's logic was tantamount to denying the empire's strength itself. Yet, despite the overwhelming opposition, William shook his head. I do not doubt the empire will not break from a single loss. But if it suffers defeat, will it still have the strength to march on Krefeld again while rebellions rise on all sides? Bernhardt's eyes narrowed. What are you implying? That whether Krefeld breaks the Grand Accord or not, the moment they win even once, uprisings will erupt across the empire. And if that happens, Krefeld will have no reason to uphold the accord any longer. If the rebels only needed a single victory to secure their independence, then the burden of war was asymmetrical. For the empire, a single loss would spell disaster. Instead of merely reconquering Krefeld, they would find themselves drowning in insurrections. The prospect of sending another army would become a distant dream. Marquis Bernhard, William continued, his tone measured. You called the Grand Accord a perfect excuse. But where in history has there ever been such a thing as a perfect excuse? Rebellion is not a decision made lightly. It is an act of desperation, one that risks the very lives of the ruling class. Do you really believe they would stake everything on nothing more than a test of the empire's strength? Bernhard folded his arms. So you claim that, since their survival is on the line, they will use every tool available. You sound far too pessimistic. William met his gaze evenly. And you, Marquis, are far too optimistic. You assume every advantage lies with the empire. Bernhard chuckled. And you assume every disadvantage does. William's voice remained steady. I was taught to always prepare for the worst. There's a difference between preparing for the worst and being too afraid to move forward. The conversation was swiftly interrupted. Enough. The first prince's hand slammed against the armrest of his chair. The sudden impact silenced the room. His sharp gaze flickered between William and Bernhard before he spoke again. I ask for strategy, not a shouting match. Do not forget that I am the one leading this campaign. Both men immediately bowed their heads. My apologies. I ask for your forgiveness. The first prince accepted their words, though his displeasure was evident. His eyes lingered on William for a moment longer before he added, and you, Lord William, choose your words carefully. The empire is not so fragile. William inclined his head slightly. If my words were offensive, I apologize. But war is a matter of the state's survival, and I cannot ignore the worst possible outcome. The first prince's lips curled into a smirk. Ah, such noble devotion. How inspiring. The sarcasm was thick, but William remained impassive. The prince swept his gaze across the gathered nobles. It seems we have two proposals before us. Marquis Benhart's call for a swift strike and Lord William's cautious approach. Which do you believe is the wiser course? The room fell into silence. The gathered lords glanced at Bernhard and William in turn, hesitant to voice their opinions. The silence did not last long. Soon, voices rose in near unanimous agreement. I believe the Marquis's proposal is the more reasonable choice. Lord William's argument has its merits, but experience must also be considered. If Crefeld does break the Grand Accord, we can adjust our strategy then. There's no need for hesitation now. As the room swayed decisively in his favor, Marquis Bernhard turned to William with a victorious smirk. Even the first prince tilted his head slightly, as if to ask, what now? It seems the majority supports the Marquis's plan. William remained composed. I am merely offering counsel as a vassal. The decision ultimately rests with your highness. Then I see no reason to go against the consensus. We will proceed with a swift campaign. William gave a quiet nod. If that is your highness's will. Satisfied, the first prince grinned and raised his voice. Then it is decided. We will advance swiftly upon Crefeld's capital and show them the might of the empire. William let out a sigh as he made his way back to his tent. He had expected at least some among them to seriously consider his warning. Yet not a single one had. Pathetic. Do not be too disheartened, your highness. William turned as Raymond approached, offering words of consolation. Though he had not been allowed inside the war council, he had remained close as William's bodyguard and overheard the entire discussion. Your strategy was sound, but to the others, it was simply too radical. It is only natural that they would gravitate toward the more conventional plan. William scoffed. Conventional? What part of this is conventional? Swift campaigns are always ideal, are they not? Ending a war quickly is common sense. For a brief moment, William blinked in surprise. Then, he let out a small, wry chuckle. Speaking as if to a child, he began his explanation. Do you know who is paying for this campaign? Raymond tilted his head. Marquis Bernhard, is he not? I heard he was forced to foot the bill because of that mess with you. Then tell me, who benefits the most from ending this war quickly? Raymond's eyes widened in realization. What had seemed like a purely strategic choice was, in truth, nothing more than a ploy to minimize the Marquis's own financial losses. Then what about the part about mercy? Showing restraint as proof of the empire's strength? William's lips curled slightly. Once the Crefeld royal family falls, chaos will follow. Even if there is no formal war, the army will have to remain deployed for a long time to maintain order. And the longer the army stays, the more it will cost. And guess who will be paying for that as well? Raymond frowned. And the other lords supported the Marquis because a mere third prince, one without even an official claim to succession, against the head of an esteemed noble house. In most cases, who do you think they would support? Raymond stood frozen. At first, he had assumed William had been overwhelmed by the flow of the discussion, that he had simply failed to keep up with the momentum of the council. Now, he realized he had been wrong. He had not seen the true flow of the meeting at all. Regardless of the Marquis's true intentions, his plan must have been quite appealing to the first prince, William continued. Ending the war quickly would reflect well on his leadership. If this campaign succeeds swiftly, his reputation will soar. Then, this strategy was chosen purely for political reasons. That, and because my own proposal must have sounded absurd to them. To the nobles, the Marquis's plan was the far more realistic one. William could understand their reasoning. For centuries, the Grand Accord had been upheld. The idea of it being shattered now was unthinkable to them. But that was precisely the problem. In his past life, Crefeld's rebellion had become infamous, not simply because they had won a battle against the empire, nor because they had been razed to the ground in retaliation. What made their rebellion legendary was that it was the first time in history the Grand Accord had been completely and utterly broken. From that point forward, war had changed. When people spoke of the beginning of the Empire's Dark Age, they all pointed to this moment, Krefeld's defiance. And soon enough, the Grand Accord will be seen as nothing more than a relic for fools. A bitter smile played on William's lips. This moment marked the beginning of a slow, inevitable descent into an era of unchecked warfare. At first, he had merely hoped to mitigate the damage, to prevent unnecessary casualties. But with the Marquis's plan now firmly in place, there was little left for him to do. At most, he could focus on ensuring the safety of the troops under his command. Well, it can't be helped. William exhaled softly. He had given them ample warning. But if they were too blinded by ambition and self-interest to grasp the truth, then they would have to suffer the consequences. In the end, I stand to lose nothing. For now, they dismissed him as an eccentric. But when the world crumbled in accordance with his words, the eccentric would become a prophet. William cast one last glance toward the War Council tent. He could hardly wait to see their faces when that day arrived. Then, let us begin the War Council. The next day, William was summoned once again by the first prince. The previous meeting had only established their general strategy before adjourning. Now that the overall plan was set, it was time to discuss the specifics of their operation. Direct your attention to the map. Jürgen, one of the first prince's closest advisors, gestured at the large map spread across the table. As you can see, the route to our first fortress is completely unguarded. For the time being, we should be able to advance quickly without fear of enemy attacks. Just as he had said, the path ahead was remarkably clear. There were no wide rivers to cross, no dense forests perfect for ambushes, and no steep mountainous terrain to slow them down. The only settlements dotting the landscape were small rural villages scattered along the border. Since ancient times, the outer regions of Krefeld have been nothing but open plains, offering no significant geographical advantages. As a result, not a single fortress has ever been built there. Because fortifications would be difficult to defend and easily bypassed, the first prince mused. Jürgen nodded. Precisely. The enemy understands this, which is why they have effectively abandoned the outer lands. We will not encounter real resistance until we reach our first target, Bodiam Fortress. If we march quickly, we should arrive within 5 days. Bodiam was a natural stronghold, a fortress city positioned at a strategic choke point. Even compared to Bornholm, where William had previously been stationed, it was an imposing defensive bastion. Even with a full arsenal of siege weapons, taking the fortress would be no simple task. But fortunately, the coalition had brought a trump card from the royal family. When the time comes, the imperial mage, Lord Blasker, will take the field alongside his 5 apprentices. No fortress, no matter how strong, can withstand his magic. The moment Jürgen spoke the name, the room stirred. A gruff, elderly mage in a crimson robe responded. His arched eyebrows and sharp gaze reflected a strict and uncompromising temperament. Humph, alone, it would be difficult. But with my apprentices assisting me, it should be possible. William's eyes gleamed as he studied the old mage. Blasker Linvale. To think I would see him in person. Blasker was the undisputed head of the Empire's pyromancy school, one of the few officially recognized magical academies. Despite being a mage, he was an anomaly, fiercely loyal to the imperial throne. According to history, he had given his life defending the capital, incinerating nearly 2,000 enemies to save the emperor. By the time William had become a mercenary in his past life, Blasker had already become a near-mythical figure. If even half of the stories about him are true, bringing down a fortress wall should be trivial. Of course, the real question was how many times he could unleash such devastating magic in succession. If high-tier mages could freely cast their most destructive spells, the world would have already been ruled by them. Naturally, a destroyed fortress loses its defensive value, Jürgen continued. But since our objective is rebellion suppression, we have no need to capture the structure intact. In fact, it would be far wiser to completely demolish it, ensuring the enemy could not reclaim and use it to block their retreat. With only one direct route leading to Bodiam, they could not afford to have their escape path cut off. There are 3 possible routes from Bodiam to Krefeld's capital, Jürgen explained. However, we will determine the best path after the fortress falls. Until then, we cannot predict how the enemy will respond. As his explanation concluded, he scanned the room, silently inviting questions. Most of the nobles remained silent, nodding in approval of the plan. But then, William spoke up. I have one question. I do not see any major rivers along the route. Are there reliable water sources along the way? Water was the most critical supply in any military campaign. A soldier could survive longer without food than without water. Yet, despite its necessity, water was also the most difficult resource to transport. The sheer volume required, combined with its weight, made long-term storage and distribution nearly impossible. This was why most armies did not carry all their water with them. Instead, they relied on natural sources, rivers, wells, and streams, found in occupied territories. As long as these sources remained uncontaminated, resupplying water was rarely an issue. Unless, of course, someone deliberately poisoned them. With rivers, such sabotage was nearly impossible. A river was too vast, too constantly flowing to be effectively tainted over a short period. But small wells and creeks, those could be ruined in an instant. Jürgen hesitated before answering William's question. According to our maps, there are 3 villages along the route. Each has at least one well, and the second village is also near a small stream. We should have no trouble securing water. William frowned at the response. This was not a reassuring answer. All it would take was a single act of sabotage, and every available water source would be rendered useless. Marquis Bernhard, noticing William's displeasure, let out a dismissive scoff. Tampering with water supplies is a violation of the Grand Accord, Lord William. William turned to face him. And you still believe Krefeld will abide by the accord? Bernhard chuckled. And you still believe they will not? I'm afraid your argument has already been dismissed. There is no need to waste time discussing an impossibility. Quite right, the first prince interjected coldly. His sharp gaze locked onto William. Our entire strategy is based on the assumption that the enemy will adhere to the Grand Accord. I expect you to act accordingly and not persist in raising rejected concerns. William bowed slightly. I apologize. He stepped back without further argument. If they refused to heed his warnings, then whatever disaster unfolded would be entirely their own fault. No one would be able to blame him when things inevitably went wrong. Seeing that no further objections were raised, the first prince stood and addressed the assembled lords. If there are no further disagreements, then this council is concluded. We will advance swiftly to Bodiam and take the fortress by force. Even in the best of circumstances, coalition forces struggle to operate in unison. Different factions, trained under different doctrines, could not be seamlessly integrated. Thus, before setting out, every commander needed to know their assigned position on the battlefield. Count Larkmo and Viscount Montel will take the left flank. Viscount Bren and Count Seiben will hold the right. Before their departure, Jürgen relayed the official formations, distributing positions based on military strength, noble rank, and political considerations. Lord William, you will take the left vanguard alongside Marquis Bernhard. His Highness, the First Prince, will command the elite guard behind you both. William's expression remained unreadable as he nodded. Fighting in the vanguard meant leading the charge, bearing the brunt of any surprise attacks or enemy defenses. In most situations, it was a position of honor. But William knew better. They had placed him in the most dangerous position possible. Perhaps as a silent warning. Or perhaps, deep down, they hoped he would not return. Understood. William nodded lightly. The vanguard was the first to face the enemy, but it was also the easiest place to earn merit. It was a position coveted by many, making William and the Marquis the most suitable candidates to lead it. Just as William was about to mobilize his troops to their designated position, a voice rang out from behind him. "If you wish, Lord William, I can have you positioned further back. Since you seem so worried that Crefeld might break the Grand Accord, I assume you prefer a safer post." A frigid silence fell over the tent. The first prince's blatant mockery was unmistakable. His words carried the same meaning as, "If you're scared, you can sit back and watch from a safe distance." Even Marquis Bernhard, who had little patience for William, found himself unable to laugh at the remark. It was one thing to question William's strategy, but openly ridiculing one of their strongest assets on the battlefield? That was sheer folly. Everyone turned to William, bracing for an explosive reaction. Instead, he chuckled softly. "There's no need for concern, Your Highness. My worries do not stem from a lack of courage. If anything, the Hearn family is known for being too brave for its own good. I only hope we do not end up surprising you." "Oh. We shall see just how courageous you are then." William's unshaken response left the first prince visibly disappointed. The prince scoffed and turned away, walking off as if he had lost interest in the exchange. The gathered nobles exhaled in relief. Jürgen, who had been standing nearest to the exchange, bowed repeatedly to William. "Lord William, I cannot thank you enough. I am at a loss as to how to repay this favor." William waved him off with a smile. "I hardly did anything. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to organize my forces before we depart." "Ha!" As William turned away, Jürgen let out an admiring sigh. It had been a deliberate insult, one that could have infuriated a younger noble or unsettled even a seasoned one. Yet William had brushed it aside without so much as a flinch. "When I first heard the rumors, I assumed they were exaggerated, but now I wonder if they were actually understated. A man with such composure would never be just another noble." Jürgen made a mental note to report William's potential to the emperor once the rebellion was suppressed. Damn it! The young lion has already begun sharpening his claws. While Jürgen was lost in admiration, Marquis Bernhard frowned. He had thought William was just another silver-tongued upstart. But now he could see it clearly, even at his age, the boy's cunning ran deep. If William continued to rise, he would become an insurmountable obstacle for the Rogran Marquisate. Bernhard clenched his jaw. Zygmunt was truly blessed with an exceptional heir. Some noble houses struggled to find even a half-decent successor. But his rivals had him, a sharp-minded, battle-hardened youth who was already shaping into a formidable leader. "The future of my house may be in danger," Bernhard muttered to himself. He would have to accelerate his son's training. Perhaps it was time to introduce them to some trials of their own. 2 days into the march, the coalition forces arrived at their first waypoint, a sizable village near the border. Although it was technically part of the empire, the government's influence in these outer regions was weak. That, perhaps, was why the village had grown larger than most. As soon as the soldiers appeared, the village chief rushed out, accompanied by a crowd of trembling villagers. He bowed so deeply that his forehead nearly touched the dirt. Welcome, my lords. Please, tell us what you need, and we shall provide it. Only, I beg of you, please spare us from plunder." Looting was not prohibited under the Grand Accord. It was, in fact, a common practice during wartime. Many nobles viewed commoners as expendable, and for some armies, taking supplies from villages was not an option, it was a necessity. Thus, the moment the villagers learned an army was arriving, they had braced themselves for the worst. But instead of demanding supplies by force, the first prince merely scoffed. "Calm yourself. Do you think an army of elite knights and lords would waste their time looting a backwater village like this? If they were mere mercenaries, that might be another story. But the noble houses had their own carefully managed supply lines. A handful of stolen goods would not be worth their time. Just see to it that the soldiers are properly taken care of, the prince continued. As long as you remain respectful, we will be gone by tomorrow. The chief nearly collapsed in relief. Thank you. Truly, thank you. He turned and hurriedly began shouting orders to the other villagers. They scrambled to clear homes to make room for the soldiers, draw water from the wells, and, most notably, gather the more presentable women in one place. Satisfied, the lords prepared to let their troops rest. But then, William spoke up. Chief, I have a question. The old man, who had been rushing about, froze in his tracks. He quickly knelt, his voice quivering. Why yes, my lord. What would you like to know? William's expression was unreadable. Where are the children? The village had a sizable population, yet there were no signs of any young boys or girls. The only people visible were adults. The children, my lord. The chief stammered. We sent them away when we heard of the war, for their safety. William's eyes sharpened. I see. And where exactly did you send them? To Bodiam, my lord, the chief blurted. It is the safest place in these lands. William chuckled, his smile turning ice-cold. Your lie is pathetic. The village chief's face drained of color at William's words. A lie? How could I possibly lie to you, my lord? Please, have mercy. He fell to the ground in a full prostration, his body trembling as if afraid that any further misstep would cost him his life. But William remained calm, his gaze steady. It's not uncommon for children to be sent away when war breaks out, he mused. Leaving one's home behind is difficult, but at the very least, parents might want to ensure their children survive. Exactly, my lord. That is why we. However, William interrupted, his tone as sharp as a blade, that only applies to those with the means to do so. Most people in villages like this don't have the luxury of sending their children away. They either leave together or stay together. Do you know why? The chief stammered. Why? Because evacuating one's family is a privilege of those who can afford it. In remote villages like this, survival is a daily struggle. There's no time to think about fleeing. The trembling that had gripped the chief suddenly stopped. It was as if, for a moment, he had forgotten to keep up the act. William swept his gaze across the villagers once more. And more importantly, he continued, the distinction between children and adults is a luxury of cities and wealthy towns. In places like this, there is no such thing. The moment a child can stand, they are put to work. Once they can hold a tool, they are treated as an adult. Marriage happens early, and anyone past 13 is already expected to hunt when beasts come near. The silence that followed was suffocating. The nobles and knights, unfamiliar with the realities of rural life, glanced at one another in confusion. The soldiers, particularly those from similar backwater regions, slowly began nodding in agreement. Among them, the village chief remained still. William let out a cold chuckle. Yet here we are. Not a single young boy or girl in sight. Everyone here looks to be at least 20 or older. Strange, isn't it? Where are the 13-year-old husbands? The young hunters? Surely, in a village like this, they wouldn't all be missing. A thick, uneasy silence settled over the gathering. Then, a dry, hollow laugh escaped the village chief's lips. His once docile eyes sharpened into something cold and predatory. Splat! A streak of light flashed, and in the next instant, the chief was hurled backward. Blood splattered across the dirt as his severed arm landed with a dull thud. The dagger he had attempted to drive into William never found its mark. Raymond's blade had intercepted him first, cutting through flesh and bone with lethal precision. Raymond flicked the blood off his sword, his expression twisted in disgust. Filthy rat. The wounded man clenched his teeth, his face twisted in agony. But rather than cry out, he used his remaining arm to brace himself against the ground. Kill them. The command was instant. All around them, the once docile villagers threw off their disguises, drawing concealed daggers and lunging forward. Shouts erupted as the camp descended into chaos. The coalition forces, momentarily caught off guard, quickly regained control. Enemy attack. Shields up. Kill them all. Crush them. Take down anyone who gets close. The assassins fought fiercely, but they were outmatched. This was no undisciplined rabble, this was a trained army, composed entirely of elite soldiers. The formation remained solid, the soldiers striking down the attackers methodically. One by one, the disguised assassins fell, their ambush utterly failing. Kook! The last of the attackers collapsed, 5 spears buried deep in his torso. With his death, the battle ended. Only the village chief, now missing an arm, remained alive. He laughed, the sound low and bitter. Heh! I never thought I'd be discovered by a brat, of all people. Raymond stepped forward, his eyes blazing. You dare to laugh? Do you have any idea what you've done? But the chief merely grinned, his expression smug. Oh, I know very well. The Grand Accord is dead. What a historic moment, isn't it? A ripple of shock ran through the gathered nobles. Jürgen, standing nearby, cursed under his breath. You, lunatics! Did they even understand what they had just done? The Grand Accord was the only thing preventing war from descending into absolute barbarism. Yet, the man before him showed no hint of regret. The chief sneered. The Grand Accord. What was it, really? A promise to strike with fists instead of swords. A joke of a law that let your empire beat us down, so long as you didn't go too far. Jürgen's face twisted with fury. The Grand Accord was for your protection, you fool. No. It was made for you. For the first time, the chief's voice carried true power, shaking even the most seasoned warriors present. Because of the Grand Accord, we were never allowed to draw our swords. We had to fight with our fists while you crushed us beneath your boots. We were forced to suffer under an empire that saw us as lesser beings. Tell me, noble lords, do you even know what it's like to be beaten within an inch of your life and not be allowed to fight back? Blood still poured from his wound, but the chief barely seemed to notice. His one remaining hand dug into his own flesh, as if trying to silence the pain through sheer willpower. Because we were a vassal state, everything about Krefeld was seen as lesser, our goods, our people, even our nobility. A mere baron from the empire could sneer at one of our dukes, and no one would question it. Krefeld had no natural defenses, its land was open, its climate temperate. There had never been a way for them to resist imperial control. And because they had upheld the Grand Accord, their options had been limited. If they fought honorably, they would be crushed. If they fought dishonorably, the empire would burn them to the ground. For years, we have endured, the chief continued, his voice rising. We have sharpened our daggers in silence, waiting for the day we could use them. And now, that day has come. His wild, feverish eyes locked onto the first prince. A wave of killing intent radiated from him, raw and unfiltered. The first prince, for all his confidence, instinctively stepped back. A single victory is all we need. His voice rang through the night. All we must prove is that the empire is no longer invincible. Your sins have accumulated, your enemies are many. They have only been waiting for proof. Jürgen's face darkened. So you shattered the Grand Accord for this? You would burn your own homeland just to win one battle. The chief gave a hollow smile. Who's to say you'll even have the strength to burn us down when this war is over? His hand moved. A dagger slipped from his sleeve. And in one swift motion, he lunged. Raymond moved swiftly, stepping in front of William to shield him. But the dagger was not aimed at William. Instead, the village chief turned the blade on himself. Do your best. Your real hell begins now. Slash. A deep, clean cut. Blood gushed from his throat, spilling onto the dirt. His lifeless body collapsed into the pool of his own making, a twisted smile still on his lips. For a long moment, no one moved. Even though the immediate threat had passed, an unseen weight pressed down upon them all. Everyone there understood what had just happened. A boundary that had stood for centuries had crumbled into dust. It was William who finally broke the suffocating silence. First, we need to check the water supply. Bernhard nodded grimly. No one dared scoff at William's concerns anymore. The coalition's medics were called in at once to inspect the village wells. At a glance, the water seemed clean. But they could not afford to take any chances. Their caution proved justified when, not long after, a medic entered the command tent with a hardened expression. The water is poisoned. His words sent a ripple of unease through the assembled nobles. It's not an instantly lethal toxin, but if consumed, it will cause severe abdominal pain and vomiting within 2 to 3 days. Jürgen frowned. So it's not fatal? Not immediately, no. However, it induces extreme dehydration that lasts for nearly 2 weeks. Without treatment, prolonged exposure could still be fatal. A cold realization settled over the group. But the medic wasn't finished. His hesitation did not go unnoticed. The first prince's patience snapped. Speak. If it isn't deadly, what's the problem? The medic flinched before reluctantly answering. This type of poison, it's not used to kill. It's used to incapacitate. A heavy silence followed. Every noble in the tent recalled the chilling words of the so-called village chief. The sheer hatred in his voice. The depth of his resentment. What would have happened if the coalition had fallen into their hands, sick and helpless? None of them dared imagine it. Is there an antidote? The first prince demanded. There is, but it requires specific herbs. Meaning? The medic bowed his head. Meaning that under war conditions, treatment will be difficult. The first prince clenched his fists, his complexion growing pale. For the first time, true fear flickered in his eyes. He turned to the gathered lords. What do we do now? None of them answered. Because none of them knew. Their entire strategy had been built on a single assumption, that Krefeld would abide by the Grand Accord. Now, that assumption had shattered. For the first time in centuries, war had lost its restraints. If the enemy does not follow the accord, their options multiply, one noble murmured. And yet we are completely unprepared, another added. If William was right about the water supply, what else might he be right about? Even if we solve this, what new horrors will they unleash upon us next? Each whispered conversation carried the same grim realization. They were not ready for this war. The first prince, desperate for reassurance, turned to Bernhard. His voice was edged with the last remnants of hope. Marquis, surely you have a plan? When you proposed this strategy, you must have considered the risks. Bernhard hesitated, his eyes darted away. My apologies. I did not account for this. For the first time, Bernhard avoided the prince's gaze. And in that moment, the first prince realized, there was no plan. With his last hope dashed, the first prince's expression contorted in frustration. His voice was strained as he turned to the only man who had foreseen this disaster. Lord William. Do you have a solution? The question was laced with bitterness. The prince's pride trembled at the mere act of asking. Only hours ago, he had mocked William. And now, he was forced to seek his wisdom. William regarded him calmly. Then, after a brief pause, he nodded. There is one solution. The first prince shot up from his seat. There is? Then say it. If it works, I will grant you anything you desire. William's reply came swiftly. Withdraw. Return to the Empire and reorganize. The enemy has discarded the Grand Accord, so we must adjust accordingly. Gather the appropriate forces and plan for a campaign that reflects the new reality. The first prince's expression froze. Then, his face contorted in rage. Are you joking? You want me to retreat without even fighting? William remained impassive. It is the least costly option. Far better to leave now than to retreat after suffering a true defeat. We haven't even lost yet. Don't speak of defeat so easily. Not yet, perhaps. But we are now forced into a battle on their terms. Without preparation, we will remain at a constant disadvantage. William's voice was unwavering. A wise leader does not charge into a battle already set against him. He adjusts, prepares, and strikes when the advantage is his. The first prince clenched his fists. He trembled, not from fear, but from humiliation. This was not how he had envisioned his glorious campaign. He had wanted a swift victory, not a humiliating retreat. His voice was strained as he hissed. Are you telling me this is my fault? William met his gaze without hesitation. The coalition was ill-prepared. And now, we will pay for that mistake. Bernhard, for the first time, found himself in reluctant agreement. William's words were correct. Retreat was shameful. But continuing forward would be worse. Better to lose a finger now than an arm later. He opened his mouth, about to speak. No. The first prince's furious roar silenced the tent. His face was a mask of anger and wounded pride. I refuse. We will not flee like cowards. We will claim a victory before we return. William sighed. If that is your highness's will, then I shall remain in the rear. The prince scoffed. What, are you afraid? I simply follow orders, William replied smoothly. You are the supreme commander. I will not disobey. His words were polite. But his eyes held something else, something sharp and knowing. A glimmer of anticipation. As the first prince stormed out, the remaining nobles exchanged uneasy glances. This was not how things were supposed to go. Then, slowly, every gaze turned to Bernhard. For the first time, the weight of his earlier choices settled upon him. William's forces would remain intact. But the vanguard, the front lines, would belong to Bernhard alone. If things went badly, there would be no buffer. No one to split the casualties. Just his forces, standing alone against an enemy that played by no rules. A cold sweat formed on Bernhard's brow. He swallowed hard. This is bad. Very, very bad. William didn't stop there. His gaze swept over the surrounding lords as he added. The same goes for all of you. While your counsel may have been given with the best of intentions, the fact remains that you've displeased the Supreme Commander, His Highness the First Prince. And with that, you must also bear the consequences. There is no need to defend me. The lords hesitated. And no, but. This is too much, even so. I'll say it once more, I understand and accept this decision. So let's not have any unnecessary discussion. With that firm declaration, William strode out of the tent, leaving the gathered lords looking pale. He had spoken diplomatically, but his message had been clear. If they dared to push him to the front lines again, there would be no mercy. With such a threat looming over them, any thought of persuading the first prince in the name of the Hearn family's interests was now out of the question. Damn it! What are we supposed to do now? What else? We leave it to the 8 gods above and pray for fate to be kind. Maybe I should just anger His Highness myself and get out of this mess. Do you have a death wish? You want your entire house to be branded as traitors? Keep your mouth shut and stay put. As whispers spread among them, the Marquis staggered to his feet, his face pale and haggard. How had things ended up like this? At the start, all he had wanted was to wrap up the war quickly, minimize costs, and return home victorious. Yet now, the thought of costs and logistics had faded, replaced by a grim realization: he had to worry about his elite forces being senselessly wasted in a war that was spiraling out of control. If only I hadn't been so obstinate at the start. Had he acknowledged William's concerns, had he humored him with a few well-placed words of agreement, they could have found a way to retreat with dignity. But he had openly opposed William in front of everyone, leaving himself no way out. Now, regardless of how events unfolded, his only path forward was to follow that fool of a first prince. Come to think of it, wasn't there a saying? A ruler should neither be too wise nor too foolish, lest his vassals suffer. The Marquis recalled the words his late father had once taught him. A wise ruler controlled his retainers with an iron grip. A foolish one dragged them into the pit with him. His father's lessons had always been invaluable, yet this particular phrase had never made sense to him. If the ruler is a fool, isn't that all the better? That way, I can steer him however I please. Now, as he looked at the abyss yawning beneath his feet, he finally understood. The first prince had been so easy to manipulate at first, but now, that very foolishness had bound him in chains, dragging him toward disaster. A bitter chuckle escaped him. There was no one to blame but himself. He could only hope that the abyss they were about to fall into wasn't too deep. Not a single voice rose to defend William against the first prince's tyrannical decree. No, more accurately, even those who wanted to speak up found themselves unable to. Neither the one who issued the order nor the one receiving it desired any protest. To step forward in William's defense now would only result in earning the ire of both sides. So the lords stood by in silence, watching William's quiet departure, their unease growing with each passing moment. All except for one. "This isn't right, brother." The following day, just as they were about to convene once more to discuss their next course of action, the second prince finally spoke up. For the first time, he straightened his back fully, no longer the quiet observer he had been until now. The change made his tall frame and sharp features stand out even more, his presence commanding attention in a way it never had before. The first prince scowled instantly. "You've kept your mouth shut all this time. And now you suddenly decide to make a scene. I had assumed that after a day had passed, you would come to your senses and rescind your order. But since I didn't, you decided you had to interfere? What right do you have? Do you even hold an official position in this army?" Technically, the second prince was merely an attendant to his older brother. He held no formal title. In rank, he was second only to the first prince, but he had no real authority to interject in matters of military command. Even so, he did not back down. "I hold no title. But as a member of the imperial family, I have a duty, to ensure that my brother does not stray from the right path." "What?" The first prince's expression twisted in rage. "Are you saying I've strayed?" "Yes," the second prince answered calmly. "The Hearn family is the empire's most loyal and accomplished house. Even if they had erred, such mistreatment would be unjust. Yet William spoke nothing but reason, and you cast him aside. I beg you to reconsider your decision. You dare lecture me? Are you saying you know the right path, and I do not?" The first prince roared in fury, but the second prince did not falter. Instead, he dropped to one knee, his voice ringing louder than before, filled with conviction. "No one is perfect. At times, it takes wisdom to admit a mistake and the courage to correct it." "Shut your mouth," the first prince bellowed. "Are you afraid because the Hearn forces are gone? Fine. If you're such a coward, then stay behind as well. I will handle this war myself. Brother, prepare for departure. We will advance immediately. Our forces will march to the next town for water and then continue to Bodiam, where we will bring down the castle." The first prince, unwilling to hear another word, brought the meeting to an abrupt end. The lords, watching the heated exchange, wore uneasy expressions. No one had expected the second prince to intervene. Was that true loyalty I just witnessed? Or was it a calculated move to stand out? Does he seek the throne, or is he truly without ambition? The matter was too delicate to discuss aloud. And so, in the heavy silence that followed, the lords withdrew one by one, leaving the tent with unreadable expressions. William had nearly reached the exit himself when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Lord William. The second prince, Cedric, approached, his expression regretful. William turned to face him and immediately bowed. Your Highness. There's no need for such formality. If anything, I should be apologizing. William frowned. Apologizing, Your Highness? I regret that I could not restore your honor. William shook his head. There's no need to trouble yourself over me. But how can I not? Cedric sighed. A loyal vassal of the Empire should not be treated this way. That's not what I meant. William smiled faintly as he watched Cedric continue to look at him with guilt. I simply meant there's no need to add unnecessary words. You've already achieved your goal of withdrawing from the front lines. Cedric stiffened at the implication. For a brief moment, anger flashed across his face, but before he could lash out, William continued speaking. His Highness the First Prince is marching down a treacherous path. The Grand Accord has been broken, and the enemy's response remains uncertain. Yet, he charges straight into their trap. So you think I used you to secure my own safety? Cedric asked, his voice taut. You must have heard that I refused any defense on my behalf. Even if you hadn't, someone as astute as yourself would have figured that out. Lord William, I believe you are gravely mistaken, Cedric said, his gaze steady. I only stepped forward because I feared that the relationship between my brother and his retainers would be irreparably damaged. It was never my intention to use you as a tool for my own protection. You may insult me as you wish, but don't assume I acted with selfish intent. If my words offended you, I apologize, William replied evenly. But since things have turned out this way, I should start preparing for deployment. Deployment? Cedric frowned. My brother ordered you to remain in the rear guard. But that won't last long, will it? William said. When the time comes, I will move as reinforcements the moment the order is given. You needn't worry. With that cryptic remark, William turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Cedric standing motionless, watching his retreating back. Once William had disappeared from view, Cedric finally let out a breath and loosened his rigid expression. William Hearn, truly a terrifying man. Terrifying. A voice, low and unervingly smooth, slithered from the depths of Cedric's shadow. The darkness beneath his feet shifted unnaturally, as though something hidden within it had just spoken. To me, he seemed nothing more than an insolent fool. He failed to recognize my lord's true worth and drew conclusions on his own whim. Cedric strolled leisurely to a secluded corner, his hands clasped behind his back. Without looking down, he replied to the unseen speaker. Insolent. That's amusing. If anything, he was pointing out my own arrogance. Forgive my ignorance, my lord, but I fail to see your meaning. Cedric chuckled, shaking his head. Anyone with half a mind could tell that I used him as an excuse to pull myself away from danger. That much is obvious. But what he saw beyond that is an entirely different matter. Beyond? He saw that I plan to return, and that I intend to save my brother. The situation had already deviated from the original plan. Would his elder brother, Claude, truly be able to crush the rebellion through sheer numbers and brute force? Impossible, Cedric murmured. No one dares to say it outright, but they all know it in their hearts. This suppression will fail. My brother is going to lose. The only question is, how badly? If the enemy merely defeated their forces and took Claude captive, that would be the best possible outcome. But what if, blinded by hatred, they executed him on the spot? Cedric exhaled slowly. He didn't even want to imagine what would follow. If the empire merely suffers a loss of face, that would be fortunate. But the worst-case scenario? Father loses himself to rage and razes Krepel to the ground, draining the last of the empire's strength in a mindless act of vengeance. And then what? The empire was already stretched thin. If they squandered their remaining forces out of fury, the collapse would be inevitable. That meant one thing: no matter what, he had to keep Claude alive. As long as his brother survived, the emperor might be able to hold on to his reason. If he suffers defeat and has to stare death in the face, perhaps that will finally knock some sense into him. He might even retreat of his own accord. But to ensure that, I must send reinforcements at the critical moment. Are you saying you plan to send that man? Of course, Cedric smirked. A mere 1,000 elite soldiers of House Hearn. Hardly a full army. But more than enough to extract one man from a battlefield. William's role in this had been clear from the moment Cedric had spoken in his defense. Cedric had used the opportunity to withdraw from the front lines. There was no point in staying in a dangerous battlefield when there was no need. But at the same time, he had approached William, trying to cultivate goodwill. Because in an emergency, forcing someone to act through authority was never as effective as having them move of their own free will. And yet, he saw right through me. Cedric let out a quiet laugh. Not just my attempt to remove myself from danger, but also my efforts to win his favor. And even beyond that, to the fact that I intended to ask him for reinforcements later. The shadow at his feet remained silent. In the end, his remark about preparing for deployment, that was his way of mocking me. He was telling me not to put on a show. That he saw through my act of sincerity. That there was no need for me to pretend, because when the time came, he would send his troops regardless. Cedric sighed and tilted his head toward the sky. Had there ever been a time when his schemes were seen through so completely? He had always prided himself on his ability to manipulate people, to understand them, guide them, control them. And yet, William had dissected his every move as though he were reading an open book. The world is vast, indeed, Cedric murmured. I truly was arrogant to think myself exceptional. Then, what will you do? Cedric gave a soft hum, glancing back in the direction William had left. About Lord William? If he's that dangerous, wouldn't it be best to eliminate him now? Cedric let out a short laugh. Oh, no. If I strike without reason, I'd only stir a hornet's nest. That would be the end of both of us. William wasn't a fool. He had exposed Cedric's intentions deliberately. That meant he had already anticipated any potential hostility. Any move against him now would likely be met with a response Cedric couldn't afford. No, he mused. He would be a deadly enemy. But if I can make him an ally. A talent like that would be invaluable in securing the throne. The gleam in Cedric's eyes sharpened. A collector's gaze. The kind that had found something truly worth acquiring. William and the elite forces of House Hearn withdrew from the vanguard, following the first prince's command. As 1,000 of the finest warriors prepared to retreat to the rear, the atmosphere within the coalition forces grew noticeably heavier. The war had barely begun, yet already, infighting had broken out among the ranks. And worse, it had resulted in the loss of one of their strongest allies. William could feel the shift in morale, the silent unease that gripped the soldiers. He let out a faint, bitter chuckle. There was a reason defeated generals and disgraced officers were not paraded before their troops until after the battle was over. Even if punishment was justified, witnessing the humiliation or expulsion of their own could only lower morale. Yet here they were, exiling a loyal ally for no reason other than the prince's wounded pride. This campaign was doomed from the start, but now, even taking Bodiam might be beyond their reach. William had no intention of sitting idly by. He needed to be prepared for the inevitable. And for that, he sought out Blasker, the head of the pyromancy school. Lord Blasker, are you inside? The sound of pages rustling ceased. A moment later, a deep voice responded. "Ah, Lord William. What brings you here?" Blasker set aside the thick tome he had been reading and rose to greet his guest. Though he was old enough to be William's grandfather, he remained deeply respectful, bowing his head slightly. It was, William suspected, less out of deference to his age and more to the fact that he represented Duke Herne in this war. So he's not just an academic hermit obsessed with magic. William had expected Blasker to be the type to care only for his craft, but the man clearly knew how to navigate politics as well. The realization made William smile slightly as he returned the gesture. "I have a favor to ask of you." Blasker frowned. "A favor? I believe you've come to the wrong person. I am nothing more than a staff in the hands of the imperial family." There was a stiffness in his tone, an unmistakable reluctance. Regardless of how well he managed social interactions, it was clear he wanted nothing to do with politics. William wasted no time in correcting the potential misunderstanding. "This has nothing to do with personal politics," he said smoothly. "It is for the sake of His Highness, the Supreme Commander, and the imperial family." Blasker's brows furrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" William glanced around, ensuring there were no eavesdroppers, then stepped closer and lowered his voice. He whispered the details of his request. Blasker's eyes widened. "Lord William, that is, mutiny." "As far as His Highness is concerned, yes," William admitted without hesitation. "That is why I've come to you. No matter how righteous your cause may be, this is not the proper way," Blasker warned. "And should things go wrong, I'll be held responsible as well." "But it is also a necessary measure to prevent disaster," William countered. "I will take full responsibility for whatever comes of this. I only ask for your cooperation." Blasker groaned, rubbing his temples. He was silent for a long while, deep in thought. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh and nodded. "I suppose a safeguard would not be unwise." "Very well, if it comes to it, I will do as you ask. You have my deepest gratitude, Lord Blasker. But let me make this clear, if we reach Bodiam without issue, this conversation never happened," Blasker warned. "If we make it that far, then your concerns are unnecessary." "Of course." William bowed his head respectfully, though inwardly, he doubted they would reach that point unscathed. He had lived through this war before. Time and time again, the first prince had led his forces into situations where this very precaution had been necessary. And unless his decision-making had miraculously improved in this life, history would repeat itself. William could only hope that when the time came, he would be ready to take control. The more mistakes the prince made, the more he would stand out as the one prepared to handle them. As far as William was concerned, as long as the first prince stayed alive, nothing else mattered. "You will remain near the Horsen River and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." With that short and dismissive order, the first prince cast William to the rear lines. Perhaps he believed adding some flimsy justification would make his decision seem more reasonable. But no one, not the soldiers, not the knights, not the lords, was fooled. The common soldiers, though uninformed about the deeper politics at play, could clearly see that this was nothing more than internal strife. And for those who did know the full truth, the decision was downright infuriating. Unforeseen circumstances, my ass. The farthest border of the empire? What kind of unforeseen circumstances could possibly happen out there? If he wanted them stationed in the rear, he could have at least kept them close enough to serve as a proper rearguard. But no one dared to voice their frustrations aloud. Though the prince had yet to lead them to a loss, the fact remained, he was their supreme commander. And for now, his authority was intact. Once both William and the second prince were removed from the march, the first prince finally seemed to relax. "Now then, let us move on to the next village," he declared, a smile creeping onto his face. "The well there may have been sabotaged, but there is a stream nearby. Securing drinking water should not be difficult." "Indeed, Your Highness," Bernhard agreed smoothly. Then, under his breath, he clicked his tongue. Sabotaging a village well but not tampering with the stream nearby. What kind of fools did the prince think they were dealing with? Still, it was true that they needed to check the water supply as quickly as possible. Without further argument, the coalition forces moved forward. Soon, they arrived at the next village. And, unsurprisingly, the sight that greeted them was bleak. The place has been thoroughly razed. The well is completely ruined. The water is undrinkable. It seemed that after their assassination attempt had failed, the Krefeld forces had abandoned all pretense. Rather than attempt another deception, they had simply begun to destroy everything in their path. As expected, Bernhard muttered. "We should head for the stream." The first prince merely scoffed. "You act as if this is some great setback," he said, waving a hand dismissively. "It only means our swift advance has caught them unprepared. They did not have time to destroy everything. You believe they lacked the time to sabotage a stream? And why else would it still be intact?" The prince's certainty unsettled the lords, but no one voiced their doubts. "It's not as if we have any other choice." And so, after another day's march, the coalition finally arrived at the stream. A scout rushed to report his findings. They attempted to divert the water flow, but the stream itself is clean. The water is safe for drinking. The lords exchanged glances, disbelief flickering across their faces. The enemy had gone to such lengths to ruin everything else. And yet, here was their water source, untouched. Before anyone could question the anomaly, the first prince clapped his hands together, his expression smug. "It is as I said," he declared. "Our swift movements have thrown their plans into disarray. They did not have time to do more." Bernhard forced a smile and nodded, though inwardly, doubt gnawed at him. "Then let us clear the blocked passage and restore the water flow," the prince continued. "Our men have suffered long enough." The lords, still uneasy, reluctantly agreed. One by one, the soldiers moved to remove the stones and debris that clogged the stream. The weakened trickle of water soon began to strengthen, returning to its original state. And as the work neared completion, Blasker, who had remained silent until now, suddenly furrowed his brows. "Your Highness," he murmured, his voice unusually tense. "Something is wrong." No matter how he looked at it, Blasker couldn't believe that the enemy had simply run out of time before they could destroy the stream. The scale of the water source wasn't large enough for that. If anything, it felt deliberate, as if they had wanted the coalition forces to stop here. "I believe they left it partially intact on purpose," he murmured. "As if they wanted to keep us in place." The first prince scoffed. "And for what? What could they possibly do with us here?" He gestured broadly to the landscape. There was a small forest some distance away, but it was far enough that any enemy movement would be noticed long before they could launch an ambush. Setting a fire would be equally ineffective, the area was too open, and they were by the water's edge. Any flames would be easy to evade. Blasker hesitated, acknowledging the logic in the prince's words. And yet, the unease in his gut only grew stronger. Yes, this terrain isn't suited for military action. But what if? What if the enemy had a warlock? Or a long-range spellcaster? Something they didn't need to be close for, something they only needed. His thoughts clicked into place. Magic. Water. Blasker's breath caught. There was a particular type of magic, one that thrived when a large number of soldiers were gathered near water. His mind raced. If the enemy had a mage capable of using it, then... A shadow fell over the camp. A distant rumble rolled through the sky. Thunder. The soldiers stirred uneasily. Strange, one muttered. The sky was clear just a moment ago. Is it going to rain? Another murmured. Blasker's heart sank. He snapped his head up toward the sky. Thick, ominous clouds now loomed above them, unnatural in their formation. His blood ran cold. No. No, no, no. Lightning tore through the air. A blinding flash. A deafening roar. And then, chaos. Colin exhaled sharply, his body humming with exhaustion. It had been a long time since he'd cast a spell of this scale. The near-total depletion of his mana left an unpleasant sensation in his chest, but it was nothing compared to the satisfaction that followed. Especially when he saw the expressions of the Krefeld commanders. The same ones who had mocked magic mere hours ago were now staring at him in stunned disbelief. Colin smirked. My part is done. The rest is up to you. The Krefeld officer, still visibly shaken, coughed and quickly nodded. Why yes. Indeed. With power like this, you would be well suited for. I already told you, Colin interrupted, irritation lacing his voice. Just pay me in coin. Keep your empty titles to yourself and focus on the battle. The officer frowned but wisely chose not to argue. He turned to his men, raising his voice. Attack. Show the Empire the might of Krefeld. A thunderous roar erupted from the Krefeld forces as they surged forward. Their numbers were inferior to the coalition armies, but that hardly mattered. The lightning strike had shattered their formation, throwing them into disarray. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. The officer barked orders before rushing off to join his troops, but Colin simply watched him go with a smirk. He could already predict what would come next. Once the battle was over, they would come crawling back, groveling for him to stay in Krefeld. Hilarious. Do they take me for a fool? As if he would ever tie himself to a nation that had just broken the Grand Accord. Even now, as their supposed ally, they had treated him as disposable until they needed him. And the state of Krefeld itself? Laughable. Sure, they might win their independence now. The Empire was weakened. Victory was within their grasp. But what about afterward? Do they even realize the consequences of what they've done? The moment the Grand Accord fell, true war had begun. And when the dust settled, when the world needed a scapegoat for the bloodshed, the first name they would curse would be Krefeld. Their leaders were blind. They dreamt of freedom, but they had no vision for what came after. It was almost pitiful. Almost. Not that it had anything to do with him. He would take his payment and leave before everything collapsed around them. With that thought, Colin turned his gaze back toward the battlefield. The lightning strike had done significant damage. Yet, at the heart of the chaos, one section of the coalition forces still stood. Colin narrowed his eyes. The command center was still intact. That old man still standing, he muttered. Blasker. It seemed he had managed to conjure a barrier in time to redirect the lightning, shielding the leadership. Impressive. The old man still has some fight in him. But it wouldn't be enough. Even if he survived, he wouldn't have the strength to cast large-scale spells anymore. Not in a battle like this, where friendly fire could be just as devastating as enemy attacks. Colin leaned back, folding his arms. Krefeld's victory is inevitable, he mused. I might as well sit back and enjoy the. A flare of color caught his eye. Bright streaks of light shot into the sky, bursting in vivid, unnatural patterns. Not combat magic. A signal. A warning. Colin's smirk vanished. His stomach sank. No way. Boom. The sky erupted with fireworks of shimmering blue and red. William smiled. Finally, he murmured. The flare had gone up from precisely the location he had anticipated. Blasker had sent the signal. Which could only mean one thing. The first prince was in danger. And that meant his time had come. Lord William. He turned at the sound of a familiar voice. Cedric approached, his expression sharp with urgency. This is it, the second prince said. Our agreement, does it still stand? William's smile widened. Of course, he said. Lead the charge and rescue His Highness. I will command the army. Under your banner? Cedric asked knowingly. William nodded. Under House Hearn's banner. Cedric hesitated, then let out a short laugh and dipped his head in acknowledgement. A fair deal. Their arrangement was simple. William would lead the charge, but Cedric would be the one to personally save the first prince. They would split the recognition. Cedric would gain favor with the emperor, while William cemented his influence over the army. A mutually beneficial arrangement. William chuckled. Consider it my gift to you, he said lightly. Of course, I expect full repayment in due time. Cedric smirked. A terrifying man, as always. Even so, he extended his hand. William grasped it firmly. Then, without another word, he turned. Before him stood 1,000 elite soldiers of House Hearn, his men, waiting only for his command. He exhaled slowly. This was it. The time has come, William declared. Advance. At his word, the army surged forward. The future had already begun to shift. And this time, history would not repeat itself. Blasker coughed violently, his entire body shuddering from the aftermath of the spell. A sharp, metallic taste filled his mouth, and when he spat, droplets of blood mixed with his saliva. Master! The panicked voices of his disciples rang in his ears, but he cut them off with a sharp bark. Silence! Do not cause a commotion. A leader's fear was contagious. If he showed weakness, the soldiers would fall further into disarray. Even if it took every ounce of his strength, he had to maintain his composure. Report, he demanded. What are the casualties? What of His Highness? What of the commanders? His Highness is unharmed, one of his students answered hastily. The commanders, too, have mostly avoided direct hits. But the soldiers? The young mage hesitated, his voice trailing off. Blasker's heart clenched. He forced his blurred vision to focus and swept his gaze over the battlefield. His jaw tightened. Damn it! There are barely any men left who can fight. His response had been swift. He had conjured a barrier to redirect the worst of the spell, preventing a direct hit from annihilating the army. But it wasn't enough. Most of the soldiers had been standing near the stream. Even those who had avoided a direct strike had been caught by the residual charge through the water. Lightning had coursed through their bodies, leaving them writhing, their muscles locked in painful spasms. Ugh! Lord Blasker, what the hell happened? Marquis Bernhard was the first of the noble commanders to recover. Though his ears still rang and his vision swam, he forced himself upright, his face twisted in pain and rage. Blasker wasted no time in explaining. The enemy struck us with a spell, he said quickly. They manipulated the weather, summoning a storm to bring down lightning upon us. I deflected most of it, but the residual charge passed through the water, affecting the troops. Drop the magic jargon and explain it properly, the Marquis snapped. What does this mean for the army? Blasker exhaled sharply. The dead are few, but the damage is severe. The majority of our men are incapacitated. If they do not rest for at least 5 or 6 hours, they won't be able to fight at all. A dangerous silence followed. Then. Damn it all! Bernhard slammed his fist into the ground, his teeth grinding together in frustration. The battlefield was a mess. Most of the men lay twitching on the ground, their bodies still recovering from the electric shock. Even those who had managed to stay conscious struggled to move properly, their limbs sluggish and unresponsive. Blasker had saved them from instant death, but the army had been effectively crippled. Your Highness. Prince Claude. A strangled whimper answered him. The first prince had collapsed into a heap, his legs trembling so violently that he could not stand. His breathing was ragged, and his eyes darted wildly, unfocused. It was clear he had yet to recover from the shock of the attack. Bernhard let out a furious snarl. Without hesitation, he strode forward and ripped the command staff from the prince's hands. "Your Highness, you are unfit to lead in this state," he declared. "I will take command in your stead." The prince could only groan in protest, unable to string together a coherent response. Some of the other commanders frowned at Bernhard's blatant usurpation of power, but no one objected. Under these circumstances, there was no time for formalities. First, assess the full extent of the damage. Bernhard ordered. "How many men can still?" A thunderous roar cut him off. The sound sent a jolt of dread through his spine. Bernhard whirled toward the noise, his eyes widening in horror. From the forest beyond, a tide of enemy troops came rushing forward. Krefeld's forces had been lying in wait, and now, they had chosen the perfect moment to strike. This is madness. In any other situation, such an attack would have been meaningless. The distance was still far too great for a proper ambush. But after the lightning strike, the coalition forces were barely able to stand. This was no mere skirmish, this was an execution. Bernhard spun on his heel, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Get up! The enemy is upon us. If you want to live, stand and fight." A chorus of groans answered him as the battered soldiers struggled to rise. Only about half managed to push themselves to their feet, and even then, many wobbled unsteadily. The number of men ready to fight was even lower. Bernhard's face twisted in frustration. "Blasker, can you use magic to drive them back?" "Not from this position." It wasn't Blasker who answered, but one of his students. "This is an open plain. We have no elevation, no advantage. If we try to strike from here, the magic will scatter and miss its mark. Then wait until the enemy gets closer and blast them then. If they get any closer, our own men will be caught in the crossfire." "Damn it!" Bernhard bit back a curse. Was there truly no other option? A sudden crack split the air. Bright streaks of color flared into the sky, exploding in a dazzling display of light. The battlefield fell momentarily still. It was a spell, one Bernhard had seen before. Not an attack. A signal. He turned sharply toward Blasker, eyes narrowing. The old mage coughed violently but still managed a hoarse whisper. "William Hearn," he rasped. "He is coming. With his forces." Bernhard stiffened. "What?" "A precaution," Blasker admitted. "I made arrangements before we left. If the worst were to happen, he would follow." That flare was the signal to advance. His knees buckled, and he collapsed, his body trembling from exertion. There was more Bernhard wanted to ask, but there was no time. Instead, he turned toward his troops and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Hold the line. Support is on its way. House Hearn's forces are marching to our aid, **. The effect was immediate. Where moments ago the men had been sinking into despair, now their eyes widened with hope. "Protect His Highness!" Bernhard roared. "If we can hold out until reinforcements arrive, victory will be ours." The battle raged on. Swords clashed, spears pierced flesh, and screams of pain filled the air. Dominic, one of Krefeld's commanders, grinned as he cut down another enemy soldier. Victory was assured. The coalition army was already in shambles, their defenses broken, their soldiers weakened. It was only a matter of time before they collapsed entirely. And yet, something was wrong. No matter how many men they cut down, the enemy refused to break. They fought like men who still believed they could win. Dominic frowned. "They think they have a chance." That was impossible. The entire coalition army was gathered here. There was no one left to reinforce them. Unless a deep, resounding horn cut through the battlefield. All at once, the fighting stopped. Both armies turned toward the sound. And saw the banners of House Hearn cresting the horizon. Hearn. Dominic breathed in disbelief. A furious roar erupted from the coalition forces. William Hearn has arrived. Hope reignited in the soldiers' eyes as their morale surged. And as Crefeld forces hesitated, the tide of battle began to shift. Dominic's face contorted in fury. Damn it all. Something was wrong. Dominic had expected to see House Hearn's banners immediately upon their arrival, but they had been absent, hidden, waiting in the rear. And now, the battlefield had turned on its head. His thoughts raced. Even with their reinforcements, we still have the numbers. But most of our forces are locked in battle. Except for the reserve unit, there's no way to reposition in time. If things continued like this, they would be pinned down and struck in the flank. And once their formation broke, it would be over. They had to stop Hearn's advance before that happened. There were only two ways to do it. Capture the first prince and end the battle in a single decisive move. Or eliminate Hearn's commander and shatter their momentum. The first option was unlikely. The coalition forces were desperate to protect the prince. Marquis Bernhard was guarding him personally, along with Blasker, the head of the fire school, and Jürgen's royal guard. Even if Dominic threw everything he had at them, they would hold the line until Hearn arrived. That left only one choice. His jaw tightened. "Reserve unit, with me," he barked, spurring his horse forward. William studied the battlefield as he rode. The coalition was struggling, but they hadn't broken. Even now, with their forces battered and exhausted, they fought on. More importantly, Crefeld's troops were hesitating. The moment they saw House Hearn's banners, they had faltered. "They're holding their ground," Gerard noted, riding alongside him. "We should strike now before they recover." William nodded. "Form up and prepare for the charge. We'll break their flank in one sweep." He stopped mid-sentence. A group of enemy soldiers had suddenly broken away from the main force, heading straight for them. William narrowed his eyes. There weren't enough of them to be a serious threat. If they charged forward, these men would be trampled in an instant. Then why? His thoughts cut off as a lone figure rode ahead of the enemy line, armor gleaming, banner trailing behind him. A noble. The man pulled his horse to a stop and raised his sword. "I am Dominic Lyer, Count of Crefeld and commander of this army," he bellowed. "Hearn's commander. If you are not a coward, face me in single combat." William blinked. Then he let out a short sigh. "Idiot." Beside him, Gerard scoffed. "They broke the Grand Accord, and now they want to duel." He shook his head in disgust. "The nerve." William chuckled. "Lord William, there is no reason to entertain this. Let's wipe them out and be done with it." "No, I'll accept." Gerard stiffened. "What?" "Slow the charge slightly, but don't stop. This will only take a moment." "You can't be serious." Before Gerard could finish, William had already surged forward. Dominic grinned. He thought his plan had worked. That William had taken the bait. But then, his expression shifted as he realized something was wrong. Hearn's forces weren't stopping. William wasn't dueling to buy time. He was simply removing an obstacle. "What is the meaning of this?" Dominic roared. "If you accept a duel, you must halt your advance." William's response was cold. "You lot broke the Grand Accord. Don't expect me to honor tradition now. You bastard." "Besides," William continued, raising his sword, "why would I bother following proper etiquette for a man who is about to die?" Dominic's face burned red with fury. This boy, this arrogant child, was treating him as if he were nothing. "Then suffer the price of your arrogance." Dominic spurred his horse forward, blade flashing as he lunged. William didn't hesitate. He met the charge head-on. Dominic's mind raced. He's using the lion's fawn. A direct, overwhelming strike, meant to finish a fight in a single exchange. It was strong. But predictable. Dominic knew exactly how to counter it. The lion's fawn was powerful, but it restricted movement. William wouldn't be able to shift his attack mid-strike. If Dominic met the strike head-on, neither of them would be able to control their landing. They would both fall. And I will recover first. He had fallen in battle before. He knew how to land. William, young and inexperienced, would panic. That brief hesitation, just a few seconds, would be all Dominic needed to drive his sword through his heart. The moment their blades met, he knew he had won. Then something went wrong. His sword snapped. William's didn't. A split second later, Dominic's world spun, and his head was no longer attached to his body. His mind processed the impossible a moment too late. He had miscalculated. He had assumed their blades were equal. He had been wrong. As his severed head tumbled through the air, he saw William's calm, impassive gaze. And then he heard the last words he would ever know. Apologies. My sword is of finer quality than yours. William caught Dominic's head mid-air, blood still dripping from the clean cut. For a moment, silence gripped the battlefield. Then. Hearn! 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 His men roared, their voices echoing across the plains. And with that, the tide of battle shifted. Krefeld's forces hesitated. And in war, hesitation was death. Lord Dominic. The Count has fallen. The moment Dominic's severed head was raised for all to see, his remaining forces collapsed into chaos. An army without a commander was no army at all. His men, who had followed him with such confidence, now found themselves victims of the very same strategy he had tried to employ. Crush them. William's command rang out like a war drum, and his 1,000 elite knights surged forward, trampling the remnants of the reserve unit beneath them. Already outnumbered, already shaken, the enemy line shattered in an instant. As the last of the reserve troops were cut down, William tossed Dominic's head to Gerard. Sir Gerard. Mount this on a spear and make sure everyone sees it. At once, my lord. Gerard swiftly ordered a nearby soldier to hoist the grim trophy high, its presence casting a shadow over the battlefield. And then. Fear took hold. The Krefeld troops, who had already begun to waver at the sight of Hearn's reinforcements, now watched in horror as their commander's head swayed in the wind. Lord Dominic. His head. Their spirits, already battered, crumbled into dust. They faltered. They hesitated. And in that hesitation, the Hearn knights slammed into their exposed flank. Cut them down. Drive them from the field. Run. Run if you want to live. You fools. Hold the line. Hold. Panic spread like wildfire. The lower-ranking officers tried to restore order, but it was already too late. The moment they hesitated, their troops abandoned discipline entirely, each man thinking only of his own survival. Some turned to flee. Some froze in place, paralyzed with indecision. And those who tried to rally the others? They were the first to die. William moved through the fray like a storm. Each time a captain or officer tried to reassert control, he rode them down. His sword flashed. His enemies fell. The battlefield, once a contest of strength, had become a one-sided slaughter. No survivors. They broke the accord first, show them no mercy. Remember my name. I am Hugo. Remember me as you die. The coalition forces, driven by anger and vengeance, cut through the fleeing enemy like scythes through wheat. Victory was certain. And amid the triumphant bloodshed, Cedric arrived before the first prince. Brother, he called, dismounting and dropping to one knee. We have come to your aid. Are you unharmed? Huh? Cedric? Claude sat slumped on the ground, his face still pale, his legs trembling. He looked up at Cedric in utter disbelief. Why are you? His mind, still reeling from the shock of battle, struggled to comprehend his younger brother's presence. Thank the heavens we made it in time. Cedric declared loudly. Lord William and I moved quickly to save you, my brother. Forgive your younger sibling for arriving late. The gathered nobles exchanged knowing glances. Something about this did not add up. If Cedric had truly been stationed at the Whoreson River, as ordered, he wouldn't have been able to arrive so swiftly. Which meant. Did His Highness the Second Prince order William to stay close all along? But that would mean. Would that not be disobeying the Supreme Commander's orders? A murmur spread through the ranks, only to fall into silence. No one dared to say it aloud, but the unspoken truth was clear. Cedric had defied Claude's command. By all rights, that should have been treason. And yet. No one would dare accuse him of it. After all, had Cedric not acted, Claude would have been captured or killed. He had saved the Supreme Commander. Who could punish him for that? Cedric kept his head bowed, his lips curling in a faint smile. Yes, this was a direct violation of orders. Yes, this undermined my brother's authority. But who can challenge me for it now? Had he obeyed, Claude would be dead. Instead, Cedric had proven that he could act where his brother could not. And now, everyone in the Empire would have to consider what that meant. The nobles would be watching. Calculating. Wondering. The first cracks in Claude's rule had appeared. And Cedric had placed himself as the natural alternative. They've all realized it now, haven't they? I am not without ambition. He could already see them re-evaluating their positions, considering where to place their loyalty. Claude, after all, had just shown the world his incompetence. Could the nobles truly afford to continue supporting him? Would the emperor truly ignore his eldest son's failures? There was no avoiding it. Cedric had become a candidate for the throne. And what was even more satisfying? He had never once said so. He had made no claim. He had done nothing but act in his brother's interest. A perfect illusion. William had won military glory. And Cedric? Cedric had cemented himself as the only man truly capable of governing. He will get the fame. I will get the power. The thought was intoxicating. But just as he was about to solidify that image further. What wisdom! A voice rang out. Loud. Booming. Marquis Bernhard, his face smeared with blood, suddenly burst into laughter. Truly, His Highness the First Prince has foresight beyond our understanding. The nobles blinked. What? What are you saying, Marquis? Think, my lords. Bernhard cried, gesturing dramatically. Would His Highness Cedric, ever so loyal, truly disobey an order? A pause. The realization settled in. Surely not. Exactly. Bernhard declared. This was all according to His Highness the First Prince's plan. Cedric's eyes widened. He clenched his teeth. That damned old fox. It is all clear now. Bernhard pressed on. From the beginning, His Highness allowed Cedric to appear as if he had been sent away, so that should any spies be watching, they would not suspect this masterstroke. He turned to Claude. Brilliant, Your Highness. Claude's will. They would paint the First Prince as the brilliant mastermind behind it all. It was an elegant maneuver. One that William had no intention of accepting. A quiet smile touched his lips as he tilted his head in feigned confusion. Your Highness, what do you mean? Claude stiffened. My orders, of course, he insisted, voice raised, as if volume alone would force compliance. Did I not command you to fall back, while secretly ensuring that you remained close, ever watchful for enemy movement? That is what you did, was it not? William's brows furrowed as he turned to Blasker. "Lord Blasker, what is this?" he asked, voice heavy with disappointment. "I." The mage hesitated, sweat beading at his temple. Before he could respond, William pressed forward. "I made it clear that I would bear full responsibility," he declared. "And yet, you seek to shield me? Is this how the Imperial Army upholds justice?" "Wait, William, that's not. Reward and punishment must be given fairly," William continued, his voice carrying across the gathering. "Honor is honor, and crime is crime. I refuse to be protected in this way." And then, before anyone could stop him, William fell to both knees and bowed his head to the dirt. "Your Highness," he called out, his voice fervent. "I am grateful for your generosity. Truly, it touches my heart. But I cannot accept such deception." Silence fell over the gathering. "I ignored your orders," William declared. "I did not wait at the rear as commanded. I disobeyed the chain of command and led troops forward without authorization. Not only that, I dismissed the Second Prince's council, acting entirely of my own accord." His voice rang through the stunned camp. "This was my decision alone. If punishment is due, then let it be just." A heavy thud echoed as William's forehead met the ground once more. The assembled nobles turned to each other, stunned into silence. Wait. So the first prince never gave such an order. William acted on his own. Then, what role did the second prince even play in this? The implications were immediate. Had William not spoken up, Cedric could have silently taken a share of the glory. Instead, with a few choice words, William had cut him out of the picture entirely. The nobles turned to Cedric. His fists clenched tightly, but his face remained eerily composed. Meanwhile, Bernhard let out an incredulous laugh. This boy. If Cedric had been cunning, William had been ruthless. By openly admitting to insubordination, he had not only denied Claude the ability to steal credit, but had also turned any attempt at punishment into a dangerous political risk. William was no mere noble. He was the acting representative of the Herne Grand Duchy. Punishing him for defying orders meant punishing the house that had just saved the Supreme Commander's life. Neither the Emperor or the court would allow it. And if they tried, Sigmund Herne would raise hell. Claude trembled, his face burning red. He could already hear the whispers. The Supreme Commander had nearly led his army to ruin. The Supreme Commander had been saved by a subordinate who ignored his orders. The Supreme Commander had tried to steal another man's achievements. He was a fool. A coward. A disgrace. And the worst part? He couldn't even lash out. Not now. Not with so many eyes on him. His mind raced for a way to salvage this. He forced a laugh, strained and unsteady. "Our eyes, Lord William." William remained bowed. "I cannot, Your Highness. Not until I receive proper judgment." Claude's hands curled into fists. He had to turn this around. "Come now," he tried, voice high and brittle. "Would I punish the very man who saved me? No, I should be apologizing for underestimating you." William looked up, his expression one of pure, unfiltered admiration. "Truly, Your Highness is too merciful," he declared. "Such wisdom and benevolence, how could I not serve with all my heart?" "Why yes, well." Claude could only nod weakly, trying to maintain his forced smile. William, meanwhile, subtly glanced at Bernhard. The old Marquis held his gaze for a long moment. Then, he looked away. He had lost this round. William turned back to Claude, bowing once more. "Your Highness, the battle is won, but we must convene at once to determine our next course of action. Will you grant us a war council?" "Yes." Claude's voice barely rose above a whisper. William smiled. The war was his now. And from this moment forward, the coalition would march only at his command. The first objective, a single victory, has been achieved. Now, we must retreat before it's too late. William's voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. The Marquis and the other lords exchanged glances but offered no objections. They understood all too well what could happen if they hesitated any longer. "He's right," one of them finally admitted. "We should let the soldiers rest for a day before withdrawing." "No, we must move immediately." "What? That's too soon. Look at the soldiers, they're barely standing." William's insistence caught the Marquis off guard. Many soldiers still lay on the ground, their bodies too numb to move after the battle. Asking them to march immediately instead of allowing time to recover seemed unthinkable. "If we set out now, we'll be moving at a snail's pace," the Marquis protested. "The able-bodied will have to carry those who can't walk, exhausting them even further. Wouldn't it be wiser to rest at least for a day?" "If we had the luxury of time, I would have suggested resting for 3 days, not just one," William admitted. "But we don't. The enemy's pursuit force will be upon us soon." The Marquis frowned. Pursuit force? But the enemy was repelled. The remaining forces should still be holed up in Bodiam Castle. What threat could possibly remain? In fact, Krefeld should be celebrating after driving the Empire back. One victory doesn't mean Krefeld has secured its independence. Previously, William had believed that if the Empire suffered a defeat, its vassal states would rise up in unison, making any resubjugation impossible. The Marquis, on the other hand, had always argued that the Empire still had the strength to reclaim its lost territories. William's opinion remained unchanged, but there was one key factor: Krefeld's perspective. If Krefeld had broken the Grand Pact, then it meant they, too, believed the Empire would be unable to launch another invasion. However, there was always the possibility, however slim, that they had miscalculated. Krefeld will want to ensure the Empire never has the chance to march again. Even if they can't secure full independence, they'll try to buy time until another crisis weakens the Empire. And what better way to do that than by capturing a powerful claimant to the throne and using him as leverage? The words sent a chill through the gathered lords. It sounded unthinkable, an act of sheer madness. But then, so was the ambush they had just suffered. Krefeld had already broken the Grand Pact. They had hired unregistered mages, showing they had burned their bridges. Would they really care about the Emperor's wrath at this point? "Are you saying Krefeld will send a pursuit force after me?" Claude asked, his face pale. "It's only speculation," William admitted, "but the likelihood is high." "William. There must be something we can do." Claude's voice cracked with desperation. William hesitated for a moment before offering the most effective solution. "The surest way is for His Highness to leave the battlefield immediately, accompanied only by a small group of his most trusted guards." "Absolutely not." The response came not from Claude, but from Marquis Bernhard, who fixed William with a piercing gaze. "The Supreme Commander abandoning the battlefield first? Do you realize what that would do to the soldiers' morale? His Highness's reputation would be in tatters. Sometimes, one must endure humiliation for the greater good." "This is more than just humiliation," the Marquis countered. "It could be used against him. If certain factions at court begin questioning His Highness's fitness for the throne, they might use this as an excuse to interfere in the succession." A heavy silence fell over the group. Claude, who had briefly considered William's suggestion, turned visibly paler. His body trembled slightly, not from fear of death, but from the prospect of losing his claim to the throne. "The Marquis is right," Claude finally said, his voice unsteady. "I won't run away alone." William clicked his tongue in disappointment. If he had fled, things would have been much simpler. But there was no point in dwelling on lost opportunities. "That leaves only one option," William declared. "We must retreat as quickly as possible, before the enemy catches up." "But the wounded? If they can't walk, we'll carry them. If this were a long march, rest would be the better choice. But the border is only 3 days away. Even if it pushes the soldiers to their limits, it's better to move now. Of course, leaving the wounded behind would allow them to move faster. But this was an army composed of elite troops from noble houses. No lord would abandon his own men, and suggesting such a thing would only make enemies. Even worse, it could earn them a reputation as cowards who left their comrades to die. Then it's settled, William said. Unless there are objections, we move immediately. None were raised. Following William's plan, the army quickly gathered their wounded and began the retreat. Meanwhile, in Krefeld. What did you say? Our forces were pushing the enemy back, only to be routed by an ambush from behind. Count Dominic was killed. Eric, the young king of Krefeld, sat frozen in disbelief as the report reached his ears. Yes, your majesty. The enemy impaled the count's head on a spear and paraded it like some barbaric trophy. Eric's fist slammed against the table with a thunderous crack. He had known that breaking the Grand Pact would invite retaliation. That was why he had prepared to fight without restraint. But knowing the risks didn't make it any easier to accept the loss of a loyal vassal, especially one who had been humiliated even in death. And the enemy's losses? Tell me the extent of the damage. The knight hesitated, eyes flickering as he recalled the battlefield. The number of dead was relatively low, he admitted. But nearly half their forces were incapacitated by magic. Most of them collapsed, unable to move. The ones who could still fight suffered heavy losses from Count Dominic's final attack. Their effective combat strength is now less than half of what it was. A glint of calculation flickered in Eric's eyes. If they're not dead, then they must be recovering by now. According to the mages, their bodies won't fully recover for at least 2 weeks. They may be able to walk, but running, or swinging a weapon, will be nearly impossible.